good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. This little old man was quite discerning. He was worthy of being the person in charge of the distribution in the Magic City area. A group of senior executives from Chateau Lafite turned around and left. I didn't expect that you were also the owner of Chateau Lafite. I really have to admire you with admiration. Qin Kellen looked at Yi Yang in surprise. Just so. Yi Yang laughed. With these 2 bottles of good wine, I can have a more enjoyable meal today. After that, he opened the bottle of 1787 and sobered it up. Qin Kellen looked at Yi Yang. This man, ever since he came into contact with him, has brought him surprises and inconceivables almost all the time. With her status and identity, she hardly cares about money. What they value is more noble than money. Money is just the foundation. Yi Yang's outlook on life and abilities he displayed along the way are truly dazzling. Even in a circle of Qin Kellen's level, it is rare to see people of this level. You know, many of the top second-generation rich people at Yi Yang's age have just returned from studying at top international universities and have just received a bachelor's degree from Yale, Cambridge, or Harvard. At the same age, Yi Yangdu was already the owner of Chateau Lafite, and even ranked first in China in the fitness industry. The total assets, calculated into Chinese currency, are estimated to be tens of billions larger. At least among the rich second generation in China, she had never heard of anyone who could achieve this level. Even the top rich second generation, like Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng, have only a few billion or tens of billions at their peak. Moreover, although these 2 guys call Yi Yang brother because of his identity, they are actually older than Yi Yang in terms of age. There's no need to express surprise now. If you feel unbelievable, then you will have many things to be surprised about later. Yi Yang shrugged and said dumbfounded. Huh. Qin Kellen's eyes lit up. Then I'll wait and see. After chatting for a while, they finally remembered that they seemed to have ignored someone's existence. When he turned around, he saw Wendy sitting on the ground in despair. Are you okay? After all, they are sisters. Although Qin Kellen already dislikes Wendy's outlook and personality, she will not get things done in the end. No need, your concern. Wendy was instantly furious and stood up. I don't need your false sympathy. I know that my family is not rich enough. I only have tens of millions of assets, which is not enough for a hair on your family. I know that you have never had any look after me. Now you are satisfied. My family is not as good as yours. My art is not as good as yours. My boyfriend is still not as good as yours. Haha, are you satisfied? Wendy bared her teeth and claws here as if she was crazy, looking at Qin Kellen angrily. Qin Kellen was stunned for a moment. She never thought that Wendy would say this. Before, she just thought that these sisters were a bit competitive. It turns out that she has always thought this way. A young lady with a trillion-dollar syndicate behind her wants to be friends with you just to laugh at you? Do you think she is so idle? Yi Yang sneered and couldn't listen anymore. Inexplicable anger often does not come from the contempt of others, but from inferiority. Among friends, it's rare for anyone to look down on someone else. The only one who looks down on himself is himself. A person like you, with such an extreme mentality, thinks that everyone is crooked, and you still feel very self-motivated? You don't need to teach me a lesson. Wendy's defense has been broken for a long time now. How can she listen to other people's words? Sapa said. It's not up to you. Before Yi Yang could speak, the person in charge of the restaurant came over with the security guard. Miss, the world never changes for anyone. My restaurant is not opened for you alone. It's noisy like this. I can only throw you out. You are all rubbish. Haha, you are all scum. Wendy bit anyone she saw and scolded the person in charge of the restaurant. The person in charge of the restaurant spread his hands helplessly. The security guards on both sides understood and threw Wendy out of the gate, falling right next to Charlie, who had fallen heavily and couldn't get up for a long time. Qing Kellen didn't stop her. This Wendy was no longer the person she knew earlier. There is no need to keep making friends like this. The person in charge of the restaurant smiled apologetically at her. After Qing Kellen returned a faint smile, he sat back with a somewhat complicated mood. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, drank a piece of plump steak with top-grade red wine, and asked, with raised eyebrows, am I wrong too? Qing Kellen pursed his lips. Wrong ass. Yi Yang had a serious look on his face. He couldn't stand someone like Wendy who blamed others for his own problems. This kind of person is hateful enough in himself, but he still comes out to mislead others. Every time he sees Qing Kellen, because of Wendy's rubbish idiot's outlook, he in turn doubts his own bad good person. I hate that iron cannot become steel. Ah? Qing Kellen looked at Yi Yang blankly. What does other people's jealousy have to do with your excellence? Yi Yang held Qing Kellen's shoulders and said with a serious face, there is nothing wrong with excellence itself. Qing Kellen pursed her lower lip and looked at Yi Yang's expression. After a long time, she smiled with relief. Thank you. Yi Yang let go of her shoulders and sat back. I'm a little excited, please forgive me. No. You look pretty handsome like this. Qing Kellen laughed and felt much more comfortable. In this way, the two enjoyed a wonderful dinner. Good wine and delicious food. Yi Yang sent Qing Kellen directly back to Qing Kellen's Shermao Shishan Villa district. Poor bodyguards, they couldn't catch up with Yi Yang's speed and lost him halfway. The mentality was panic and the nerves were very nervous. Afraid that Yi Yang would abduct the lady away. I am very happy today. Let's make an appointment for another fitness when we have time. Coach? Qing Kellen waved her hand with a smile. Okay. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. He also had a good impression of Qing Kellen. She is a rich young woman with a pretty positive outlook on life. She is a good friend or girlfriend. Then I'll go in first. After that, Qing Kellen jumped into the villa area. The Qing group is mainly engaged in international trade, and her family is rarely at home. She has been studying abroad for many years. Suddenly returning to the villa in Shishan, she felt that the house was big and empty, and it was night again, so she felt a little lonely. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the photos of Yi Yang that she had secretly taken today. A soft smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. First update. Soon, the early scenes were finished, and it was Yi Yang's turn to act. On the set, although most people respected Yi Yang, but some people expressed their concerns. After all, filming is not as simple as people imagine. It is not enough to just stand in front of the camera and start acting. There are many things to learn. From the lines, the sense of the camera, to the position, to the expression processing, emotional control, to the effect preset, and then to the emergency situation handling. It is not something that ordinary people can handle. If someone who has never learned acting and practiced acting goes up to act, the final effect will be like a traffic star who can only stare with big eyes and read the lines without emotions awkwardly. It's embarrassing to twist your intestines. And Yi Yang is so young, rich, and good at martial arts. If he can act, is he still a human being? It's so awesome. So, they are all prepared for Yi Yang's poor acting skills, and they are also very worried about this. After all, Yi Yang has a few scenes where he plays against veteran actors. Such a comparison will probably make people see the difference even more clearly. Do you think Yi Shenhao can do it? I don't know. A rich man like him probably doesn't have time to practice acting. What if he fails? Wouldn't all our efforts be? Without Yi Shenhao, we wouldn't even have started to work hard. Don't talk nonsense. This movie is basically based on his character setting, so the effect shouldn't be too bad. It's hard to say. People will be a little nervous in front of the camera, and on the big screen, the slightest expression control will be magnified many times. So many traffic stars' performances are very exaggerated, because they have never practiced expression management. No way. Yi Shenhao has been explaining acting to us recently, and we all feel that we have benefited a lot. That's right, at least in terms of acting theory, Yi Shenhao is absolutely amazing. And he has practiced with me. I know Yi Yang's acting skills too well. It is definitely the top one. The actresses who have been taught by Yi Yang all came out to support Yi Yang at this time. There's no need to exaggerate so much. Isn't it a bit too much to say that he's the best? How old is he? How could it be possible? That's right. Just wait and see. Okay. The set was very noisy. However, when the camera, recording, and other field staff were in place and the filming started, the whole place fell silent again. After all, the people who could gather here were more or less sentimental people. They didn't want to see this movie messed up at all. So, they were all concentrating and watching the situation on the set with some tension. Action. The script of the movie roughly tells such a story. The protagonist Jiwen was born in a traditional kung fu master's family, but the real kung fu declined in the new era and he couldn't make money, so his father forbade Yiwen to practice martial arts. The protagonist worked hard to learn while secretly practicing martial arts without telling his father, with the dream of reviving Chinese kung fu in his heart. Soon, his father died of depression in the disappointment of the decline of traditional martial arts. Yiwen lived alone, and in the process of protecting his childhood sweetheart, Shou, he relied on the traditional martial arts that he had never given up practicing to win. But in the end, he was no match for the power behind the school bully and was framed and expelled from school. Finally, Yiwen realized the cruelty of reality and had a period of doubt and grief. During this period, Shou was always by his side, and the relationship between the two became more and more passionate. That night, Shou promised him that she would carry his path for him. From then on, Yiwen woke up from his grief. With his talent, he created his own extremely successful career in just a few years. However, dreams are always unwilling. In the middle of the night, Yiwen would still practice martial arts in the villa where he had struggled. Shou watched all this silently practicing kung fu, preparing to complete the protagonist's unfinished dream one day. After becoming a rich man, Yuan planned to promote free traditional martial arts teaching, touching the cake of other boxing styles. For their own interests, several foreign boxing masters openly challenged traditional martial arts and stirred up the topic on the internet. For a while, all kinds of voices on the internet were indignant, and Yuan was under great pressure. Finally, Shou, who had been silently carrying the burden for the protagonist and practicing martial arts to strengthen his body, stood up and took the lead for traditional martial arts, ready to accept the challenge. At the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Hall in Magic City, he faced the boxing masters of various countries. After defeating more than 10 masters in a row, he finally ran out of energy and fell off the stage under the vicious means of doping. At the final moment, the protagonist appeared and defeated the remaining 3 top masters who took doping, and vindicated the reputation of Chinese traditional martial arts in one fell swoop. From then on, traditional martial arts flourished. In the context of the story, the details of the 100 billion gambling game, the behind-the-scenes manipulation, and the review of the original boxing battle were also interspersed. And, now Yi Yang's scene is the plot of practicing martial arts silently in the courtyard after years of struggle and success, and his heart is unwilling. This scene is very demanding for the actors. The actors, directors, and executives around him were all worried about Yi Yang. In this scene, Yi Yang was alone, and most importantly, he had no lines. He could only rely on his facial expressions to express his complicated emotions. This state of silence is better than words. Even some senior actors may not say that they can do it. Those who can perform this scene to the peak of perfection must be at least the level of movie emperors. After the start of the filming, Yuan's figure also slowly started to move, punching like the wind. Under the lonely moonlight, in the courtyard of the villa, the shadows of the trees are swaying, and in the lonely wind, only the whimpering sound brought by this figure is heard. Next to the brothel on the 2nd floor of the villa, Shou watched this scene silently. The moonlight shone on her side face, and her beautiful eyes were slightly distressed. The whole composition made people think about it. And Yi Yang's movements went from slow to fast. His eyes went from hesitation to sharp, and then to longing. After a set of punches, his body was still. But the wind did not stop. He looked at the moon, and Shou looked at him. Everyone, looking at this scene, couldn't help but immerse themselves in that emotion. Until the director shouted the end. Everyone just realized that this was a movie. Oh my God. This. No more doubts. One take. This is perfect. Silent art, nothing more than that. Although there are no lines, but the action, the look, the absolute ability to control the scene. It makes people feel as if they have walked into the protagonist's heart and felt his joy and sorrow. I couldn't help but be drawn into it. This acting is too amazing. Even the old actors on the side had an unbelievable look in their eyes. What Yi Yang did just now is no longer a skill, but a realm. And even some old actors are still in the process of understanding this level. This scene shocked everyone to the point that it was beyond description. Second update, the script outline was polished in one night. I also spent a few days revisiting some classic martial arts movies before. I also referred to some plot elements of classic martial arts movies such as Hui Yu and Jia. In the past, the protagonists of those super-rich novels and movies were all based on existing plots. This time, I want to really try and make an original story. I hope everyone likes it. Finally, for the author's hard work, I will give him a triple reward, thank you friends. This. Those who had doubted Yi Yang before had lost their voices at this time. He stayed there in complete disbelief. This kind of acting has really reached an indescribable level. They had never expected that Yi Yang was so good at acting. The Golden Horse actor who was delayed by starting a company. What kind of delay is this? How much money can the Golden Horse Award winner make? That's true. I can only say that he has too many talents, which is so enviable. Many members of the crew expressed surprises one after another. If they had a lot of doubts about the film's ultimate success before, now they basically no longer have any doubts. Unless you are very unlucky, movies with all the actors acting well, well-produced, popular, and carefully polished movies will generally not do badly at the box office. Marvelous. Yi Shenhao is invincible. The actresses also showed happy smiles when they saw that Yi Yang had been recognized by everyone. In this way, with Yi Yang's participation, many veteran actors felt very comfortable acting together. During their exchanges, they also expressed that Yi Yang's ideas were very helpful to their acting theory. With such acting skills, many film sets can be passed with only a few steps. It won't be too time-consuming. The estimated shooting time has also been shortened a lot. Soon, half of the filming progress was reached, and the crew also took a few days off, used for trimming and preparation for the second half of the shooting cycle. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, looking at the pile of message records sent to him by Qin Kellen on WeChat, and the corner of his mouth also raised a slight arc. Busy with filming these days, he rarely has time to reply to messages. As soon as I replied to the message, there was a move to tears emoji back. Qin Kellen, oh my god. The coach finally responded to my message, /vicissitudes of life, Yi Yang. Haha, I'm filming these days, and I'm quite busy. Qin Kellen, filming? No. What type of film? Yi Yang, action. Movie. Qin Kellen, it's not related to love, is it? Yi Yang, how did you know? Surprised Qin Kellen, /shy Yi. Yang coughed dryly, knowing that the other party had misunderstood. Haha, it's a serious love action movie. Qin Kellen, hey. I didn't expect you to be able to act. Coach, you are so awesome. I feel like you can do everything. Yi Yang, oh, just so, everything is just a little bit. Qin Kellen, that's so humble. Hey, let me know when your movie will be released, and I will book the entire movie theater in Shanghai to support you. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do these little rich women want to support themselves? By the way, did you encounter something when you were looking for me? Well, I have nothing to do, thinking. Winter is coming soon. I want to go shopping and buy 2 sets of clothes. A handsome guy can accompany me. I also have a best friend. I heard that I found a handsome guy to be my coach. I also want to meet you later. Best friends again. Yi Yang glared, and reflexively wanted to refuse. The beauties he knew, and his best friends generally seemed to have a lot of nerve problems. Ahem, don't worry. She's definitely not like Wendy. This best friend has a very good personality, her family belongs to a prominent family in Shanghai, and she's well educated. Things like last time will definitely not happen. My goodness, coach, don't reject me, expect grief. This. Yi Yang scratched his chin. The coquettishness of beautiful women is always a trump card for boys, including straight men. Okay. Time and place. Hee hee, coach, you are so kind. Give me your address. I will drive to pick you up. Jean Kellen was so surprised that she didn't want Yang to pick her up. This is not good. Yi. Yang always felt that asking a girl to pick him up made him look a bit ungentlemanly. It's okay, it's okay. Didn't you ask me to go to your private manor for special training last time? Hee hee, this time I just want to go to the spot first. Jean Kellen replied repeatedly. Yi Yang has no habit of being pretentious. If the girl is willing, he will naturally not refuse and directly send her the address. Soon. Outside the manor, a pink Lexus LFA stopped. Among them, Jean Kellen, who was carefully dressed, walked down. Today she wore a British-style outfit, a beige windbreaker, a peaked cap and a scarf. She looked both sassy and girly. Miss Jean. The master is waiting for you inside. Several cat-eared maids came to the door of the manor and welcomed them with smiles. Ha! Jean Kellen covered her mouth, the amount of information was quite large. However, she still smiled and walked in. As soon as she walked into the gate of the manor, her pupils couldn't help but dilate. She had never seen such an exaggerated manor. I'm afraid it's so big here that it would take half a day to drive from one end of the manor to the other. The entire Yending Mountain is just a decoration in the manor. There seems to be a vaguely visible airstrip in the distance. This? Before she could ask, several cat-eared maids smiled and said, the master is in the villa on Yending Mountain. From here, you can choose to ride a horse, take a manor tour bus, etc. Miss Jean can choose a way she likes. This. Jean Kellen scratched her cheek. She knew that it must be very big to be called a manor, but she didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. This is the location of the Magic City. Such a large super manor. The value of the land alone is an astronomical figure. I'm afraid that even if the Wales Fitness Group is sold, it won't be enough to buy the land here. It seems that I still think Yang is simple. When she was shocked again and again. A white horse stepped on the lawn and came from a distance. Get on the horse and walk around the manor with me now. On the white horse, the handsome young man smiled at Jean Kellen freely. The breeze came slowly, and Jean Kellen felt an indelible ripple in her heart. This scene, I'm afraid, it can only be seen in the beautiful movie Love Story. Which girl doesn't like romance? If you can't ride a horse, you can ride with me. Yi Yang looked at the stunned Jean Kellen, thinking that she was embarrassed because she couldn't ride a horse, so he said sympathetically. No. Right. I just can't ride a horse. As a real rich girl, Jean Kellen is naturally proficient in the noble sport of riding a horse, but thinking of the temptation of riding a horse with Yi Yang, how could she admit it? Yi Yang smiled, stretched out his hand, and pulled Jean Kellen onto the horse. Come on, I'll show you this estate that belongs to me. First update. Well, it's so comfortable. The wind blows on my face and the sun shines on my body. The white horse beneath him was full of blood. There was a handsome man behind him, and Jean Kellen felt that he had been filled with happiness. It can be called a satisfying book. After this journey, her eyes were opened. There is no doubt that Yi Yang's manor is the most spectacular manor she has ever seen. Even the kind of super hidden rich manor that my parents saw in Europe was not as impressive as this manor. This manor has everything you need. If there's one thing this estate doesn't have, it's that it's still under construction. The entire construction of this manor is estimated to be close to tens of billions of Chinese coins. Jiangjing Real made a rough estimate and said, "That's about it. I don't know the specifics, anyway, it's close to 1 billion or 80 million. Yang said with a smile. Jiangjing Real didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can you sound like an ordinary person saying that it's only 80 cents to buy groceries? I didn't even finish shopping after a long time of shopping. Oh. By the way, my bestie is still waiting for us at the place I agreed." Jiangjing Real was dumbfounded and slapped his head. "It's all your fault that this manor is so big. I thought I could finish it quickly." "Haha, don't worry, I'm very good at driving. I'll drive over in a sports car in a moment." After that, he directly pulled out the Pagani Fengshen, stepped on the accelerator, and took Jiangjing Real away. Through the wind. It's not rush hour now, and Yang drives smoothly all the way. It gave Jiangjing Real a sense of sudden enlightenment. Soon, we arrived at the agreed shopping district. My best friend said that she already has a sweetheart. After she came back, she always boasted to me about how perfect and awesome her sweetheart was. Hee, I will take you over there, to help her wake up and save her sinking little heart. Jiangjing Real raised his fist, "Don't be too low-key for a while." In fact, she also wanted to know how terrifying Yang's identity was. Before, she thought that Chateau Lafayette's net worth of tens of billions would be Yang's limit. However, after seeing Yang's manor today, she realized that she was wrong. One manor is worth tens of billions, and its total assets must be more than tens of billions. After all, Chateau Lafayette, with a market value of tens of billions, cannot provide tens of billions of funds to build such a luxurious manor. This man is becoming more and more mysterious. Okay. Yang made an okay gesture. Although he is relatively low-key, in order to meet the girl's requirements, it is not bad to be high-profile. Got out of the car. Yang felt that the figure of the girl waiting in front looked familiar. If you take a closer look, your face also looks wonderful. Isn't this Su Xiaoxin? Su Xiaoxin obviously recognized Yang, her eyes widened, half astonished and half surprised. Ahem. Sister Real, he can't be the handsome, rich, and perfect man you mentioned. He must be countless times more perfect than the man I have a crush on. Su Xiaoxin blinked and asked Jiangjing Real. Yes. Jiangjing Real nodded matter-of-factly. Looked at Su Xiaoxin, and then at Yang. After noticing that their expressions were a little subtle, he hesitated. And asked, "You know each other?" Pfft. Sister Real, you should have said his name was Yang. Su Xiaoxin blushed. Actually, he is the person I was talking about. Ah. Jiangjing Real was immediately stunned. Good guy. What's going on? When did you return to the Magic City? I'm still looking for you. Su Xiaoxin pouted. Yang returned to his hometown after being her substitute boyfriend last time. We met again in such a magical way. Actually, I haven't been back for a few days. Yang nodded confidently. It's just time to shoot a movie. He added internally. You actually served as my best friend's substitute boyfriend before. Jiangjing Real feels that the world is really wonderful. Yang spread his hands, his feelings were like those of an old acquaintance. and it seemed that he no longer had to pretend to be low-key today. Su Xiaoxin is the daughter of Su Yuanhong of Heike Group. In order to fool her mother, Yi Yang was hired to be Su Xiaoxin's stand-in boyfriend for one night at a dinner held by Heike. Your mother didn't urge you to go on a blind date after that, right? Yi Yang asked teasingly. No. She's taken a liking to you and always asks me when I can bring you to my house. Su Xiaoxin blinked and stared at Yi Yang. Ah, this. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded, blaming himself for being too good and having nowhere to place his charm. Qin Kellen pursed his lips, looking at Su Xiaoxin for a while and Yi Yang for a while, and the alarm sounded in his heart. This is not possible. She also likes this man very much. Hey, it's almost time to catch up on old times, it's time for us to go shopping. Qin Kellen decided to perform well and compete fairly to win Yi Yang's heart. Su Xiaoxin was obviously aware of this and had similar thoughts in her mind. The two girls were secretly very competitive. Fair play. If that doesn't work, sharing a boyfriend seems to be a good idea. However, that is the last choice for them, and they still want to try their best before that. Therefore, in this secret competition, the following scene emerged. Shopping mall. Qin Kellen, this watch is pretty good. It's a Vacheron Constantin custom-made watch, and it only costs more than 10 million. If you like it, coach, just take it. I'll pay for it. Yi Yang, ahem. Vacheron Constantin is my company. Ah, this. Su Xiaoxin, hey. This dress was designed by Master Stewart himself. It's super rare. But it just matches your peerless appearance, brother Yi. A set only costs more than 8 million, I want to buy it. Give it to you as a gift. Yi Yang, Stewart's workshop, actually belongs to me too. You're hungry. Why don't we go eat first? Qin Kellen, the best Western food in the Magic City is probably Ziguang Pavilion. Let's go eat French food. I'll treat you. Yi Yang, Isn't that still your property? Su Xiaoxin rubbed her chin, then let's go eat Chinese food. The best Chinese food in Shanghai is Hang. Yi Yang. It goes without saying, I understand. Both women raised their hands in surrender. Why is it so difficult to spend some money on your male idol? These industries are their own industries. You can't even spend money if you want to, okay? Yi Yang shrugged dumbfounded, saying he was innocent. I just had more property. What was wrong with me? Then go to Disneyland. The two women didn't believe it. Could this magical city still be Yi Yang's property? Yi Yang looked at the two girls helplessly, revealing a familiar smile that made the two girls feel a little desperate. You are a devil, right? Second update. In this way, not only did the girls fail to realize their dream of spending money on Yi Yang, but Yi Yang bought gifts worth tens of millions for each of the two girls. How can this be possible? The two girls looked at each other and directly brought out the guide to the Magic City, comparing them one by one and asking Yi Yang. In the end, they really found some places where Yi Yang's assets were not spent. Hee. You can't stop us from spending money on you this time. The two super rich ladies were laughing and bought Yi Yang a lot of good things for food, clothing, and daily necessities. Yi Yang sighed, this is the charm of handsome guys. Being chased by two rich ladies. This golden rich sundae ice cream tastes very good, do you want to eat it, coach? Qin Kellen asked repeatedly. Okay. Yi Yang nodded. Damn, Sister Kellen got it first. Again. Su Xiaoxin pouted and ate the ice cream sundae in her hand. It's almost the beginning of winter now. It's very refreshing to eat ice cream at the beginning of winter. When Yi Yang was in his hometown in Northeast China, there was a special culture of eating popsicles in winter. Coming out of the ice cream shop, the two girls licked the white sundae at the corners of their mouths with a happy expression on their faces. Where are we going to go next? Su Xiaoxin rubbed her chin. How about we go for coffee? Drink coffee after eating the sundae? Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Should we do this? Will it make you upset? Really, just to spend money on yourself, you will do anything. Alas, being handsome is sometimes a sin. Yi Yang secretly chanted Ba in his heart. In this way, the three little rich men, who were not short of money, spent more and more on each other. Just after Yi Yang bought a few large plush toys for the two girls in the store, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Congratulations to the host for achieving the endless love consumption achievement, and the reward is the Gaoyuan Tourism Development Park with a valuation of 30 billion *1. Fucking enduring love. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but this Gaoyuan Tourism Development Park was the first time he heard of it. But it sounds like a good place for tourism and vacation. It just so happened that the crew was preparing for the second half of the cycle these days, so everyone was given a few days off. Yi Yang looked at the two girls around him and rubbed his chin. What are you thinking about? The little rich sisters came forward and asked with great concern. I'm thinking about going on a trip these 2 days. Are you two going? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Of course. The two girls said excitedly. Going on a trip with a boy you like, any girl would be very excited. Where are we going? Qin Kellen asked. Let me check. Yi Yang searched Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone. It's in Zishuangbana, Yunnan. Huh? Brother Yi has already chosen where to go. Su Xiaoxin raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Yang's screen. What a pity, otherwise we can go to the European ranch castle that our family has rented. The scenery there is quite nice. Qin Kellen said. Why? Do you want to go here? Su Xiaoxin asked. Ahem. I just bought this piece, saying it's for tourism, and I'm also going to check my own property by the way. Yi Yang scratched his head, looked at the two girls, and explained with a smile. The two girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How many properties do you have? When did you buy it? Su Xiaoxin seemed to have heard of Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone, and asked in confusion. Just now? Yi Yang spread his hands. When we were shopping. The two girls silently gave a thumbs up, and there were no words to describe their shock. Su Xiaoxin was fine, after all, she knew that Yi Yang was a person that her father respected very much. At the banquet, Wang Xilin had to call him the boss. And today, Qin Kellen opened her mouth wide and never closed it. Yi Yang brought too many surprises. Too big, and one after another, so she couldn't calm down at all. The Welsh fitness chain worth 3 billion. The Lafite winery worth 40 to 50 billion. A private estate worth 10 billion, Vacheron Constantin Holdings, the sponsor of the Sterlist Studio, the boss of Han Pavilion and Ziguang Pavilion, the owner of Disney in Shanghai. Now it has been revealed that he casually acquired the Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone in Zishuangbana. This is too scary. The assets before and after, added together, are probably close to 400 billion. What a concept. The Qin group behind her is a super giant in international trade. It ranks among the best in the world. It is a super financial consortium with a market value of more than 200 billion US dollars. Yi Yang, a young guy who is about the same age as her, has personal assets of nearly 400 billion Chinese yuan, just a small part of it. This is beyond description. This kind of strength is enough to make her the daughter of a super consortium. Exclaim in admiration. If he is a rich second generation, he should be the richest rich second generation in China's history. But she felt something was wrong. What kind of family can give Yi Yang, at his age, assets of 400 billion Chinese yuan? Even if the top international tycoons have this ability, this situation is basically impossible to happen. After all, such a huge consortium is generally complex, and there should be many young people of Yi Yang's age. It is impossible to give Yi Yang so many resources alone. So, it can be inferred that Yi Yang is likely to be a first-generation rich. All this was achieved by his own hard work. This is even more terrifying. A young man in his early 20s actually worked out a personal asset of 400 billion Chinese yuan. How can this be a child of destiny? This is probably God himself. More and more charming. She looked at Yi Yang and felt that the mysterious attraction was getting stronger. The Qin Consortium is a deep partner of Gulfstream Airlines. If you want to go to Gaoyuan, you can go to the Gulfstream Airport in Magic City. I can apply for a temporary VIP private jet. Qin Kellen said repeatedly. Actually, Yi Yang was just halfway through his words. Qin Kellen said with a smile, "Don't tell me that Gulfstream is also yours." Unfortunately, it is indeed mine. Yi Yang sighed, a trace of apology appeared on his face, and he lamented in his heart. "I'm sorry, I'm just too rich. I really don't mean to show off." Qin Kellen was really silent now. Gulfstream is a super international company worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Adding the previous assets, Yi Yang's assets alone are already on the same level as the entire Qin group. I must be dreaming. First update. Go directly back to my Manor Airport. There is a G950 on standby at any time, and there is also an unreleased F1000 super concept machine. If you want to experience it, you can also drive that one. Yi Yang rubbed his chin and smiled. Okay. Qin Kellen's brain has been dulled by Yi Yang's wave after wave of super output. At this point, all that is left is the awareness to say good things. Brother Ye's home. This is my first time going there, so I left as soon as I said I wanted to. Su Xiaoxin was obviously very interested in Yi Yang's home and kept talking. Good. Yi Yang drives a Pagani Fengshen, which only has 2 seats. It's not good to take anyone with you. Finally, I decided to take a taxi back. When I heard that we were going to the Yundingshan Villa area, the driver had a strange look on his face. Take a taxi back to the villa area? Are all the rich people playing so wildly now? He had no doubt that Yi Yang was a rich man. After all, how could a poor man bring 2 such beautiful girls out to play? The key point is of course, too. The driver was obviously agitated by this scene, and his driving was much smoother than usual, and he soon drove back to Yundingshan Villa. The F1000 stopped at the starting line long ago. Master, welcome aboard the spaceship. Yuan and Gu Dandan spoke affectionately when they saw Yi Yang coming in. Good guy. Even though both Qin Kellen and Su Xiaoxin were girls, they couldn't help but feel a little dizzy when they suddenly saw such a group of flight attendants and sailors with hot bodies. It seems that the competitiveness is much greater than we thought. The two girls looked at each other, both feeling that the future was difficult. The journey to win Yi Yang's heart is really long and difficult. As a super-concept spaceship, the F-1000 was an eye-opener for the two girls. No matter how rich they are, they will still be extremely surprised when they see such a big guy that looks like a super-realistic futuristic science fiction black technology spaceship. At the speed of F-1000, it only took a short time to get from Shanghai to Zishuangbana. Ride an elephant. Both girls are looking forward to it. The most famous tourist attraction in Zishuangbana is elephant riding. Some time ago, many internet celebrities came here to take photos of riding elephants, which attracted huge traffic. This is it. Yi Yang, casually glanced at the sign of Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone, nodded slightly, bought the scenic spot ticket, and walked in with the girl. The Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone is a large-scale project planned by the government in Zishuangbana a few years ago. Thousands of acres of land have been contracted by individuals for tourism development. There are many entertainment and leisure projects throughout the development zone. There are specially developed amusement parks, golden beach areas, characteristic rainforest areas, exotic hotel areas, and even special areas. It can be said to be a dazzling array of things. Many tourists take photos and play here, and you can also see some internet celebrities recording videos and filming unit dramas here. There is even a film crew filming here. It still seems to be thriving, especially now that the winter solstice is approaching. It has become very cold in the northern region, and it has begun to snow in the northeast at this time. Therefore, tourist attractions in the south become more popular at this time. Attractions such as Hainan and Yunnan will see a significant increase in tourist traffic during this period. Not bad. Although Yi Yang said he was here for tourism, his mentality was certainly not the same as that of ordinary tourists. After all, he was the real boss here. Go and see how the employees are working, and then play. Yi Yang rubbed his chin. Since he said he was here for inspection, he always had to do some face-saving work. Qin Kellen and Su Xiaoxin nodded repeatedly. I'll arrange for you two to stay in a resort hotel first. I'll go and inspect and then come back to play with you, Yi Yang said with a smile. Okay, listen to the coach. Qin Kellen chuckled. The temperature here in Yunnan was much higher than that in the Magic City, and they happened to go to the resort hotel to change clothes. Yi Yang casually browsed for a shared bicycle provided in the scenic spot, followed the prompts on the scenic spot map, and soon arrived at the development building of the development zone. This is also the headquarters of Gaoyuan Development Zone Group. Yi Yang walked into the building casually. I looked around casually and found that the doorman was dozing off, and I couldn't help but frown. He shook his head and continued walking inside the lobby. On the first floor, there are only a few people. The girl at the front desk is doing something with her head down. Da-da. Yi Yang frowned deeper and knocked directly on the front desk. Ah. Ah. The girl at the front desk hurriedly raised her head and looked around in fright. When she noticed that the person knocking on the table was a young man she had never met before, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What's the matter? You didn't see me eating chicken. Call you. I was so scared that the chicken in my mouth flew away. Are you at work? I hired you to work at the front desk, just for free. Black lines surged from Yi Yang's forehead. Call your manager out. Who are you? Talking to me like this? The girl at the front desk frowned. Do you want to see our manager whenever you want? You have to make an appointment to pay the relationship fee. Have you made an appointment? Relationship fee? What relationship fee? Yi Yang crossed his arms and seemed to have discovered something unusual. Pretending to be confused while pretending to understand. The girl at the front desk rolled her eyes. If you're not here to pay the relationship fee, why are you coming to Gaoyuan building? You can't hold on until you're full. Yi Yang was too lazy to pay attention to this little shrimp. And frowned directly. Tell your manager, I am Yi Yang, and tell him to get out and see me immediately. Seeing how fierce Yi Yang was, the girl at the front desk looked at him in surprise, and then curled her lips. The manager is not here. Then call your executive director out. Yi Yang frowned. Director? The girl at the front desk hasn't finished speaking yet. At the door, two people walked in. Manager Mo, are we settled on this? The fat man in black, holding a Buddhist bead in his hand, smiled with a strong Jianghu aura. Harm. How many years have we been working together? 1 million a year. I'm not slandering you. Our tourist area has so many people, so I only asked for this amount of relationship fee because our relationship is so good. So low. The man in sunglasses on the side waved his hand in a very coquettish manner. Yes, Manager Mo. I understand. Several other bosses I know have raised their prices to 1.5 million a year. The fat man with Buddhist beads smiled apologetically. Well, I guess you're sensible. Okay, you go ahead. I'll report it to the chairman. The man in sunglasses waved his hand casually. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Good guy, openly accepting bribes. Has it been so blatant? He doesn't shy away from strangers at all. Xiaomei, who is this? The man in sunglasses felt that the way Yi Yang looked at him was very unkind, and he felt quite unhappy. He couldn't help but frown and asked. Second update. I don't know either. He said he was looking for the manager, but I said you weren't here. He just asked the chairman to come out to see him. Xiaomei was very unhappy when Yi Yang interrupted her eating chicken just now, and now she also made a jealous comment. Haha, sir, you may not be welcome here. Manager Mo frowned, sneered, and looked Yi Yang up and down. Even if he was not very familiar with the contracting bosses in these divisions, he had never seen anyone as young and handsome as Yi Yang. If he was not the boss, what would an outsider do in the company headquarters building? Are you the manager here? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Manager Mo. It's me. What do you want from me? Manager Mo didn't like Yi Yang's demeanor very much. He felt like his boss was looking at his subordinates who had done something wrong. But he was not his subordinate, and he had not done anything wrong that needed to be apologized to. I'm Yi Yang. Yi Yang said calmly, let your executive director come out to see me. It doesn't matter who you are. Just as Manager Mo was about to taunt, something went wrong. This name seems a little familiar. After thinking for a moment, his expression suddenly changed, and the expression on his face immediately turned 180 degrees, and he put on a radiant smile. It turns out to be Mr. Yi, the chairman has asked me to wait for you, eh? Long time ago, come on, he's in a meeting right now. Let's go to the work hall on the second floor to wait for a moment. He'll come to see you after he's finished. Manager Mo said with a smile. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What Manager Mo said was quite intriguing. He obviously knew about his acquisition, but he did not call himself chairman, but continued to use his previous title. Although the attitude seems to be respectful, it is actually mixed with a bit of falsehood. It seems that this inspection will not be as simple and smooth as I thought. Followed Manager Mo to the second floor. The interns and staff were all playing with computers and doing their respective jobs. After Manager Mo said something to notify the chairman, he disappeared. No one paid attention to Yi Yang. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and wandered around the second floor, casually. As he walked around, his frown became deeper and deeper. I originally thought these people were working here, good guys, one by one, either playing games or watching movies. Good guy, there are actually people who go to work and read Shinhao novels. The author seems to be named Yi Jiangjing. He stopped and read for a while. Although the novel was brilliant, wonderful, and unparalleled, this was no reason to fish at work. Hey! Are you the new intern? While watching, there was a sudden cry from behind. When Yi Yang turned around, he saw a fat middle-aged man with a watermelon head, holding a toothpick in his mouth and looking at him. Several staff members who were playing online league games nearby shouted respectfully when they saw the fat man with a watermelon head. Manager Liu. Little brother, which manager got you involved? The fat man with watermelon head asked with raised eyebrows. What did you say? Yi Yang frowned, a little confused. Harm. You're still pretending. The fat man with the watermelon head patted Yi Yang's shoulder familiarly and threw him an apple that he had just touched with his fat hands. I don't know how many people are trying to squeeze in. The fat man picked up another orange by himself, threw the peel into the trash can, and rolled his eyes. Who works here is not a relative of the leader, and who is not a relative who came in through the back door? Don't pretend to be pure. La. Everyone knows it, right? Right. Haha, little brother, no. One understands what's going on. It's boring to hide it here. The people around him temporarily put down their cards and games and started laughing. Even the little beauty at the front desk is Manager Mo's little lover. How else can we let her stand there and earn 20,000 yuan a month? The fat man with the watermelon head bared his teeth and smiled. Yi Yang frowned. It seemed that Gaoyuan Tourism Development Company was not just accepting bribes. It was probably rotten to the core. The problem was probably more serious than he thought. 20,000? Our front desk salary so high? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What the hell? Didn't we tell you clearly about how much oil and water we introduced you to? At this point, everyone burst into laughter, as if they had heard something funny. The entire development zone belongs to us. If there is no development, tourists will keep coming in anyway. As long as it is open, there will be no shortage of money. Various sub-districts are managed by lower-level contracting bosses in each district. We just sit back and enjoy the profits, get a share every year, and extort the wallets of the lower-level contracting bosses. If we are not willing to pay, just get out. Of course, there are also many related households like us who are unwilling to come in and get some free money. We can rent a piece of land to you at a very low price, and you can develop it as you like, and just pay a dividend at the end of the year. There is no such nonsense, but a company can receive a large amount of dividends and bribes every year, and the people hired are all relatives and friends. How can the salary be lower? Ha ha ha. By the way, which one did I arrange for you? Position? Let me calculate the salary for you. The fat man with watermelon head said very kindly. Position? Yi Yang smiled and said slowly, I am here to be the chairman. The whole audience was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, our new brother is quite good at joking. So funny. Manager Lu spread his hands, little pony, come with me to collect the protection fee later, and you will understand everything after one trip. Yi Yang frowned. When those bosses see us, which one of them will not be respectful? If they see a boss's wife is beautiful, they will flirt with her. In order to make money, these bosses dare not say anything. Do you think it's cool? Manager Lu laughed and gestured with his big hands. The boss's wife at the Canyon District Amusement Park is really big. There is a lot of oil, and no matter how many cards are stuck, it's not enough. Just when he was in a good mood and wanted to continue to talk about the details. Old Lu. What are you talking about here? Huh? Manager Lu blinked and saw Manager Mo trotting over. What's wrong? I'm just spreading knowledge to this young intern. What? Could it be that he was arranged by your family? Manager Lu laughed loudly, not realizing the seriousness of the matter at all. Watch your words. This is Mr. Yi, the controlling director who just acquired our company. Manager Mo had a dark face and really wanted to give this fat guy a beating. Ah. Manager Lu blinked, and then his face suddenly became bright. First update. Ah, excuse me. The watermelon-headed fat man knew that he had said the wrong thing. Without anyone saying a word, he took the initiative to reveal all the inside stories of their squandering of company assets and corruption. Thinking about it, he really regretted it. Although he regretted it, he just shrugged his shoulders and didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, the company's situation is here, and it is impossible to change because of one or two people. Even if this person is a controlling director. Moreover, because this company does nothing practical, everyone is a real relative. And a blood-sucker. The stinky fish will find the rotten shrimp, and the stinky smell will naturally flow. It can be said that they are more united than any other group. After all, the original chairman still has the right to speak in this company. He is unwilling to give up power, and no one can interfere in the company's affairs, unless Yi Yang has the courage to directly subvert the order and rules of the entire development zone. Smash everything and rebuild it. He doesn't believe that this young man has the courage and strength. After all, Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone is not a small company. The entire company is involved in this complex network of interests worth tens of billions. I don't know how many powerful people are involved and benefit from it. This kid dares to challenge the public anger on his own. Moreover, as a businessman, it is impossible to do such a thankless task. After all, no matter how well the handover is done, there will inevitably be a window period for things like recasting order. The money lost during this period must be counted in billions. Even if the reorganization fails, the loss is likely to be close to 10 billion. How many people have the courage to take such a big risk? We have our own rules. What if he knows it? Manager Liu thought his reasoning was flawless and impeccable, so he spread his hands indifferently. Manager Mo smiled. Although he didn't say so, he thought so in his heart. Let's go, I'll take you to see our chairman, and he will explain everything to you clearly. Manager Mo waved his hand indifferently and tilted his head to Yi Yang. Yi Yang glanced at Manager Liu and Manager Mo indifferently, with a cold smile on his lips, and then he sat directly in the main seat of the office. Manager Mo frowned, obviously tasting something wrong. I think I have made it very clear, let your original director come out to see me now, immediately. Yi Yang crossed his legs, put his hands together, and said indifferently. What do you mean? Manager Mo's smile also withdrew, and said coldly. My patience is limited. Yi Yang's voice also gradually became cold, don't waste my remaining patience. Haha, I say, little brother, how many years have you taken off your crotchless pants? What are you pretending to be an elephant by sticking a green onion in your pig's nose? Manager Mo was originally unhappy with Yi Yang, and seeing that Yi Yang was so disrespectful, he was no longer polite to him. He was originally a social second-rate person. Following the chairman, he has achieved his current success. Those subdivision contractors with a net worth of hundreds of millions have to call him brother when they see him, which satisfies his originally meager self-esteem. It can be said that his interests are completely tied to the original chairman. If the new chairman came with the intention of seizing power, then no matter what, he is the iron leg of the original chairman. He will say what the original chairman is not convenient to say. He will do what the original chairman is not convenient to do. He is as loyal to the original chairman as the eunuchs of the Western factory are to their master. Our former chairman is giving you face and talking to you. Don't be ungrateful. And be shameless here. Since the relationship has been torn, Manager Mo no longer hides it, you are so arrogant. Just because you bought some shares. You should know that the real power here is our chairman Mu Bumming. Even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. You are not even a python crossing the river. You still want to come to our territory and grab the power of our boss? I'm dying of laughter. This is Gao Yuan. The surname here is Mu, and it will always be Mu. I am willing to see you because I respect your nominal title. I will give you some dividends a year. Don't be so self-righteous and really think you are our chairman. So naive and romantic. Manager Mo sprayed wildly. The relatives and blood-sucking insects around laughed. Manager Liu shook his head, ate oranges, and agreed with Manager Mo very much. Snakes and rats are in the same nest. Of course. They must resolutely protect Mu Bumming, otherwise where will they find such an easy place to make a living in the future? Enough of laughing? Yi Yang's mouth raised a smile, but there was a chill in this smile. What? Manager Mo raised his eyebrows. Who are you trying to scare with this? It's so funny. You want to come and seize power without even a bodyguard? Haha. I said that my patience is limited. Unfortunately, now it has been completely exhausted by you. Yi Yang shook his head, and when he opened his eyes again, his figure suddenly jumped up. Manager Mo, who wanted to mock something, was directly scared silly. That was not the speed that humans could move. At all. In almost the blink of an eye, the opponent crossed half the distance of the office, directly pinched his neck with one hand, and lifted him up. The feeling of suffocation came instantly, his body struggled wildly in the air, and his face turned red instantly. You may have your own rules, but from the moment I take over here, I am the only one who rules here. Yi Yang's faint voice spread out, I have made it very clear. If the original executive director who ruined my assets doesn't get out, I will personally make him get out. Don't dream. Manager Mo still wanted to show off, but Yi Yang slightly increased the strength of his hand, and the real fear of death instantly overwhelmed everything. The chairman is in the health room 318. On the third floor, no. I don't want to die. After saying that, he fainted completely. Ordinary people can't bear this kind of long-term lack of oxygen. Bang! Yi Yang threw it casually, and Manager Mo was directly smashed against the wall several meters away. The strong impact made his facial features bleed. The whole audience was silent, and the laughter just now had long disappeared. Many people's souls were scared out of their wits. This new chairman, not only is he rich, but he is also a peerless fierce man. With a casual swing of his hand, he threw the man several meters away and cracked the wall. What kind of monster-like power is this? Yi Yang's face was as cold as frost, and he walked towards the third floor step by step. The security guards and the company members who were determined to protect the original chairman just now all trembled with their legs and subconsciously made way. No one dared to stop this angry man. Second update. To bottom on the third floor, health room 318. Yi Yang stopped here, and there was a strange sound coming from inside. That's right there. Oh no. You little slut. I'm going to. Pung. The moment he left, Yi Yang kicked the door open. In the room, the man above him stood still for an instant and shrank with fear. Who? The man turned his head angrily and put on his clothes very quickly. The woman behind her, disheveled and with holes in her stockings, looked panicked and trotted into the back room of the health room. When he saw Yi Yang instead of the police, although the anger in the man's eyes did not subside, the curses on his mouth stopped abruptly. Oh, it turns out he's our controlling director. Why, didn't I ask you to wait outside? He grabbed his clothes and prepared to put them on skillfully. You neglect the controlling director, do some shady things at work, organize the company to accept bribes and engage in collective relations, you really have the face to meet me, huh? Yi Yang pressed forward step by step, and the aura around him became increasingly colder. Haha, it seems you are really here to seize power. Mu Bumming said calmly. If this company was running healthy, I wouldn't bother to take care of it. But now, I can't help it. Yi Yang's own temperament has a bit of hatred for evil and pleasure in revenge. Now that he has this ability, of course he must punish such a moth-like guy when he sees it. You have really shamed yourself. Do you know that now the entire Gaoyuan development zone is my foundation? You want to change? Go ahead and dream. I am willing to give you some dividends. That is a reward for your face. Don't give up, what are you going to do? Mu Bumming was frightened by Yi Yang. He felt extremely unhappy at this time and wanted to ridicule something, but he saw that Yi Yang had already walked in front of him in a few steps. Security. Where's the security? He felt Yi Yang's unkindness and his own sense of crisis, and shouted repeatedly. Hulala. More than a dozen security guards immediately swarmed over and stopped at the door. Apparently they had seen Yi Yang's behavior just now, and now they were too scared to act rashly. After being hit like that, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk on the ground. Again for a year and a half. Their monthly salary is only 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, which is not worth risking their lives. Are you stupid? Get this guy out of here right now. Mu Buming shouted repeatedly. The security guards looked uncertain and just wanted to move forward. Yi Yang turned his face sideways and glanced sideways at the security guards. Suddenly, the bodies of these security guards trembled as they rushed forward, and they froze on the spot. Waste. Seeing that these big security men were so frightened by a young man's look that they dared not move, they couldn't help but feel terrified. I made it very clear to your manager. If you don't come out to see me, waiting for me to come and invite you out personally will not be such a peaceful way. Yi Yang sneered, it's a pity that you don't seem to listen to advice. I'll go out with you, I'll go out with you, okay. How could Mu Buming still see the situation clearly at this time? These security guards were obviously hopeless. Even if the young man hadn't shown the strength to kick down the door just now, it would be difficult for him, an old man in his 50s or 60s, to withstand a young and strong young man. Wait for me to put on my pants. Yi Yang shook his head slightly, grabbed his shirt collar, and dragged him out of the health room 318. What are you doing? I haven't put on my pants yet. He was dragged directly down the stairs, his body bumping against the steps, and his old bones were almost knocked to pieces. I don't know how many places, I'm afraid it's slightly broken. Hiss, that's so cruel. My teeth are sore from hearing the sound. The security guards who were supposed to go up to protect the chairman were following behind, talking to each other, like monkeys who were watching the fun and had nothing to do with themselves. Very slow. Yi Yang dragged Mu Buming to the second floor and threw it forward. Mu Buming screamed. Yi Yang sat calmly on the main seat, looked at Mu Buming lying on the ground not far away, and said lightly, this is what I said, not a peaceful way. How dare you? Mu Buming gasped and grimaced in pain. You chose it yourself, do you blame me? Yi Yang spread his hands, leaned back on the chair casually, and said calmly, You. Several managers rushed over and helped Mu Buming up, glaring at Yi Yang angrily. Dare to treat Mu Buming like this, the new director's intentions are already very clear. It is impossible to reconcile. If the trouble becomes big, none of them, the old guys under the former chairman, can escape. If one of them counts, they all have to pack up and leave. What are you? Anger burst out in Yi Yang's eyes. Bribery and backdoor access will become a shameless normality. The company is completely in ruins. How much loss does the company suffer every year because of you? That's right. How can moss and trash like you think about this? Take turbidity as the norm and mock others for not respecting your rubbish rules. Where are your faces? Yi Yang sneered, your confidence is nothing more than that I dare not completely rectify the entire Gaoyuan development company from the root, right? Haha, we are all businessmen, don't pretend to be saints. Do you really dare to replace us all with at least billions of losses? It's ridiculous. The senior executives laughed angrily and didn't believe it at all. If you think so. Yi Yang stood up, then now I announce that all employees of the entire Gaoyuan Development Company, from directors to security front desk, are dismissed at this moment. Are you kidding? Dismiss directors? How can you dismiss directors? Have you ever been in business? The senior executives felt that they were definitely deaf. Yi Yang's decision was simply sensational. Soon, you will know. Yi Yang turned his wrist and looked at the Vacheron Constantin watch. Time, it's almost time. When he realized that something was wrong with the company just now, he had already made arrangements. Beep beep. The noisy sound of vehicles parking came from downstairs. A group of shocked and doubtful senior executives and staff climbed through the windows to see. Below the Gaoyuan building, a large fleet of dozens of large and small cars surrounded the entire Gaoyuan building. Most of them were police cars, and a small number were standard cars of the Yunnan branch of Jincheng law firm. A team of hundreds of police officers and lawyers instantly turned into a huge crowd and rushed directly into the Gaoyuan building. First update. What's going on? Oh my God, what a big deal. A bunch of blood-sucking worms were still there, opening their mouths and exclaiming stupidly. Only the manager's eyes were rolling wildly, and soon, they connected Yi Yang's words with the current scene. Not good. Their eyes were wide open in an instant. Why are you still laughing foolishly? Destroy all the evidence of the black accounts and bribes we have made before. Quick. The employees looked at each other, and it took them a long time to react to what the managers meant. Oh. Right, hurry up, get moving. After the employees reacted, they were in a hurry, and the whole second floor was in a mess. Some computers were stuck in the game interface and couldn't exit, so anxious that they kept hitting the computer. The takeaway was knocked over. Some were in a hurry to go to the archives to destroy the information, and they got stuck on the threshold directly, and fell to the ground and got their teeth stuck. Crackling. The whole scene was in chaos. However, they were a group of incompetent guys who got in through the back door and knew nothing, not even familiar with the company's business. Some of them even had no idea what the company was doing and just got in to do some work. Even if they were given a few days, they might not be able to delete and destroy all the information and evidence. Not to mention, it was just a minute. Don't move. Don't move. After the police rushed in, they took control of the scene. Then, the lawyers from the Yunnan branch of the Jincheng lawyers team also came in and bowed slightly to Yi Yang. Boss. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. Slightly. The moment you notified us, we contacted the local police and the Commercial Supervision Bureau and obtained their assistance. Now, our three departments will work together to investigate the commercial crimes of Gaoyuan Development Company. Investigate and prosecute all previous senior executives of Gaoyuan Development Company for clauses including but not limited to bribery, gangland behavior, sexual harassment, and coercion of others. Your goal will be achieved within 3 days. The goal mentioned by this lawyer is to dismiss all senior executives. As for grassroots positions such as security guards and front desk staff, those who do not have shares can be dismissed with just a word from him. And if these senior executives are unwilling to move their butts, they will have to use some special means. Manipulating the stock market is certainly one of them, but this company is rotten to the root, and there is no need to use such a sophisticated method to deal with these termites. Just call the police, get evidence, and then prosecute. It's completely okay. This. The legs of all the senior executives were so scared that they didn't expect Yi Yang to do it so decisively. This is too terrible. Is he really going to dismiss everyone from top to bottom in the company and then make a big change? How much is the price of doing this? Even these second-rate people who have no business Sense know it. Madman. You are a madman. Mu Bumming gritted his teeth and said angrily, you are a complete madman. Before you see what others do, think about what you have done. Yi Yang glanced at Mu Bumming coldly. I will not have any sympathy for a crazy trash like you. Hee hee. You will regret it. Mu Bumming was summoned and dragged away by 2 policemen with a subpoena. You will definitely regret it, while being dragged away, Mu Bumming's eyes also revealed endless resentment, and he was cursing Yi Yang all the way. Hee hee. Yi Yang waved his hand, and then called hurricane security and his assets in various places, and urgently mobilized personnel to take over the work of Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone. If he only had the work of Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone, then the loss this time must be heavy. Unfortunately, he has too many assets and too many redundant human resources. Gaoyuan Travel Company is useless, and these employees are all guys who take money but do not do anything. Even if they don't know the details of the operation here, as long as they can find a few normal people in a short period of time, they will be more useful than the previous ones. Many lawyers have already gone to these sub-district contractors to collect evidence. When the time comes, the evidence will be complete, and these executives, one by one, will not be able to escape. The lawyer said confidently. It's not that they are too awesome, it's really that the executives of the previous company were too stupid. Doing these evil things, without covering up at all, the physical evidence is too easy to obtain. It's too cruel to squeeze those sub-district bosses, and there should be no shortage of evidence. Just halfway through the words, someone called him. His expression changed slightly. Boss, the contractors in these divisions are worried about the threats from Director Mu and are not willing to testify. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Call them all to the building, I just want to hold a meeting for them. Okay. The lawyers now have the cooperation of Hurricane's people, and their action and efficiency are extremely high. Soon, all the contractors in many divisions were gathered in the conference room on the 2nd floor of the building. Yi Yang sat in the main seat, his eyes indifferently scanning these contractors with different expressions. These bosses are of different backgrounds. Some are truly capable and want to do a good job, but they are squeezed too hard by the upper management of Gaoyuan and have no way to resist. Some are not capable, but they are greedy for the flow of people in Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone and rely on bribes to open stores. Some are relatives of Mr. Mu or Manager Liu, who got the land with a few dollars of rent and messed around. Even if the business is bad, it is impossible to lose money. I am the new chairman of Gaoyuan, my name is Yi Yang. Yi Yang glanced at the whole audience. Again, I know what each of you is thinking. All the bosses looked at each other, with different reactions on their faces. They probably understood the previous things. This boss is really bold, and he dismissed all the previous employees right away. But who can guarantee that he did this not to become the next Mu Bumming? According to common sense, when the next big corrupt official comes, he will wipe out the power left by the previous bully and then lay out his own power? Ahem, new chairman, just tell me how much you want. But we just paid this year's relationship fee. You, please raise your hand and ask for less. That's right, that's right. All the bosses complained. Yi Yang raised his mouth. You are all wrong. I called you here to tell you that Gaoyuan has really changed from today. Second update. What does this mean? The standard for collecting relationship fees has increased. I don't know. I hope it's not like this? Alas. Many bosses had their own thoughts, and they couldn't help but look at Yi Yang with worry. Yi Yang said lightly, from today on, relationship fees will enter the grave of history, and no one is allowed to mention it again. Any senior executives in the company who threaten you with bribes can directly contact my lawyer. If the circumstances are serious, you can report to me directly. Gaoyuan Development Zone, from now on, no similar phenomena will be allowed to happen again. Ah, this. Is this true? Is my ear broken? Is it true or not? A group of district bosses who originally wanted to make their own industries bigger and better all burst into a sharp light in their eyes, and their hearts were full of hope. After all, whether Yi Yang was just talking or not, it was better than Mu Bumming, who normalized bribery and darkness and did not cover it up at all. It can be predicted that their future life will definitely be much better than before. As for those bosses who came in with bribes and have no ability, they are all terrified. After all, if this shortcut is cut off, they will not have any competitiveness. And those relatives of the former senior executives such as Mu Bumming are trembling. They originally thought that they could use the wealth accumulated over the years to bribe Yi Yang to continue. But now this idea has been shattered. The entire Gaoyuan will be operated absolutely commercially from now on, and the ultimate goal is the good development of the overall development zone of Gaoyuan. All gray rules will be wiped out. Whoever dares to mention them again will be expelled from the development zone immediately. Yi Yang glanced at the people present again. I know that many of you relied on your previous relationship with the former senior executives to get the land at a very low rent. When they saw that Yi Yang mentioned himself, these relatives were shocked and looked at Yi Yang with some fear. You have two choices. Yi Yang pointed his finger. 1. Get out of the development zone directly. 2. Pay the standard rental fee and the normal dividend to the company's public account. The eyes of all the people with connections showed despair. They usually messed around. After all, relying on connections, they can rent a large area for dozens of yuan. No matter how bad it is, you can make money. But this means that their reputation is very bad, and they can basically only cheat new tourists. They can't make any money at all. If we calculate it based on normal share and rent, what they have earned over the years, after squandering it, what's left is not enough for normal commercial rent. Aren't you just driving us away? You are blatantly excluding us. It's persecution. It's a breach of contract. That's right. We don't accept you. All the brothers who agree. Leave with me. This kid is crazy and wants to squeeze us out? I don't know how he can do it. Go, go, go. Ignore him and see what he can do. A group of people with connections started to make a fuss, left their chairs, and prepared to leave to threaten Yi Yang. Yi Yang didn't stop them, but just smiled and crossed his legs, looking at these people. When they walked to the door and opened it, they were stunned instantly. Hundreds of hurricane security guards in uniform and sharp eyes lined up quietly outside. Without saying a word, they brought invisible pressure and fear to them. Do you dare to play dirty? These people with connections all had their calves trembling, looking at Yi Yang in disbelief. I have always advocated that you should use the same means for the same people. Yi Yang spread his hands. For you trash, you should use the same means. For trash. You are really a lunatic. The faces of these people with connections changed drastically. The security guards completely blocked the road. Unless they jumped out of the window, they could not get out at all. Even if they jumped out of the window, there were still dozens of cars blocking the intersections under the building. When they thought of this, they realized how desperate their current situation was. That's what your director Mu said before he was dragged out. Yi Yang sneered, to some extent, he is right. Looking at Yi Yang's frank admission, all the bosses were desperate. Aren't those who have ideals and do practical things good people? Why does this young man act like a villain? If you want to do great things, you must be more scoundrel than a scoundrel when dealing with a scoundrel. You must be more gentleman than a gentleman when dealing with a gentleman. Give the bad guys the punishment they deserve and give the good guys the respect they deserve. This is my moral duty. Yi Yang shook his head and smiled. It's hard to explain to you. Now, just tell me your choice. 1 or 12? These people with connections gritted their teeth. They wanted to choose 2, but they didn't have the money. It seems that they can only get out of the development zone obediently. You will regret it. You are so vicious. I curse you. I will sue you for breach of contract. I will put you in jail. Yi Yang looked at these garbage, incompetent and furious remarks indifferently, and just found it funny. Gentlemen. The person in charge of Jiangjing law firm stood up, holding a contract sample in his hand. If you are talking about this land lease contract, I think you don't need to use this contract to argue. He paused and said with a hint of arrogance in his voice. Jiangjing law firm has 100 ways to prove that this contract is invalid. In addition, according to this illegal contract, as the informed signatories, you cannot escape the accountability of the current company. I advise you to be clearer. As soon as these words came out, the relatives who were clamoring to sue Yi Yang all collapsed on the ground, with despair in their eyes. The contract itself was full of problems, and they knew it, and they just wanted to use it to scare Yi Yang. Now, an army has been defeated instead. In the end, they could only agree to Yi Yang's request and terminate the contract. They would all leave the development zone before tomorrow. After signing the termination contract, I looked at the related customers who left the venue with their heads down. The remaining merchants seemed to have let out a breath of bad breath, feeling much relieved. From now on, Gao Yuan's contract will be a completely formal commercial authorization contract. The rent and share will be determined in accordance with market practices. There will be assessments every year. If you don't care about waste merchants who only play small tricks, they will start from the development district left. Yi Yang glanced around. Those who came in through bribery before, you should be careful. Many people present were silent. Yi Yang's thunderous method completely shocked them. First update. After going through all this, these bosses were completely convinced of Yi Yang's determination and courage to reform the entire Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone. Some were overjoyed, while others were terrified. The entire development zone was in a lively atmosphere. More than a dozen engineering teams were hired by Yi Yang and drove into the tourist area to demolish the previous garbage buildings and substandard facilities, and the entire tourist area began to be replanned. Those bosses who relied on bribes to extend their business time finally lost their last glimmer of hope. In order to ensure that they would not suffer too much loss, many directly submitted termination agreements to the Gaoyuan building. It can be foreseen that the entire Gaoyuan development zone will become prosperous in a very short time. The loss was not as big as Mu Bumming and others boasted, and there was no loss at all. The perfect replacement of Gaoyuan's staff took only 1 day. It was just that Yi Yang spent 300 to 500 million yuan in investment funds to demolish and rebuild those projects. The overall cost may be less than 800 million yuan. Moreover, it can be predicted that the efficient and upward Gaoyuan development zone will be able to turn losses into profits in a very short period of time. And the annual net profit will be much more than before. Sure enough, completely eliminating bedbugs is the most effective way to clean the house. Yi Yang clapped his hands. The rectification of Gaoyuan development zone came to an end. And he should go back to the hotel to find the two girls. They said they were here for a trip, but they were delayed for a day because of this matter, which made the girls bored. Sorry. Yi Yang smiled and said to Qin Kellen and Su Xiaoxin. It's okay, if you take over a new company, this efficiency is already very fast. Qin Kellen and Su Xiaoxin obviously understood it very well, and they said it again and again at this time. Normally speaking, it takes a lot of time to hand over tasks to the original senior executives of the newly acquired company and discuss future development ideas with each other. This time is saved. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Qin Kellen blinked. Why? Because I fired them all. Yi Yang shrugged and said as a matter of course. The two beauties were stunned, as if they could stuff a sausage and 2 eggs in their mouths. Oh. There's no need to be so surprised. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, and by the way, he roughly described what happened before. Really? How could these people be so bad? Good lesson. Brother Yi is so handsome. I was wondering why the atmosphere was different from when we first entered the park. I also saw many excavators driving in, so it turned out to be because of this. Girls always like romance. Yi Yang is so tall, rich and handsome, and he has done such a great thing of punishing evil and promoting good, which of course makes them excited. Are you feeling suffocated in the villa by the water? Come on, I'll take you out to release it. Yi Yang waved his hand and suggested with a smile. Okay. Both girls seemed quite happy. Although the villa was also beautiful, it was not as fun as playing in the scenic area. Of course, the most important thing was that there was a handsome guy next to them. Let's go out and play. The three of them walked on the road to the scenic area, which was the most eye-catching scenery. The rate of turning back was at least 90%. As for the remaining 10%, it was probably because they had a stiff neck last night and couldn't turn their heads back. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. The girl turned her head and exclaimed, he is my dream lover. Shouldn't your dream lover be me? The girl's boyfriend turned his head with a black line on his face. When he saw the two girls next to Yi Yang, he was stunned. Oh my God, they are goddesses. 2 of them. What do you mean? The girl got angry instantly and was furious. How can you look at other girls? You can only have me in your eyes. Didn't you look at that little boy just now? The boyfriend scratched his head in confusion. How can that be the same? I think it's just admiration, but you think it's a conspiracy. The girl rolled her eyes. Anyway, you just don't love me anymore. How are you going to compensate me? It's inexplicable. The boyfriend shrugged, feeling extremely depressed. How dare you say I'm inexplicable? You just changed your mind, you don't love me anymore. The girl roared, you scumbag. Break up. The boyfriend smiled helplessly. Can you stop being so unreasonable? I'm being unreasonable. It's obviously you who's Too scumbag, okay. The girl snorted coldly, grabbed the expensive scenic spot gift her boyfriend had just bought for her, and turned around and ran away. Damn. It's shit. The boyfriend spat. On this way, I don't know how many couples I accidentally broke up. Yi Yang sighed, it's really a sin. It has to be said that, although Gao Yuan's previous corruption strategy led to the poor management of the development zone, most places were very bad for people's mood. But there are still some area bosses who want to do well and have made good projects under the pressure of exploitation. For example, at the Grand Canyon amusement park, Yi Yang took 2 girls to experience high-altitude disco. Both girls were very scared and said that they would not dare to jump unless they were tied to Yi Yang. Finally, under the envious gaze of the staff, the 3 of them hugged each other tightly in special costumes and experienced a special bungee jumping. Bungee jumping is still very exciting for ordinary people. The 2 girls were tied to Yi Yang, up and down, and kept screaming. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. With his superhero physique, even if the rope really broke, he could hold the 2 girls and enter the water smoothly without any problem. The more skilled, the more courageous. No matter what the situation, there will be no danger, and naturally there will be no fear. Just admiring the excited little expressions of the girls in front and behind, it feels very funny. After a bungee jumping, both girls seemed to be exhausted, and their legs were soft. Haha, how is it? Is there anything wrong? Yi Yang patted the backs of the 2 girls gently. Coach brother, you are so awesome. You are not afraid at all. Yes, yes. There were stars in the eyes of the 2 girls looking at Yi Yang. Haha, it's okay. Yi Yang looked at Qin Kellen. Didn't you keep shouting that you wanted to ride an elephant before you came? Let's go, the rainforest elephant area is in front of us. Okay. Qin Kellen nodded repeatedly. Is this an elephant? Yi Yang looked at the huge life form in front of him, which was 3 meters tall and 5 or 6 meters long. It was the first time he saw a living elephant in reality. Second update. Wow, so high, so exciting. Sitting on the elephant's back, 3 meters above the ground, feeling the elephant's majestic and powerful vitality, Qin Kellen exclaimed. Yi Yang touched the elephant's back and it really felt different. These 3 students, do you want us to take a set of artistic photos for you? Since you are so pretty, we will give you a 50% discount. The photographer next to him waved. Oh? Yi Yang is not short of money now. It's not easy to ride an elephant once, so of course it would be more fun to leave some artistic photos. Then take them. Okay. Several photographers are looking for angles. Yi Yang and the 2 girls are all very beautiful. No matter which angle they are taken, they look like artistic photos. No need to spend too much effort. Just take a picture, and it will be a beautiful photo that will be popular on the internet. Soon, the photos were developed and carefully framed. Hello handsome guy, 298 for a set, scan code or cash? Several people smiled and rubbed their hands. Yi Yang took a few glances, and the photos were indeed quite good, and the mounting was also very careful, which was worth the price. However, before Yi Yang could speak, a shadow rushed over at lightning speed, and said repeatedly, "Shut up." Several photographers were stunned, and turned around to see that it was the big boss who was in charge of this section. They were instantly shocked. They were just working for this big boss to make a living. The entire rainforest feature section nearby was contracted by him, a super big boss, with a net worth of hundreds of millions. He usually doesn't show off his talents, but today, why did he suddenly rush over with such excitement? Mr. Zhao, boss, is there any problem? Several photographers were obviously a little frightened, and asked, with some fear at this time, what boss do you call me? This is the real boss. Boss Zhao smiled and looked at Yi Yang. Boss Yi, you see, my subordinate is ignorant, please don't blame him. What is going on? Several photographers looked at each other, confused. This boss Yi, only in his 20s, is already the owner of the Gaoyuan Development Zone. He is worth hundreds of billions. I am just a small person in charge of a sub-district under his name. What's wrong with you? You dare to ask Boss Yi for money? Boss Zhao scolded repeatedly, seemingly scolding his employees, but actually praising Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. He could hear the flattery, but he didn't reject it. Ah, this. We are blind. This is a big shot. We are lucky to be able to take pictures for you. I will have something to brag about when I go out in the future. I really don't dare to take this money. Several photographers said repeatedly. You guys are good at talking. Yi Yang smiled faintly, but then shook his head. His tone suddenly became serious. But, do you remember what I just said at the meeting? This. Boss Zhao instantly felt that something seemed wrong and became nervous. The scenic spot must be operated in a regular commercial manner, and everything must be done according to the rules. Yi Yang said faintly, I don't allow anyone to break the rules. This. Boss Zhao was instantly covered in cold sweat. His mentality was still in the era of the previous generation of senior executives. At that time, even if a manager came, they would not be allowed to eat and drink for free in their divisions, and they might even have to satisfy the selfish desires of these managers. These division bosses did not dare to intervene in molesting female tourists and female employees. I know your thoughts are still stuck in the past, but from today on, similar thoughts and styles of behavior are not allowed to appear in Gaoyuan Development Zone again. Yi Yang said faintly. Yes, yes, yes. Boss. Zhao was sweating profusely and nodded repeatedly. Everything in the scenic area should be spent at least and not a cent more than it should be spent. Yi Yang approached Manager Zhao and stared at him. Do you understand? I understand. I promise that I will never make this mistake again. Boss Zhao straightened up instantly and promised. Yes. Yi Yang understood that changes in the times and situations often require time for people to accept. He patted Boss Zhao's shoulder meaningfully and left with the two girls. Alas, it turns out that the times have really changed. Boss Zhao looked at Yi Yang going away, feeling mixed emotions. Next, Yi Yang also took the two girls for a walk. Zishuangbana is a tourist area with extremely exotic characteristics in Yunnan. It has a rainforest unique to the south, and its culture is greatly influenced by countries such as Laos and Myanmar. It has unique golden-roofed Buddhist buildings. Walking through these unique buildings, you can feel a different kind of enjoyment and beauty. There are also unique haunted houses built according to Buddhist legends. The demons and monsters inside are all created according to the descriptions in Buddhist scriptures, and they have a special kind of weirdness and strangeness. During the journey of exploring the haunted house, Yi Yang was constantly taken advantage of by the two girls. Ah! The girls' screams were endless. Walking to the back, the two girls directly hung on Yang. Qin Kellen's body is full of elasticity and flexibility because of fitness. Su Xiaoxin, on the other hand, is more delicate. Two completely different feelings made Yang enjoy it. Is it so worth being afraid of? Yang said, dumbfounded. I'm so scared. This green-faced thing with fangs is so scary. My little heart is about to be scared out of my chest. I need the coach to rub it and soothe it. Me too. I have to touch Brother Ye's solid abdominal muscles to feel safe. Yang rolled his eyes. Are you afraid? You are clearly taking advantage of me. Well, it's so hard to be a handsome guy. Especially being a handsome guy with a great figure is even more difficult. Just when the tourist trio was happily playing in the large development zone, Mu Buming, who was in a state of embarrassment and with bloodshot eyes, limped out of the police station. Damn it. This kid actually has such a background and energy. He gritted his teeth. According to the notice, he basically couldn't escape jail this time. By relying on connections, he could only get 3 days of surveillance period to arrange his life outside. In 3 days, he will return to court for his final trial. Madong. We are so miserable. Several managers who were taken out together were crying. It's all Yi Yang's fault. I swear to make him pay the price. Mu Buming clenched his fists. 3 days was obviously not enough time for him to do anything. Moreover, he is still under surveillance at all times. If he wants to retaliate openly, it will only make him spend more time in jail. If you don't understand clearly, let's play tricks on him and trick him to death. First update. Playing dirty? How? Several managers obviously hated Yi Yang, and when they heard that there was a way to trick Yi Yang, they came over one after another. First of all, we have to confirm that this guy is much more powerful than I thought. He can mobilize all the forces in Yunnan, where Jiangjing law firm is located, in an instant. He is at least a major partner of Jiangjing law firm, or even the owner. Moreover, in just 1 or 2 days since we were arrested, he has perfectly taken over the entire development zone. Just think about it. How terrifying is this mobilization ability? In addition to Jiangjing law firm and our development zone, he must have other industries under his command, and these industries must be huge. We are now a fallen phoenix, and we will definitely not be able to win in business. Mu Buming thought for a while, and his eyes became gloomy. Maybe all we can do now is to find a way to disgust him. Disgust? The managers looked at each other, not understanding what Mu Buming was talking about. Although Mu Buming is not good at doing business, he is quite good at thinking crookedly. With a turn of his eyes and a smile on his face, he said, let's start with his reputation and ruin his image. A person's reputation is a lifelong responsibility. Let him bear the infamy for a lifetime. No matter what he does in the future, he will be unable to move forward. This method is good. Yes. You are worthy of being Mr. Mu. Why didn't I think of it before? The managers all slapped their heads and felt extremely excited. I will use my network to see if I can find some black material about him in the next 2 days. Don't be idle either. Mu Buming gave orders one by one, strategizing, and his eyes moved. If he had half the mind he has now when doing business before, he would not have ruined the company like that. In the development zone, Yi Yang tied the two girls' wish tissues to the wishing tree. This wishing tree is said to have a history of 700 or 800 years. It is 10 meters high and has countless branches hanging down, which looks extremely huge. Many men and women write their wishes on wishing tissues and tie them to the end of the wishing tree, hoping that the wishing tree will bless their dreams to come true. The monks next to them all clasped their hands and smiled, blessing the girls' wishes. What wishes did you make? Yi Yang jumped down from the ladder and asked in confusion. Oh. Coach brother is such a straight man. The wish won't work if you say it out loud. Jiangjing stuck out her tongue and said coquettishly. That's right. Su Shaoxin also nodded in agreement. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you didn't want to say it, then don't say it. He was labeled a straight man again. He hadn't settled the accounts with the two girls for taking advantage of him in the haunted house just now. Humph, one night, he must settle the accounts with the two girls. Brother Yi, don't you want to make a wish? Yes. Yes, you just helped us tie the wishing scarf. Both girls were puzzled. Me? I can use it to make any wish come true. Yi Yang took out the black card from his bag and shook it casually. The tourists next to him all looked black when they saw the scene. I have seen Versailles, but I have never seen such Versailles. It's too terrible. Yi Yang shrugged, he was just telling the truth. Where can the centurion black gold card spirit be found on the wishing tree? 100 million can solve all worries. 100 million is not enough, then 200 million. 99.9% of the troubles in the world are caused by not having enough money. It is not vulgar to like money, as long as you are not enslaved by money. At any time, you must be clear. It is because you have a dream that needs money to realize, so you have to make money. And not a dream is to make money. As long as you recognize this as a rich man, you will probably have no more troubles. Brother Yi is really a straight man. But he is a rich, straight man, haha. The two girls' silver bell-like laughter made the surrounding tourists fantasize. The breeze blew through the countless willows of the wishing trees, blowing the wishing trees left by men and women for hundreds of years, and the sun shone through the branches. Beautiful girls, happy laughter. There is also a young man holding a black card. How can this scene not make people fantasize? Haha, just kidding. Yi Yang put away the black card, was silent for a while, and wrote some words on the wishing towel. Then he tied his wishing towel to the end of a branch. What wish did Brother Yi make? Su Shaoxin blinked, very curious. Little straight girl, didn't you say that the wish would not work if you said it out? Yi Yang tapped Su Shaoxin's nose and laughed loudly. Huh. Stingy Brother Yi. But Su Shaoxin and Jiangjing obviously didn't care too much. It's almost sunset, let's go eat. Yi Yang waved his hand. Okay. Just like that, in the twilight, Yi Yang took the two girls away from the wishing tree. In the wind, the last wishing towel hung on the wishing tree swayed and fluttered, and the words "I hope my family will always be healthy" could be vaguely seen. The most distinctive feature of the development zone is the four countries food zone. The food street here brings together the specialties of Vietnam, Myanmar, Laos, and Yunnan, China. If you come to Gaoyuan Development Zone and don't come here for a meal, you will always feel a little regretful. A lot of food I haven't seen before. Yes. The two girls usually go to developed Countries such as Europe and the United States, especially Qin Kellen, whose family does multinational business and inevitably deals with these countries. So, they have eaten a lot of French and German food. And the specialties of countries such as Myanmar and Laos are still very fresh to them. The taste is really strong. Well, but it's refreshing enough. It's still a different flavor to eat it occasionally. Yi Yang also bought a lot of snacks. The food of each country has its own unique charm. It is indeed novel and memorable to eat it occasionally. While eating dinner and browsing the phone, Su Shaoxin exclaimed, "Isn't this you, brother Yi?" Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, took the phone, and looked at it. Shock. The 100 billion bet by Yi Shenhao is actually involved in a sex scandal. What is the truth of the late-night script? Let's wait and see. Fake match? 100 billion bet, or a farce? 60 million fans, a successful marketing. Such titles flooded into Yi Yang's eyes, making him sneer. It seems that someone is too long to live again. Second update. However, soon, fans of Yi Yang began to refute the rumors online. This is not the first time I have been slandered. After the previous two events, fans already have great confidence in Yi Yang. These bad jokes that were mentioned before were immediately criticized. Many people commented. Everyone who spread rumors about Yi Shenhao before has been directly involved in this situation. I want to see if you can be spared. After many bloggers and video owners verified that what these fans said was true, they deleted all articles and videos at the speed of light, and never dared to touch this matter again. After all, the influence of Yi Yang heard among the older generation of colleagues is really too great. Not only will they really pursue those who spread rumors and slander, but they also really have the ability to pursue those who spread rumors and slander. This is very scary. No one wants to be thrown into jail just for some money, right? Soon, many topics about Yi Yang disappeared in an instant. There is only one rumor, which is getting worse and worse. That's the thing about luminous teaching. It is very eye-catching that Yi Yang wants to make a movie and have him teach acting skills to actresses in the middle of the night. And these are all facts. Soon, this matter became a hot search topic. The relevant actresses were not spared, and the comment area was invaded by many scumbags and melon-eating people who did not know the truth. Yi Shenhao is going to act in a movie? What's going on? Light in the dark teaching? Is this true or false? Yi Shenhao is not such a person, right? There are people I know in the crew, and the information I got is true and reliable. How could it be false? You're just rehearsing with the actress in the middle of the night. How? Do you know you're doing that kind of thing? You still teach acting at 12 o'clock? And Yi Yang is good at martial arts, rich, and has acting skills? He's a liar? Who would believe it? There are unspoken rules. TSK, you are worthy of being an investor. With such an investor, this movie is probably not that good. I don't want to watch it. That's right. There will definitely be a reversal, just wait to be slapped in the face, you bastards. Can there be a reversal? If there is a reversal this time, then I will. You just stand on your head and eat shit, right? You cheat on people online every day to eat and drink. I even remember your ID. This. You still owe me the 2 times before. Don't let me Find out where you live, otherwise I will go to your house and push you into the toilet to give you a good meal. Ahem, I'm scared, I won't eat. I am also an old fan of Yi Shinhou. According to past practice, there will be a reversal this time. Wait for a slap in the face. Haha, I'll wait. Every comment area under this topic is in full swing. Yi Yang's 60 million fans are all genuine and valuable, and they all grabbed a lot of red envelopes from Yi Yang in the live broadcast room. It is said that the hands that take people are short and the mouth that eats people is soft. After grabbing so many red envelopes in Yi Yang's live broadcast room, I must be crazy to say good things to Yi Yang. For a time, the comment area was filled with excitement. In a theater, and me and others looked at the hot search and couldn't help but smile. Haha, this kid collapsed before I could use any means. I was laughing so hard. You're just a jerk. You don't understand the rules of the entertainment industry at all, so you just hit a wall, right? Haha. Huabo's competitors are extremely happy. After all, Huabo has gathered so many super bosses with superb acting skills this time, and through the competition for Douyin traffic, it has proved the traffic competitiveness of these actors with superb acting skills. It puts great pressure on other competitors. At this time, seeing that the New Year's Eve movie prepared by Huabo failed, they were naturally as happy as they wanted to be. Yi Yang looked at the scolding in these comment areas indifferently, but did not react in a hurry. Brother. Coach, what should we do? Qin Kellen didn't care about Yi Guang's teaching. For such a perfect man, so charming. There must be many girls who are plotting against him, maybe it's a misunderstanding. Even if it is not a misunderstanding. Actually, that's about it. When you meet this kind of perfect character who only exists in novels and reality, what girl wouldn't be moved? She was just worried for Yi Yang. Don't worry, let the heat fly for a while. Yi Yang drank a glass of Burmese rice wine and smiled lightly. This kind of free advertising for movies is a good thing. The slap in the face can come slowly, which will have the best effect. As for those involved in spreading rumors, naturally, they will not be able to escape punishment in the end. Come on, keep eating. Yi Yang ate casually, and Feng Qingyun calmly arranged the next preparations. A grand face-slapping banquet is coming soon. Soon. This matter became the top trending topic. The actresses at the center of the storm, as if they had made an agreement, posted many videos and audios on their respective homepages. Is this going to self-destruct? Can't bear the pressure? Holy shit. When the Melaneaters turned on the video and audio, they were instantly dumbfounded. This. They couldn't believe the content inside. Most of these videos and audios are the real content of the so-called luminous teaching. Live video, or live recording. The most incredible thing is, inside, a group of actresses sit together. Actually, I was really just listening to Yi Yang's lecture. This. Could it be that I'm really too dirty? We got together in the middle of the night and actually discussed acting skills? The actresses posted, the time we spent filming together with director Yi was very unforgettable. His understanding of acting theory and teaching ideas amazed us. It was the first time we heard many theories and ideas, so I even recorded them at the time, for future study and review. What is pure will become clear by itself, and what is turbid will become turbid by itself. Many of these videos are on-site surveillance videos, with time records at the time, and the relevant data departments have also provided real proof. The slap in the face came too quickly. The sound of popping resounded throughout every corner of the internet. We were really discussing acting skills. Fuck. I'm stained and I'm going to face the wall. Automatically. It's time to buy myself some stain remover powder in a few days. Alas. I misunderstood Yi Shenhao. Yi Shenhao is so dedicated. He even uses his own time to teach acting skills late at night. And these theories are easy to understand. As an ordinary person, I feel like I have a sudden enlightenment after hearing them. Suddenly. Full of expectations for this movie. Yi Shenhao is so versatile. He is indeed my fan. Yi Yang smiled lightly. As he looked at the online comments that instantly reversed the situation, with a hint of a smile on his lips. Which of the maids in his villa is not more beautiful than a female star? Why do you want to go far away? Besides, these female celebrities who are no longer virgins can't arouse his interest at all, okay? Haha. The truth has come to light. I was so tempted to face the wall and think about it. Serious face. First update. This is so versatile. His acting skills are so good. Oh my god. How can a man be so good? This is too strong. Just now I actually had the slightest doubt about my dear husband. It's really a sin. Fans expressed that they love Yi Yang even more. Haha, that's so funny. Where are those black guys before? Why don't they come out and scream? It made me laugh so hard, I'm afraid I'm going to wholesale scouring powder. Haha. In order to show that they didn't think wrong just now, the melon-eating people madly sprayed crazy people to prove the purity of their thoughts. After all, the internet has no memory. As long as they say something different now than before, it will erase their previous stupidity and short-sightedness. I'm more concerned about Yi Shenhao's performance in videos teaching acting skills. Not bad, not bad. These demonstration examples, the acting skills are so awesome. The micro-expression processing, the control of the scene, and the camera feel are simply amazing. It gives me a feeling that is no less than that of an experienced actor. And his research on acting is so in-depth. I am a film school majoring in acting. These theories of his are all cutting-edge and simply too profound. After I sent them to our teachers, my professors said they were profound. Be inspired. This is simply amazing. This movie is a must-see. Not only are the actors and actresses great, but the leading actors are also great. It's worth it just to watch. The acting. Yeah. Yi Yang's acting skills quickly attracted the attention of most people. Because of this reversal, many people decided to go to the cinema to watch this unique and high-quality movie. Of course, there was more or less an apology for misunderstanding Yi Yang just now. But, by the way, I suddenly want to ask a question. Oh? You think, is Yi Shenhao really a human? Isn't he an alien? I doubt it too. How can someone be so awesome? I've made so much money, defeated boxing champions in martial arts, my acting skills are as good as those of veteran actors, and I'm still a super internet celebrity, ah. If you think about it carefully, it's true. The topic of whether Yi Yang is a human from Earth soon replaced Ji Guang's teaching and became a new trending dark horse. Hot searches these 2 days. Just like that, he was contracted by Yi Yang again. How so? In the theater, Na and Me smashed the Swarovski glass in his hand to pieces, gritting his teeth in hatred. How could he really be discussing just acting skills? How could it be possible? She was pacing back and forth, completely confused as to why. She may never have imagined that there are hundreds of girls in Yiyang Manor, all of whom are superstars. Yiyang, who is used to seeing such beauties, has no great interest in ordinary beauties. There's no need to be so angry. He can't beat us after all. After all, he doesn't understand the fan economy or how the entertainment industry works. A group of directors and so on also gathered around Me and said nice things to her like crazy. Humph, that's pretty much it. The cutout queen breathed a sigh of relief and felt much happier. Yi Yang offended her, and she was very popular. She still hates Yi Yang. Let's wait and see. Don't look at your arrogance now. When the time comes, you will see real results at the box office. She gritted her teeth fiercely. I will make you regret it. Among the scenic spots, Yi Yang took a napkin, wiped the corners of his mouth, and then threw the napkin directly on the dining table. He slowly stood up with sharp eyes. It's time to settle the general accounts. In a temporarily rented simple building, Moo Bumming and the manager stayed in the hut, pacing back and forth, waiting for things to evolve. All their money has been spent on relationships. Most of the previous real estate and property were in the Great Development Zone. Now that they were found to be corrupt, their assets were immediately blocked and frozen. With little money left, I could only rent a rental house. It can be said that their lives have been very embarrassing these days, and their only spiritual sustenance is to hope that the offensive they can launch online will ruin Yi Yang's reputation. After the hot search on Yi Yang's luminous teaching just now, they were still very happy. But as these female celebrities exposed the videos and audios, their expressions changed. Until now, they were completely confused. The situation reversed too quickly. Before they could react, the situation was reversed. They spent every last penny in their hands to launch a final counterattack, but it ended like this? This is too ridiculous. Damn it. This Yi Yang is too scary. Moo Bumming sighed. The previous fierce offensive was directly shaken by the residual power of Yi Yang's online rights protection actions. In an instant, only the dark spot of luminous teaching remained. As air salt, people actually saved the video and audio recordings in advance. I have to say that they lost extremely completely. Well, it seems that our counterattack failed. Several people instantly felt that they had lost hope in life, and their eyes turned gloomy. It seems that during the past few years in prison, they will live in this extremely aggrieved mentality. Da-da-da. Is there someone knocking on the door? Who? Several managers and Moo Bumming were guilty at this time. When they heard someone knocking on the door, they were like frightened birds. They stood up instantly with suspicious eyes. Check the water meter. A serious voice came from outside the door. Oh, check the water meter. Moo Bumming breathed a sigh of relief and just opened the door. In an instant, the four people were pressed to the ground by the plainclothes police, who suddenly rushed in. You are suspected of buying malicious traffic and smearing and attacking public figures. Now you are formally arrested and summoned. The captain of the police who came and took out the arrest warrant and summons, in view of the fact that you have a complaint before, knowingly breaking the law, and adding to the crime, so the 3-day free period outside is cancelled. Moreover, we will use special summons this time. Mu Bumming and others were instantly shackled and staggered out of the room. You found us now? Mu Bumming and others couldn't believe it at all. From the beginning to their summons and arrest, the whole process was too fast. The relationship we are looking for is very secretive. Unless he is the boss of these platforms, he can directly see the background data of these platforms and directly find our address IP. But this is too outrageous. They were all confused. Could it be that Yi Yang is also an internet giant? Second update. Yi Yang put down the phone. He already knew the fate of Mu Bumming and his group. They were punished for several crimes and were still outlaws during the parole period. Because the circumstances were extremely serious and the sentence was severe, he was already quite old. It is estimated that by the time he is released, his hair will be completely white. Brother Yi, your fans are looking forward to you broadcasting again to talk about whether you are an alien. Su Xiaoxin and Qin Kellen both looked at Yi Yang with half smiles. Fans like Yi Yang are so funny, they are like a bunch of living treasures. Is it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the messages in various comment areas. Before, I was still discussing movies and acting skills, but now, the hot comments are almost all about whether I am a human being from Earth. I have become a meme on the internet. For no apparent reason. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because he knew too many skills, he was mistaken for an alien by fans. Who can I ask to explain this? He felt it was necessary to broadcast live to clarify the matter. So, he started the live broadcast directly in the tourist area. With the wonderful scenery and beautiful female companion, the water friends in the live broadcast room said that they were hit hard as soon as they entered. As expected of a powerful person, the location every time the live broadcast is held is so special. This is the Gaoyuan Development Zone. I went there last year and was cheated of money. Some areas cost a lot of money, but the construction was very rubbish. These two female companions are so pretty. It makes me so sad. Yi Shenhao is so beautiful and blessed. If you were so rich, you would be pretty lucky. 2. Yi Yang scanned the message from the water friends and laughed and said, I have bought the Gaoyuan Development Zone. The entire development zone is now being renovated. You can come again in a few days. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Damn. He is indeed Yi Shenhao. He is so awesome. I remember this large development zone was huge. It seemed to be valued at tens of billions. Did you buy it directly? Isn't it because I was cheated out of my money while traveling and out of anger I just bought the tourist area and renovated it myself? Yi Shenhao can definitely do this. Hey, since it is the tourist area bought by Yi Shenhao, we should go and see it. I feel that Yi Shenhao is still very sentimental and the things he does are worthy of trust. I must go and see it anyway. Now Yi Yang's appeal to fans is also extremely powerful. There are a huge number of die-hard fans. It is foreseeable that the Gaoyuan Tourism Development Zone will soon experience a massive traffic explosion. If its reputation can be stabilized after this wave, it will soon become a new internet celebrity destination and the most popular tourist development zone in China. 1. Having said so much, I still want to know whether Yi Shenhao is from Earth. That's right, that's right. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. How to prove this thing? There is no way for people to prove that they are human. There is no way I can prove that I am who I am. This is a philosophical question that has troubled the world's philosophical circles for many years. I'm just a little more versatile than ordinary people. I'm really just a normal person. Yi Yang said dumbfounded. It's so Versailles. It's not just a bit of versatility, it's clearly a bit of wealth and billions. That's right. I really envy Yi Shenhao. This is life. Seeing the extremely happy water friends, Yi Yang felt quite happy and handed out 5 more red envelopes. There is a word written on each red envelope. Together they are, yes, earth, ball, and people. Each red envelope contains 100 million. Total, 500 million. Holy shit. Awesome. I've already thought of the headlines for the front pages of every website tomorrow. Shocking. The super tycoon dumped 500 million, just to prove that he is human. 500 million. 500 million. Oh my god, how many zeros are there? Now in the live broadcast room, there are millions of fans because of the popularity that dominated the hot search list in the past 2 days. 500 million, a total of 5 million packets. Each person can still grab an average of 100 yuan. And many of them were extremely lucky, and they directly grabbed hundreds of thousands of super amounts. My day, I have been buying lottery tickets for more than 10 years. And I won a total of 3 bottles of soy sauce and 5 eggs. Now I got hundreds of thousands. I swear, I will give Yi Shenhao a lottery gift every day. I'll go. 370,000. Who else? Damn it. Who else? Yi Shenhao, you are my biological father. I finally have the money to give my wife a bride price. Where are the betrothal gifts so expensive? Damn it, Jiangxi. After several years of scraping together, plus my family's capital, I scraped together 230,000 yuan. With this 370,000 yuan, I finally got 600,000 yuan. I'll go, it's simply terrible. The source of the market price hike has been found. It was detected that the host spent 500 million in red envelopes to celebrate, and was rewarded with rejuvenating medical skills. In terms of Chinese medicine, it has reached the level of learning about ancient and modern times and the ultimate theory. Yi Yang raised his brows and felt a bit of surprise in his heart. Although he already had liren, after all, he didn't have it himself. In emergencies and special situations, it is better to do it yourself. Moreover, no matter how good a hospital is, it has its own areas of expertise. Even though Liren is known as the #1 private hospital in China, it also has shortcomings. And this skill represents the ultimate achievement in Chinese medicine. It can be said to be all round. Coach brother, you look a little happy. It's the first time I've seen you so happy to spend money. Qin Kellen teased. This is 500 million. This level of generosity can't be summarized by a word of courage. It's simply overwhelming. Haha, is it? Yi Yang shook his head and laughed, then stretched and turned off the live broadcast. Well, the tour is almost over, it's time to go back to filming. No, I still want to stay with you for a while. Qin Kellen and Su Xiaoxin both pouted, and said with some lingering feelings. Haha, I'll bring you here again if I have a chance. Yi Yang smiled and patted the 2 girls on the head. Next time I come, I'll take you to ride elephants as much as you want. Okay. The 2 girls nodded expectantly. The F-1000 took off from the airport very quickly, and Yi Yang took the two girls back to the Magic City very quickly. After sending them home, he returned to the theater. Participated in the filming of the next episode. Because of the incident of night light teaching, these female stars looked at Yi Yang with spring in their eyes, and their minds became active. Some things are better not to be mentioned, but once they are aroused, they will become more and more passionate. First update. In response to these blazing eyes, Yi Yang just smiled and shook his head, not paying much attention to them. He is no longer the same as when he just became rich. His taste has improved so much that ordinary female stars can no longer catch his eye. These female stars obviously also know that they are afraid that they are not worthy of Yi Yang. They all saw the girl who was following Yi Yang, as well as the maid and Shou who came to visit the class. No matter which one, the appearance is the best in the entire theater. And they are still young and energetic. If they are men, they also know how to choose. But for such an outstanding man, even if it happens only once, it will be worth it in this life. They all felt the desire burning in their hearts, but unfortunately, even if it was just this opportunity, they were probably not qualified to get it. Once a person has low self-esteem, he will become contemptuous when facing the person he admires, be it a boy or a girl. The next few days are about shooting with peace of mind. With Yi Yang's superb guidance skills, even those veteran actors who have reached a very high level of acting can gain a lot of insights. Therefore, the shooting was also very smooth. The entire crew was immersed in a focused and smooth shooting atmosphere. On the internet, the previous wave of fermentation has continued to be popular. The various hot topics in the past few days have come one after another, which is really overwhelming. First of all kinds of black materials slandering Yi Yang were targeted by fans and became hot searches. Subsequently, the rumor of luminous teaching became a hot search again. In the afternoon of the same day, the truth about luminous teaching became a hot search topic, and the wholesale decontamination powder matter became popular all over the internet. Subsequently, Yi Yangshan's acting skills and profound acting theory were able to match the previous popularity, causing a craze among the people who had previously watched the film. Later, the question of whether Yi Yang was an earthling or not became a hot topic on the internet. Yi Yang started a live broadcast and sent out 500 million to prove that he was from Earth, once again detonating major forums. It can be said that there is a wave of ups and downs. After Yi Yang returned to the Magic City, the Mu bumming incident was compiled into a 65-page PPT, which became popular all over the internet again. It directly made everyone understand the origin and reason of this bunch of hot searches. This Mu bumming is really a dog. I really hope he is really blind. He can just die in prison. Yes, this person is so disgusting. No wonder the development zone was so messy before. It turned out to be because of him. What a piece of garbage. Yi Shenhao is still awesome. Yes, offending Yi Shenhao is the most unlucky thing he has done in so many years. It's really not enough to even risk death. Yi Shenhao has already offended us, but during his parole period, he still did such a thing. Haha, I wish him to die in peace. He is really a Japanese immortal. After so many days, it has almost become common for everyone to see Yi Yang on hot searches. On the 5th day, Yi Yang even became a hot search topic because of the question. When did Yi Yang become a hot search topic? On the 6th day, Yi Yang became a hot search topic. Because of the topic, when did Yi Yang become a hot search topic? On the 7th day, Yi Yang became A trending topic because he discussed, when did Yi Yang become a hot search topic? When did it become a hot search topic? Netizens seem to be obsessed with infinite matryoshka dolls. It wasn't until the 8th day that their logic ran out, and because they couldn't come up with a logical topic, the topic about Yi Yang finally dropped. In popularity. This wave of popularity has made netizens look forward to Yi Yang's upcoming movie even more. This martial arts film has now set a historical record. In the entire history of film, there has never been a record where so many people are looking forward to a film before it is finished filming and promotion has not yet begun. Of course, sequels to the world's top IPs do not count. Just talking about the premiere, even the new work of the most famous director in the world will not attract this amount of attention. Oh, Mr. Yi is so powerful. He has directly saved us countless advertising fees. This person is comparable to the appeal of countless traffic stars bundled together. I'm finally convinced. The publicity staff of the crew were dumbfounded. As a publicity agency, they know very well that there is no more powerful publicity effect that can dominate the top trending searches for so long. Moreover, during this process, Yi Yang, who is the center of the story, did not even spend a penny to fuel the flames and buy traffic. This is a challenge to people's outlook in the current market situation where traffic stars are in charge and entertainment news dominates everything. It's just incredible. A miracle. This event can only be described as a miracle. The members of the publicity and distribution team were all amazed. Yi Yang is simply a miracle worker. The spokesperson of the word miracle in the human world. They all felt their blood boiling. After all, such a person is their boss. As long as they don't sell Huabua Film and Television Company, they can still cling to Yi Yang's thigh. Then in the future will be bright, isn't it? Filming a movie is really exciting and enjoyable. Yi Yang, soaked in the hot spring. On the side, Shou Qingxian, who plays the heroine, is also extremely satisfied. She can always accompany her boss these days, and of course she is very happy. Yumomo took advantage of the few opportunities to contact Yi Yang these days, and stuck to Yi Yang tightly. Occasionally launching sneak attacks from below, trying to make Yi Yang practice the origin of life with her. For you, Momo, one of his most beloved girls, Yi Yang never spared his physical strength and energy. After soaking in the hot spring, he carried her back to the bedroom. Then, a monkey and a rooster, wonderful beyond words. Until the deep path in the forest was covered with autumn white dew. Yi Yang breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back on the pillow with satisfaction. I haven't seen you for a few days, the boss is really a lot more fierce. Yumomo blushed and said shyly. Haha, if you come back in a few days, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep up with my pace. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. Hate it. Yumomo hit Yi Yang's chest. Oh, by the way, that little sister surnamed Qin came to see you these 2 days. Huh? Yi Yang blinked. You wouldn't. I'm not so stingy. I let her in for a cup of tea and some coffee. Although you weren't there, she and her sisters were still having fun. Yumomo said repeatedly. Well, did she say she had something to talk to me about? Yi Yang breathed a sigh of relief. I heard, it's about the Qin group. Yumomo pondered for a moment and said. Second update, 521 chapters, the meaning is very good. 3 consecutive waves? Qin group? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Having been in contact with Qin Kellen for a long time, I naturally understand the Qin Group. As a group, it can be regarded as an extremely successful existence in the world. The entire group spans dozens of industries, focuses on international trade, and has assets of $200 billion US. It can be called a supergiant. Did she say what happened? Yi Yang then asked. Not very clear. Yu shrugged silently. Yi Yang nodded slightly, but didn't bother to delay and sent a WeChat message directly. Probably after chatting, she found out that a big shot in her family was coming back recently. It was said that he was coming back to discuss some big projects. After knowing that Qin Kellen got to know her, she also wanted to find time to meet with her. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What the hell is this? I don't think I know that person, so why do I suddenly want to see him? I'm afraid this person may have misunderstood something. However, refusing directly would hurt Qin Kellen's heart, so he agreed. When? Where to meet? If Coach Brother has time, you can come to my house to eat tonight. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It seemed a little bad to be invited to his house for dinner by a girl late at night. He thought for a while and then typed. Okay, wait for me. That night, Yi Yang drove the Pagani Fengshan directly to the Shishan Manor area. The layout of Shishan Manor is very beautiful, especially at night. The calm water inside and the exquisite and wonderful lights give people a different kind of beauty. Beside the infinity pool, Qin Kellen was wearing homely attire, looking very youthful and pleasant. Yi Yang got out of the car and saw Qin Kellen waving to him. Good evening. Yi Yang smiled slightly and nodded at her. Brother Coach. Qin Kellen looked at Yi Yang, walked up with great enthusiasm, held his arm, and whispered, the person who is coming back is my aunt Qin Wenxian, who has a high status in the Qin Group, and is also working on the Huasha project this time. Main in charge. Your aunt? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Why did she see me? I guess I described you as too legendary, so I'm curious and want to meet you? Qin Kellen thought for a moment and confirmed. You, the Qin Group, have a huge business, do you still think I'm a legend? Yi Yang laughed. The assets he has revealed now, which Qin Kellen can directly see, are only tens of billions. The wealth of the Qin Group is converted into Huasha coins, which is tens of thousands and hundreds of billions of Huasha coins. This is not enough for that fraction. The key is that you are young. Qin Kellen clasped his hands behind his back. I am afraid that few people in China can hold so many assets at such a young age. Even if you look at the world, you are still the top existence. Haha, just tell the truth. Yi Yang smiled, but he was not modest at all. Domestic and foreign countries are different. Some capital countries, the entire country, is a big company. Companies, chaebols, and capital control everything. For businessmen in those countries, it is just a matter of fact that they are as rich as their country. Many chaebols directly control the lifeline of the country, and their family wealth even directly exceeds the national treasury. Under such a background and environment, many perverted and deformed super-consortium empires were born. Gather the bones and blood of the whole country and nourish the whole family. Assets equivalent to Chinese currency start in the trillions. The rich second generation of such a super chaebol group is naturally not comparable to the rich second generation of China. It Is very possible that these guys at such a young age hold tens of billions of dollars and hundreds of billions of Chinese coins allocated by their families. Mr. Yi is really rude. A chuckle came from the side. Yi. Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the door of the villa. Under the yellow warm lamp, the woman's figure is reflected like a ripe peach, and the light and shadow of the water waves flow on her body. There is a cunning look on her face that has been honed in the shopping mall, and she also has the seductive charm that a young woman should have. I have to say that this is a perfect working woman. Yi Yang has seen many beauties in the workplace, and these are all top-notch. Hello, I am Qin Wenxian, Kellen's aunt. Qin Wenxian stretched out her hand generously, shook hands with Yi Yang, and looked at Yi Yang with a smile. Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Come in, dinner is ready. Qin Wenxian smiled lightly and walked into the villa. Her swaying figure would make anyone move their index finger. Yi Yang had never been interested in this gentle young woman with a hint of danger until he saw Qin Wenxian in the hall. The lighting and atmosphere are all in place. Various displays of meals that were obviously carefully prepared. How is the taste? Qin Wenxian asked with a smile. Very nice. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I cooked it myself. Qin Wenxian raised her chin proudly. I didn't expect that the top executive of the Qin Group is also a chef. Yi Yang said with a smile, whoever wants to marry a woman like you will have to wake up laughing in his dreams. It just so happens that I'm not married yet. Mr. Yi is so handsome. How about we get together as a couple? Qin Wenxian bit her lip and smiled seductively. Auntie. Qin Kellen scolded, and then said to Yi Yang, my aunt is like this, she is joking, don't take it seriously. Haha. So that's the case, I have my household registration book ready. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and shook his head with some regret. It's so casual, it seems that you are not really pursuing Kellen. Qin Wenxian's face was serious, and her voice suddenly faded. You may have misunderstood something. Yi Yang took a bite of stewed beef casually. I am just her fitness coach. Don't you have any other thoughts? Qin Wenxian shook her head in disbelief. What do you think I should have in mind? Yi Yang glanced at Qin Wenxian and asked back lightly. This Qin Wenxian should also be entrusted by Qin Kellen's parents to test her background. This seemingly tender dinner tonight may also hide mysteries. But he didn't bother to pay attention to these. If you are upright, you are not afraid of your shadow. Under this premise, he has no interest in other people's thoughts. Qin Wenxian was silenced by this straightforward question. Aunt. Didn't you say you just wanted to meet my coach? Brother? Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Qin Kellen obviously heard something wrong and couldn't help but say, you are not trustworthy. Haha, I just asked, casually. Qin Wenxian looked at Yi Yang, who didn't care. And then at Qin Kellen, who was a little anxious, and her doubts deepened. My niece has almost never been attracted to boys since she was a child. She has also seen many outstanding young elites in the world. It is unlikely that she will suddenly be attracted to a man. Even if this young man is very outstanding. Then the question becomes interesting. First update, I went out to play yesterday. Return. Judging from the news, my niece, have been very close to Yi Yang recently. In her intuition, Yi Yang should be pursuing Qin Kellen. Now it seems that this is not the case. She frowned, it seemed that this matter was not that simple. The threshold for the Qin group is very high, and not just anyone can step in. Among large families, the tradition of interest-based marriages is still maintained. Usually it is a marriage between large families. According to the Qin group's investigation of Yi Yang, it seems that Yi Yang's family background is very ordinary, and he is just a child of an inconspicuous employee family in Chengcheng, Jilin province. Everything Yi Yang owns now is earned by himself. Taking this into account, his talents met the requirements of the Qin group, so she would come along for an inspection this time. However, it seems that she kept things simple. It's not that he wants to reach the top of the Qin family, but that he, his niece, has taken the initiative to fall in love with him. She took a sip of red wine. Yi Yang's current achievements are indeed very impressive. He is young and has assets worth tens of billions. The future is unlimited, and it is very simple to earn hundreds of billions of assets by oneself. It is even possible that in a few decades, he may climb to the position of the richest man in China and become the most powerful supporter of the Qin group in China. Therefore, when she faced Yi Yang, she was also considering her words, and the strategy in her mind was also changing. Mr. Yi has achieved such success at a young age, and his future prospects are limitless. If there is another super consortium behind him to help, he will surely take off right before your eyes. Haha, I'm used to working alone. Let's forget it. Yi Yang waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Qin Wenxian frowned, and her evaluation of Yi Yang was lower. Although he is very capable, he is a little too crazy. A super conglomerate like the Qin group extended an olive branch to him, but they actually didn't pay attention at all. It even feels a bit dismissive. Those who don't know how to take advantage of the situation will not be able to last long no matter how powerful they are. Everyone has their own thoughts on a meal. Finished quickly. I'm going back to the Imperial Hotel first. The team is still making plans. I want to go back and follow up on the progress. After Qin Wenxian finished eating, she drove away in her business Maybach. He is really a busy man. Yi Yang stretched out casually. This life of working hard for money is really boring. It's almost time for me to go back. Brother Yi, leave now. Qin Kellen pursed her lips. She was a little secretly happy because her aunt had left. She finally had a chance to be alone with Yi Yang. As a result, Yi Yang was leaving. Is there anything else? Yi Yang asked with a faint smile. Of course. Qin Kellen said directly without hesitation. She looked at her watch and saw that it was already past 9 o'clock. She rolled her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, I'll show my coach brother my gym and teach me some new moves. Also, Qin Kellen gave him a lot of coaching fees, but he has only taught this girl once now, and he is really a little bit regretful. In the coaching room, Yi Yang hugged his chest and looked around. I have to say that Qin Kellen, this little girl, is really passionate about fitness. No wonder she has such a good figure. The gym in the villa covers an area of 200 to 300 square meters. All kinds of fitness equipment are also available. The equipment at your home is no worse than the one in the gym. Many of them are even better than those in the gym. Yi Yang randomly tried some equipment. Why do you suddenly want to go to the gym? Actually, I just started getting into this. I go to the gym just to learn. Qin Kellen stuck out his tongue. This is a new building because of you, so I can invite you to come and work out with me at any time. Yi Yang was sweating profusely. His figure was not acquired through exercise, but because he was born with such beauty that it is hard to give up. This movement mainly pays attention to the strength of the waist and abdomen. Yi Yang was guiding while holding Qin Kellen's small waist, fearing that she would be injured. Well, I probably learned it, but my coach brother, he taught me only single-person movements before. Is there any fitness method that two people can do together? Qin Kellen turned his back to Yi Yang, tapped his lower lip, and asked with a slight blush on his face. Do two of you do it together? Yi Yang looked Qin Kellen up and down. Do you really want to learn? This hint is obvious enough, even a straight man would probably understand it. Qin Kellen nodded shyly. Both boys and girls were naturally curious about that kind of thing, but she had never been attracted to boys before. Now she has been holding this curiosity in her heart for more than 20 years. It is not easy for a boy to make her fall in love. In addition, her aunt's words tonight stirred her mood, and now the atmosphere is so good. I don't know why, but he said this by accident. She turned around, bit her lower lip, and looked directly at Yi Yang. At this time, she was wearing home fitness clothes, with only two tight-fitting tops on her perfect figure. They were very close, and the smell of hormones that had just been exercised slightly hit each other's nerves. I don't know much about this aspect, but it seems like this should be the first step, Qin Kellen said uncertainly. Well, that's it, up, down, up, down. Yi Yang didn't know much about fitness for one person, but he really knew about fitness for two people. At this time, he was very professional and focused in his guidance. Qin Kellen also opened the door to a new world and learned a lot about fitness. You have a good foundation and very good body flexibility. If you exercise more, you will definitely achieve remarkable results. Yi Yang was very satisfied. Coach, you are amazing. You know, so much, Qin Kellen was just full below, and the top was blocked again. This will be an unforgettable night for her. If Qin Wenxian knew that the final result of her dinner date with Yi Yang was like this, she would regret it. After the teaching was over, it was very late. Yi Yang didn't go back to the matter, but just hugged Qin Kellen to sleep. Fitness is really good for girls. This experience is really different from that of ordinary girls. Maybe I should organize a maid fitness activity when I go back. The next day, the sun shone in. Yi Yang looked at the girl who was still asleep last night due to exhaustion and shook his head. So far, Shou Qingxian was the only one who could be energetic and get up on time the next day after a night like him. Become rich, I become rich, the ringtone rang. Yi Yang picked up the phone. Hello? Boss, I'm Krypton Gold. There was an enthusiastic call from the other end of the phone. Second update. Mark King? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and felt a little strange. After he acquired the company, he had left the general handover matters to Momo. Wang Silan, Mark King, and others rarely come to him to discuss things in person. What's the matter? Yi Yang asked, calmly. It's like this, boss. There is a business dinner recently. Several domestic giants will attend, including Yida and Tingshuan. You are our boss, so of course we have to invite you to attend, Mark King said respectfully. Yi Yangru is already very famous in the circle of several top Chinese bosses. His style of doing things makes Wang Silan and others extremely afraid, because it is really unpredictable. So young, controlling, Such a huge capital, and having inexplicable resources and a shocking network of relationships. Before meeting Yi Yang, they could not believe that such a person could exist in the world. And Yi Yang has always been extremely crazy, not like a businessman at all, and seems to never consider gains and losses and act casually. If it was just an ordinary person like this, they would not care at all. But this is a financial giant with trillions of assets and unfathomable capital flow. Such an existence, and such a character, they dare not be unscrupulous. Got it, tell me the time and place, I will go. Yi Yang agreed casually. Okay, our business gathering is in Magic City. Mark Jean reported the time and place again and again. In Magic City? This is quite convenient. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Because you are in Magic City, we decided to stay here, Mark Jean said again and again. Nowadays, the top business dinners, several big guys are in their own territories. But now they have a common boss. Of course, they give priority to satisfying the big boss. After leaving a note, Yi Yang went back to Yandingshan Manor to find Momo first. For business dinners, it is inevitable to talk about some business matters. It is always more convenient to bring a professional female secretary. Of course, the main reason is that he is lazy. Magic City, Crystal Palace Sky Restaurant. Crystal Palace is a restaurant that has risen in Shanghai in the past 2 years, specializing in high-end gatherings. The consumption is high, but the service is very good. The environment is also extremely luxurious. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. As a place for high-end business gatherings, Crystal Palace says it is second, and no one in Shanghai dares to claim to be the first. In particular, the combination of its 2 themes of crystal and air gives it a very strong unique style. Thus, it has become the first choice for many business tycoons to gather. Koenigsegg swung into the parking lot like a black shadow. Yi Yang walked down from the car with Momo. There are only a few cars parked in the garage of the Crystal Palace Sky Restaurant today, but any of them is extremely expensive and luxurious. Obviously, they are all driven by real tycoons. These guys usually drive some garbage trucks worth less than 10 million in the media, pretending to be simple, but when they have private dinners and parties, or go out to play, they have yachts, planes, and supercars. And they are not few. Yi Yang curled his lips. These billionaires like to do this the most. They deliberately show in the media that they don't love money, have no interest in money, and live a very simple life. They even created a lot of famous quotes and jokes because of this. In fact, the private lives of these rich people are as extravagant as they want. If a man's mouth is a lie, then the mouth of the rich is a lie. They don't want the poor to know how happy they are. Otherwise, wouldn't the poor be restless? Want to make money? What's wrong with that? Those who prevent you from peeking into the lives of rich people, or deliberately reveal to you that the lives of rich people are actually no different from those of poor people, are either stupid or bad. In summary, among the rich people, except for him, Yi Yang, no one can be trusted. This is not just about China. Yi Yang still remembers the news that Facebook's Zach drove a Volkswagen civilian car in public media and drove a supercar in private. Let's go up. Because it was a business party. Yi Yang and Momo were both wearing evening gowns. The waist-tightening and hip-lifting evening gowns wrapped Momo's perfect figure, making people salivate at a glance. However, when seeing Yi Yang, who was equally dazzling, most people could only sigh with their heads down. Boss. Mark King came over enthusiastically and shook hands with Yi Yang. I've been waiting for you here for a while. Let's take the elevator directly up. Yi Yang nodded slightly. None of these trillion-dollar giants in China are simple stuff. Although their families are not ordinary families, they obviously have extraordinary means and vision to achieve this scale. So he kept them after he took over. After all, not everyone has the ability to control a trillion-dollar company. Ding Di after Yi Yang and Mark King left. The business Maybach also drove in. A professional woman with a perfect figure walked out of the car with her assistant. After taking off her sunglasses, the woman's perfect appearance was also revealed. It was Qin Wenxian. After she got off the car, she saw Yi Yang and Mark King chatting happily and going upstairs. Huh? Isn't this Yi Yang? Qin Wenxian muttered, no wonder he didn't accept the olive branch from Qin Group. It turns out that he climbed the big tree of Tingshuan. Tingshuan is now an internationally renowned company with a market value of 4 trillion Chinese yuan. Compared with the Qin Group, it is a behemoth. This time she returned to China with the sincerity of the Qin Group and wanted to reach relevant cooperation with Tingshuan in the internet industry. If I had known that there was a difference between him and Mark King, I could have used this to make a fuss. Qin Wenxian nodded her chin. Just now, she saw the relationship between Yi Yang and Mark King, and it was obvious that they had a deep relationship. After planning for a while and thinking of several plans, she took her assistant to the elevator to the Sky Restaurant with confidence. The Sky Restaurant has crystal chandeliers, and the entire restaurant is wrapped in crystal glass, which looks like it is suspended in the sky. And it stands on the Bun's extremely tall building, hundreds of meters above the ground, giving a feeling of being on top of the world. This wonderful feeling is hard to refuse for people with huge wealth or great power. Wang Xilin and others have arrived first. Almost all of the people in the venue are some of the top bosses in China. The net worth is at least several hundred billion. Su Yuanhong of Heike was also invited because he was close, but because he was only worth more than 300 billion, he unfortunately became the poorest person present. Yi Yang glanced casually and found that he knew most of the big guys present. First update. Boss. Mark King, Wang Xilin, Zhang Ming and others stood up when they saw Yi Yang coming. Su Yuanhong, Zhuge Yuanmo, Emo Dongshan and others, although not Yi Yang's direct subordinates, but now Yi Yang is the top chair in the business world of Magic City. As a member of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, Su Yuanhong naturally has to show respect. As for Zhuge Yuanmo and Emo Dongshan, they are both Wang Xilin's right-hand men and the followers of Yi Yang's younger brother. The big brother has stood up, so how can the younger brother not show respect? As for the other big brothers present, they are more or less related to these top giants. Otherwise, they would not enter this private social gathering. At this moment, these super big brothers with a net worth of at least more than 200 billion, looking at Mark King, Wang Xilin and others who are so respectful to Yi Yang, and even call him the word boss, are all extremely shocked. This impact is a bit too terrible. There are only a few trillion-dollar giant companies spawned by China's free market. At least half of them are already here. And these half of the terrifying giants are so awed by this young man. Gulu. Should we also call him boss? Aren't you talking nonsense? Our big brother has called him boss, how dare you not call him boss? That's right. You're absolutely right. Just like that, Almost everyone in the audience bowed their heads to Yi Yang. The few who were left were also looking at this scene in a daze, and their bodies and minds were suffocated. So, you too? Brother Wang, you? Brother Ma, you? Several trillion-dollar giants looked at each other, and finally laughed bitterly. It turned out that these trillion-dollar companies were all owned by others. Even though Wang Xilin, who had the most contact with Yi Yang, knew about it, he was extremely surprised. He had known that Yi Yang was the boss behind Ting Sun, and through the news brought back by Wang Xiaozong from Hainan, he also knew that Yi Yang had a parrot worth $200 billion overseas, and a hurricane company known as the world's #1 security company. But he didn't expect that there were $3 trillion Chinese bosses present, and they all called him boss. How much strength and inside information is hidden behind this, which he didn't know? For a moment, Wang Xilin, who thought he knew Yi Yang's horror very well, was unsure and sweaty on his palms. And Zhang Ming, who knew Yi Yang the least, was so surprised at this time that he couldn't react at all. He thought Yi Yang just relied on his terrifying financial resources to smash the word level jump down. Now there are only 3 people present, and all 3 of them are his assets? This is too terrifying. He now understands that he underestimated his new boss too. Much before Yi Yang can be said to be the most terrifying person he has ever met. Moreover, it was so terrifying that people could not see the details clearly. This kind of silent fear was the most trembling in people's hearts. How many trillion-level companies did he control under his name? Such a terrifying big man, who had no reputation in the top chaebol circle, quietly made such a feat without any sound or warning. All the big men present were sweating profusely. The eyes looking at Yi Yang also became extremely respectful tacitly. From the moment the $3 trillion big men bowed, it was destined that Yi Yang was the undisputed focus of the audience today. No one else. Sit down. Yi Yang casually pressed his hand, obviously he had already gotten used to it. Today is just a private dinner, there is no need to be so restrained. All the big men smiled and agreed. They had no expectation of the scene just now before they came. That moment just now really made these big men, who usually stir up the wind and clouds and roam the business world without changing their faces, feel a lot of pain. After sitting down, they all raised the ice wine in front of them tacitly and drank a whole glass before they could calm down from the shock. Are all the people here? Yi Yang asked casually. The $3 trillion bosses sat on both sides of Yi Yang, and they all said, there is still a representative from the Qin group who has not come. And the Qin group? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, thinking of the perfect and mature figure last night, and his mouth corner slightly raised. This is interesting. After a while, Qin Wenxian came out of the elevator with her assistant. As soon as she came out, she noticed that the atmosphere in the venue was not quite right. She couldn't help but blinked. Isn't it a private party? She also wanted to take advantage of the active and relaxed atmosphere in the venue to test the mouths of these trillion-dollar bosses. In time to see if she could seek cooperation. She swept her eyes and specifically went to the target trillion-dollar bosses. This sweep didn't matter. She saw that, between the 3 big guys, there was a young figure she had never expected. And she knew this young figure. It was none other than Yi Yang, whom she had persuaded to marry into the Qin family last night. When she went upstairs, just now, she thought that Yi Yang just had A very close relationship with Mark King, so he would ignore the olive branch of the Qin group. Now it seems that it is not that simple at all. This young man is sitting between the three big guys. This position is very subtle. Moreover, these three big guys were obviously talking around Yi Yang, and the way they looked at Yi Yang was not at all like a senior looking at a junior. She looked at that look and eyes, and a deduction arose in her heart that she could not believe at all. This look seemed like the look of an employee trying to please the boss. But this, how is this possible? She shook her head, maybe she saw it wrong. She sorted out her emotions and showed a faint professional smile on her face. She represented the Qin group this time, so she was naturally qualified to sit next to several big guys. Several chairmen are here. Qin Wenxian smiled and greeted Wang Silan and others. Wenxian represents the Qin group and sends her greetings to you. Several chairmen? Wang Silan and Mark King looked at Qin Wenxian with a smile. Why, did Wenxian say something wrong? Qin Wenxian was scared by the look of these big guys. After all, these people are the top few in China's business world. They carry a great momentum. Being stared at by this giant crocodile representing trillions of huge capital flows, even an experienced workplace strongman like her can't help but feel a trembling in her calves. You are indeed wrong, Mark King said lightly. Please give me some advice, Chairman Ma, Qin Wenxian said repeatedly. After all, she came to China to discuss the contract with these big guys this time, so she still had to follow their wishes. Today, there are not many chairmen here. Chairman, there is only Mr. Yi, Mark King said loudly, and the whole audience was silent instantly. Second update. Only one person? Mr. Yi. Qin Wenxian was completely stunned. Etc.? What does this mean? Could it be possible that what I just imagined was true? Qin Wenxian covered her mouth in disbelief and her eyes almost popped out. This is our three chairmen, Tingshuan, Yida, the actual controller of Zijia, Yi Yang, Mr. Yi, Zhang Ming, Mark, Jin, and Wang Silan all introduced them seriously. Qin Wenxian wanted to ask the three bosses if they were joking with her, but it was obvious that these three bosses had serious faces and had no intention of joking at all. Moreover, even if you were joking, it is absolutely impossible to make such an international joke. In other words, what the three of them said is true. Yi Yang is really the boss of the three of them, the man behind the $3 trillion companies. Hiss. This. She glanced around the whole place in confusion, and found that the big guys present all acted as if they were taking it for granted, with no expressions of horror at all, as if they were used to this setting. When the big guys present saw Qin Wenxian's expression, the corners of their mouths unconsciously curved. They were frightened by the news just now, and now they see that Qin Wenxian is also the same after learning the news. Of course, they feel satisfied in their hearts. This at least shows that it's not that they don't have a city. Anyone who hears this kind of news will feel outrageous. Miss Qin, don't be too surprised. The Qin group has been focusing its attention and investment on Europe and the United States in recent years. It is natural that it is unclear about the changes in the situation in China. Don't pay too much attention. Mark Jin smiled lightly. Qin Wenxian couldn't laugh or cry. Is this the point? Although mergers and acquisitions among super large companies are rare, there are still precedents. But who is Yi Yang? A young man in his early 20s, I had never even heard of his name before. Completely unknown. It only took 10 years for the Qin Group to shift its focus to the international market. Within 10 years, the entire Chinese business world had transformed into this. She didn't come back to her senses until she sat there for a long time. My mind has been in a blank state, but when I toasted, I took it with a professional smile, took a sip, and then returned to the state of shock. Slowly, she came back to her senses from this state. However, just as she came back to her senses, a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back, remembering what she had said to Yi Yang last night. The reason why she said those words was because she took a fancy to Yi Yang's ability and wanted to promote a marriage. However, the Qin Group has always emphasized matching, and the strength Yi Yang had shown before was obviously not enough. Therefore, she said all this in order to eventually lead to the topic of recruiting Yi Yang to marry him. However, Yi Yang's proud statement made her a little unhappy, so she gave up the idea directly. Now that I think about it, I was really lucky at that time. If she had been lax and revealed her true intentions, at that time, she would have been doomed. After all, looking at the relationship between her and Yi Yang now, their identities are completely reversed. He is now the undisputed #1 boss in China's business world, and all the richest men in the past are just his workers. To say such nurturing words to such a supergiant is tantamount to an insult. Supergiants who have reached the level of Yi Yang no longer care much about most worldly things, but face and honor must be something they care about very much. It would be a slap in the face to let a giant man marry you. Fortunately, I didn't say it. Fortunately, I didn't say it. Qin Wenxian patted her breasts and drank several glasses of ice wine to calm down her shock. She secretly looked at Yi Yang, feeling extremely complicated in her heart. Just yesterday, she felt that this young man was too confident and arrogant. Even just now, she thought he was just lucky enough to have a relationship with Ting Sun. But now, she completely needed to look at this young man with admiration and admiration. No matter how powerful she is just a member of the Qin Group. As for the other party's subordinates, they can now see 3 super large companies that are not weaker than the Qin Group. In the future, if the Qin Group wants to cooperate in China, it will basically be unable to bypass the other party. She looked at Yi Yang from time to see if he still cared about the conversation last night, but obviously, she couldn't tell. She had to admit that after knowing Yi Yang's true identity, she suddenly felt that everything was different. Yi Yang's nonchalant, indifferent and detached manner seemed to her before to be a kind of pride and youthful frivolity, but now it seems to be a kind of profoundness that is impossible to see through. It is indeed a terrifying existence that can achieve such achievements at such a young age. I have no idea what he is thinking. Once a halo is cast on a person, it is difficult to be viewed objectively. Qin Wenxian was very excited about this meal, and she was trying to find ways to please Yi Yang throughout the meal. What's wrong with Aunt Qin? Wasn't this the case last night? Yi Yang laughed, took a sip of the wine Qin Wenxian handed over, and said with a faint smile, "This Wenxian made a mistake after drinking last night. Mr. Yi, please don't pay attention." Qin Wenxian was so frightened that she stood up, drank the wine in her glass, and apologized. "So Miss Qin had a private meeting with our chairman last night." Mark Jean and the others looked at Qin Wenxian with ambiguous eyes, obviously misunderstanding something. If it was really the same as they imagined, then the cooperation intention revealed by Qin group during this period must be carefully considered. Yeah, yes. If she was seen in this way before, Qin Wenxian would definitely explain it righteously, but now, she is hoping that these big guys think so. This is of great help in negotiating contracts. Of course, if there is a chance, she doesn't mind putting these ideas into practice with Yi Yang, but she doesn't know if Yi Yang can't stand her. After all, Yi Yang can be regarded as the most terrifying existence in the entire Chinese business world for so many years. Such a brilliant existence, if you can really have an in-depth discussion with him, life will be regretless. This is the same as boys think that if they can sleep with a goddess once, their life will be regretless. Girls will have similar thoughts when facing brilliant men. If you still simply think that it is natural for a man to pursue a girl, it only means that your mentality is still at the level of a loser. The most effective way to get a woman is not to pursue her, but to make yourself shine. First update. It turns out that Miss Qin has known our chairman Yi for a long time. The old guys all showed understanding expressions. There is a private meeting the night before a business meeting. This doesn't need to be made clearer, right? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, but he didn't break the relationship. The most basic idea is that she doesn't want Qin Wenxian to lose face in public. After all, regardless of the impression Qin Wenxian and the Qin group gave him, he still has a good impression of Qin Kellen, and it is not what he wants to see. If the Qin group is embarrassed, it's just that, the advantage she is taking advantage of now is not in vain. Qin Wenxian glanced nervously at Yi Yang. Seeing that Yi Yang only had an unexplained smile on his face, she felt a little uneasy in her heart. However, her little thought was not revealed in the end. After the conversation continued like this, she relaxed a little. The conversation that followed was more casual. The big bosses present originally felt that only the Qin group was an outsider. Now it seems that Qin Wenxian and Yi Yang seem to have a good relationship, and their wariness and xenophobia towards her immediately became much lighter. The subsequent business negotiations will naturally be a matter of course. However, under Yi Yang's instructions, the various shares and benefits, naturally the benefits he took were much higher than Qin Wenxian expected. However, Qin Wenxian herself had a guilty conscience, and the Qin group's power in the country was indeed weak in recent years, so she could only accept these conditions. After experiencing psychological twists and turns, this business gathering finally ended in a happy atmosphere. Let me see, let's go have some fun after dinner, right? Wang Silan suggested. Many people would think that these big guys are busy on weekdays and have little time for entertainment. In fact, when they have really reached the top, the so-called busyness means that on average, they work much less time than ordinary wage earners. It's just that the things they play are very advanced and are out of reach of ordinary people. Moreover, bosses usually only play with bosses, so that time is valuable. After this kind of business gathering, it's normal for a group of big guys to have some fun and play together. On weekdays, the bosses who are well-dressed and look very serious and upright in front of the media cameras are no better than ordinary people at private gatherings. I also have a little bit of all kinds of cussing and human hobbies. When discussing business, they assume the role of capital giants, but when gathering in private, they are still flesh and blood, ordinary people. How's that? Same old thing? Mark Jean raised his eyebrows, tilted the corner of his mouth, and suggested. Ahem, Miss Jean is still here today. That wouldn't be good. Wang Silan touched his chin. Okay. Damn it, you usually have the best time when we go out, right? Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. Why are you pretending to be a serious person now? Ahem, isn't this Mr. Yi, a young man, worried that he won't get used to playing with old men like us? Wang Silan argued forcefully. Come on. Which one of those top names is not fair-skinned and beautiful? Does it matter the age of the client? Mark King rolled his eyes. And of course Miss Jean is teaming up with our director Yi, so don't worry about it. Mark Jean gave him a look of understanding. Ah. Haha, look at me, I'm such an old fool, yes. That's right, it's the same. As usual, it's the same as usual. Wang Silan rubbed his hands and laughed. Uh-huh. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Although he had acquired these large companies for a long time and had been in contact with original trillionaires like Wang Silan for a long time, this was his first time to attend such a private entertainment gathering. At this time, quite interested regarding these conversations, Qin Wenxian just smiled lightly. She had been in a large group for a long time, and she might know more than Yi Yang about the routine activities of these top boss gatherings. In this way, the group of people sat in their own cars and came directly to the most luxurious and top-notch Super KTV in the city, Heavenly Man KTV. The entire KTV provides the most top-notch services in China. You can't find it, but you can't think of it. Ordinary people can never imagine how exciting and beautiful it is. It was obviously not the first time for Wang Silan and others to come here. They went directly to the safest Super VIP channel and entered. The proprietress personally received them. The girl with good figure and appearance tenderly held her arms with the big guys and walked into the hotel with luxurious facilities. In the Supreme Box. After singing for a while, Yi Yang felt that these guys were really good at singing. Wang Silan belongs to the traditional hardcore singing style. Mark Jean is not very good at singing, but he is good at dancing, especially the 80,000-pound dance, the money-grabbing dance and the laser dance, which are simply master level. As for Zhang Ming, he seems to be a bit more homely and has nothing to offer. The other big guys also showed off their skills. During this process, all the beauties accompanying the guests couldn't help but glance over at them from time to time. After all, they had been warned and informed about the identities of these people. Being able to hang out with these people and being quite respected makes him look like the center of the crowd. He is so young and handsome, so dazzling, that even if you want to ignore him, everyone wants to come over and serve Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang's left hand, Yu Momo, and his right hand, Qin Wenxian, are both the top absolute beauties in China. They are both perfect in terms of figure, face, and temperament. Just by sitting there, the aura made top princesses like them afraid to approach. Even if there are one or two courageous people who want to come over occasionally, with just one look, they will be defeated by the aura of Yu Momo or Qin Wenxian's eyes. After Yi Yang sang a few songs and received sincere flattery from the audience, he went to the toilet. When I just stepped out of the toilet door and washed my hands, Qin Wenxian's figure appeared behind her. What? Are you here for convenience? Yi Yang looked at Qin Wenxian, looking at her with a teasing smile. Mr. Yi, thank you for being at the meeting just now. Qin Wenxian suddenly felt that she didn't know how to face this young man. The countless drafts she had prepared were immediately useless, so she had no choice but to apologize directly. There's no need to say that. Yi Yang waved his hand, I don't want to see Kellen sad either. Qin Wenxian was spinning. On her toes, pursed her lips, and had a shy look that rarely appeared on the face of this strong woman. So, now, are you ready to pay the price you deserve? Qin Wenxian, who was struggling with how to express the words in her heart, suddenly felt her chin lifted by Yi Yang's fingers. When she saw the star-like deep eyes staring at her, her heart suddenly jumped. Second update. She only has experience in the workplace, but she has no experience at all in this kind of thing. After all, as the backbone elite of the Qin group, he is usually very busy. Apart from work, I don't have much time to study. Qin Wenxian's breathing was a little rapid. I'm ready. No, I'm not ready. No. I'm ready. Out of her complicated emotions towards Yi Yang, she wanted to have something happen with Yi Yang. This was the first level of her own preparation. But she had never had any experience in this area, did not know any postures, and had not experienced any training. She was still a virgin, so she added that I was not ready. But she was afraid that Yi Yang would misunderstand her meaning and think that she was unwilling to have anything happen with her, so she finally added in a panic that she was ready. This complicated and conflicting emotion washed through her heart in a short period of time, making her look like a frightened rabbit and a confused girl. She no longer looked like the resolute working mature woman at the business table just now. What a shame. A person who is almost 30 years old can actually be made so uneasy and worried about gains and losses by a young man in his early 20s. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed she became. And her legs twisted together unconsciously. Just when she didn't know how to explain, Yi Yang came over and kissed her forcefully. Well. Her chin was pinched by Yi Yang's 2 fingers. The complicated feeling in her heart made her want to respond actively, but also wanted to step away a little. In the struggle, she had to stay in place and let Yi Yang manipulate. After the fragrance softened for a while, Yi Yang let go of Qin Wenxian's chin. Qin Wenxian recalled the wonderful feeling just now and lowered her head shyly, but wanted to look up at the young man in front of her. The first kiss was snatched away like this. His face turned red, but he didn't know what to say. Okay, the debt is paid off. Let's go back to singing? Yi Yang smiled nonchalantly and prepared to walk back. No. This is the end? Qin Wenxian blinked and looked at Yi Yang in surprise. Huh? What else do you want? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Wenxian with a half-smile. I thought you wanted that. Qin Wenxian scratched her hair, lowered her head and became more and more shy, and her heartbeat became more serious. That, which one is it? Yi Yang's smile was even more teasing. Oh, that's it. You know how to pretend you don't know what you don't. Qin Wenxian puffed up her face angrily and said. Oh Yi. Yang pretended to be suddenly enlightened and said, did you originally want to do that, right here? After that, he pretended to move forward and deceived himself. No, here, there are too many people here, it's not good. Qin Wenxian was startled, and her whole body was forced into the corner, trembling like a deer. Then where do you want to do it? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. Why don't you go to me? Well, no, why don't you go to your house? Qin Wenxian secretly glanced at Yi Yang's face and quickly lowered her head. Huh? Yi Yang shook his head with a smile, stretched out his hand, and pinched both sides of Qin Wenxian's cheeks hard. until the tender flesh on both sides was pinched like a red bun. Then he laughed out loud and looked at the stunned person. Qin Wenxian of the land. Without saying another word, Yi Yang smiled to himself and left. He was still very principled when it came to the in-depth communication between the two of them. The little forced kiss just now was regarded as taking back the protection money he had paid at the banquet just now. As for real in-depth communication, if he is not sure that the other party really likes him, he will not let this happen. Qin Wenxian was stunned on the spot. It took a long time before she came back to her senses. When people are panicked, they will become fragile and deviate from reason. At this moment, her logic and rationality returned. A little. After thinking about what had just happened, she smiled and pursed her lips. He really has a damn charming charm. In the Supreme Suite. Had a great afternoon. After all the bosses were happy, they quickly regained their composure and took their own special planes back to their respective cities in the evening. At the airport, Qin Wenxian looked at the handsome young man in front of her with a trace of reluctance in her eyes. I gotta go, Qin Wenxian said. Oh, have a nice trip. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. Hey. You straight man. Qin Wenxian originally had a lot of things to say, but now Yi Yang's words were stuck in her throat and she couldn't say them out at all. You don't have anything to say. Uh-huh. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Ah. Yes. Come and sit at my house anytime. Ah, you. Qin Wenxian covered her blushing face, and in the strange eyes of the subordinate next to her, she seemed to be running away and boarded the plane. Yi Yang looked confused. What did I say? I just said that if you have nothing to do, come and sit at my house. Did you misunderstand something? Hey. I didn't expect you to be an old pervert. In the plane, sitting on her seat, Qin Wenxian complained, but her eyes couldn't help but look at the young figure outside through the plane window. This big scumbag who is bad and straight, and runs away after kissing. So charming. The plane started, and she saw Yi Yang waving at her. Although from this angle, he might be saying goodbye to all the big guys who were about to take off, but she felt a little lucky in her heart. Perhaps this goodbye was just for her? The plane flew away. Yumomo walked up with his hands behind his back, looking at Yi Yang with a smirk. Hey. Boss, you let this chick go so easily? Ahem. Yi Yang coughed dryly, retracted his gaze, and gave Yumomo a slap on the head. What are you thinking about? Hee. Yumomo stuck out her tongue, directly took Yi Yang's arm, and rubbed her big breasts. Boss, who do you think has a better figure, me or her? Ahem. Who are you talking about? Women always like to ask such dilemma questions. Yi Yang touched his nose and pretended to be stupid. Who else? Yumomo pouted. Of course it's Miss Qin, who had a secret meeting with you the night before the meeting. Tisk, oh. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. By the way, is there any girl in the villa having a birthday recently? How about we plan it? Stinky boss. Don't change the subject. Yumomo rubbed Yi Yang hard and pouted. Ah, this. Yumomo saw someone who could compete with her in figure for the first time, so she naturally had some comparisons, and at this moment she had to decide the winner. While Yi Yang was struggling, the phone rang. When he opened it, it turned out to be a call from Yishinhei Technology Company. First update. Yumomo is a sensible girl. Seeing Yi Yang's expression at this time, she sat in the driver's seat, sensibly She is a perfect beautiful housekeeper. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This Yishanhei technology company has been signed in for many days. It consumes 10 billion of its own R&D funds every month. It can be said that it is the only project among my companies that makes me burn money. As an internal research and development project, it is also a surreal company for system sign-in. This investment cannot trigger the money return mechanism of the get-rich system. But he didn't mind either. After all, he is too rich. Making money but not being able to spend it is also a big problem. Having such a gold-selling cave made him feel a little more balanced. What's wrong, Watson? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. Watson is the super AI artificial intelligence of the Black Technology Company, and can be regarded as his general steward in Yishan Company. Report to Chairman, our R&D team has developed a new high-tech project, and we need you to decide whether to proceed with mass production. Watson said in a serious voice. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What high technology? This company has spent 20 to 30 billion on it so far. It would be damned if he didn't research anything useful. There have been breakthroughs in 3 directions. The first is the laser weapon system. The second is the vitality gain potion. The third is the full substitution of 3D VR into gaming glasses. Watson Hui reports. Good guy, you have been silent all this time. Suddenly you open your mouth and come up with 3 new technologies in one breath. What are these 3 things used for? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, even though his name sounded very distinguished. But after all, I can only hear a rough effect, and I don't know exactly what it does. The laser weapon system is a new generation weapon. Normally speaking, it is a high-tech weapon that will only appear in the next technological era of Earth civilization. Depending on the model, laser weapons can cause damage ranging from handgun bullets to the limits of large hydrogen bombs. Before Watson finished speaking, Yi Yang was stunned. What the fuck? Can the power from bullets to hydrogen bombs be simulated? The hydrogen bomb is many times more powerful than a nuclear bomb. It is the most powerful weapon on Earth today. The ultimate trump card used by the 5 major countries to shock the world. Yes, laser weapons mainly use photon energy that absorbs photons. Light is everywhere, and there are photons in the light. Wherever there is light, laser weapons can be charged. What causes damage is the high-energy laser formed after photons are transcoded. As long as enough photons are stored, the high-energy laser formed can instantly evaporate an inland ocean or any existing human city. After listening to Watson's narration, Yi Yang felt a little numb. This is too scary. This is just the power of laser weapons. The reason why it is called a new era weapon is that it has flexible power, clean energy and is easy to obtain. The most important thing is its attack speed. Because it is a high-energy laser converted from photons, the attack speed of the laser weapon can reach sublight speed, which is 100,000 kilometers per second. In other words, it can hit any location on the surface within 1 second. No, the person being hit will be given a chance to react. This is terrible. Yi Yang didn't want to think about it deeply. According to this description, whoever masters this thing will be almost like a god. This is simply the scepter of God. Instantly kill any target within 1 second. Erase any threat. Today's so-called nuclear deterrence means that after the nuclear button is pressed, there is a period of reaction time from the launch of nuclear weapons to the attack on other countries, and the opponent country can completely launch a nuclear counterattack. So they form a deterrent to each other. Photon weapons are different. Once the button is pressed, the opponent does not even have time to react. The equipment of this thing should be very eye-catching, right? Yi Yang asked. Yes, there is a photon accelerator in the photon emission equipment. At least 10 kilometers of space are needed to build a laser weapon silo. Watson replied. Then the equipment cannot be placed in China. Yi Yang's eyes flickered. As long as the button is in his hand, it doesn't matter where the device is placed. After all, any place in the world can be hit in 1 second. Oh no, to be precise, 0.4 seconds. The maximum circumference of the Earth is only 40,000 kilometers. If you hit any point on the Earth from the starting point, the distance will not exceed 40,000 kilometers, and the speed of photon weapons is 100,000 kilometers per second. 0.4 seconds, the blink of an eye. What difference does it make where the device is placed? Build the silo on a hurricane island. After thinking for a while, Yi Yang still said. If the parrot incident hadn't made him see hurricanes' absolute loyalty to him, he might even have chosen not to build the silo. After all, photon weapons are too terrifying. If used well, it is the scepter of God; if used improperly, it is the gate of hell, which may lead to the destruction of the entire human civilization. As the only sword holder, I must ensure the absolute safety of this equipment. The company will send AI workers to be responsible for the construction of the silo. The host does not need to worry about someone getting technology from it. Not to mention that all the hurricane members were forced to be set up with loyalty by the system. Even if the world's top scientists were gathered together, they would have to learn the theory of photon weapons for decades before they could make them. Before that, the host, you already mastered the button. After the system added some explanations to reassure Yi Yang decided to build it. With the existence of this weapon, he can guarantee his absolute safety on Earth. However, he was also determined not to use this photon silo easily. After all, if it is exposed, the things involved are too serious and terrifying. As for the vitality enhancement potion, it changes the body mechanism, optimizes genes, and increases theoretical lifespan. The theoretical lifespan limit of normal humans is 150 years old, and the primary enhancement potion can increase the theoretical lifespan to 200 years old. This is also a bug-level thing. Increasing lifespan is the most fundamental and most desired thing for humans after they have money and power. Once exposed, it will be like Pandora's box. This thing can't be mass-produced. First produce a few dozen doses, and keep them in the company. This potion is not ready for release yet. Yi Yang plans to make some for his parents and people he cares about first, and the rest will come when the time is right. As for this last one, Yi Yang smiled. Even if you are not a super rich, it is easy to become a super rich with this thing. The business opportunity behind this is too scary. He has a hunch that this little thing will open a new era in the gaming industry. Second update. This 3D VR is fully integrated into gaming glasses. What specific functions does it have? Yi Yang asked. These glasses allow users to visually immerse themselves in full 3D game scenes. The vision is fully immersed without any discomfort. There will also be no symptoms such as 3D dizziness. You can personally experience the specific chairman. Watson said again and again. Yi Yang nodded slightly. So, is there a matching game for these glasses now? The difficult thing is the development of glasses. The accompanying games and the like are very easy to develop. Now there are two options. 1. Is to buy future games in the mall, or you can directly modify existing games or works and convert them into VR fully into the game. Watson said in a relaxed tone. Oh. Yi Yang was a little surprised. Can existing games and works be modified? It will be all right. Watson confirmed, however, given the limitations of existing game technology, it will definitely not be as grand and meaningful as the game mall. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and opened a new page in the mall. These are all games of the new era that can be exchanged. However, some of them are very expensive, and Yi Yang feels that his face value can be used to exchange for some more awesome black technologies. I don't plan to invest too much in the game mall. The game types here are very rich, including online confrontation, farming and tower defense, The Sims, science fiction, Star Wars, etc. Yi Yang was dazzled by the sight. Sacred Soil? Yi Yang looked at the introduction of this game. The content is a life progression, similar to a fantasy world of online games. The content is very vast. After a preliminary experience, after entering it, everything is very real, just like you are in it, and the 3D glasses have no sense of weight, making you feel like you are naturally in the game world. This novel experience, Yi Yang felt extremely shocked. After taking off his glasses, he was even more convinced that this would be an epic-making super invention that would change the gaming world. Is the scientific principle used in these glasses easy to analyze? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. If you just buy the finished product and reverse the technology, with the current scientific level of the Earth, it will take at least 20 years to imitate the finished product that is much worse than this. This is just an optimistic estimate. After all, top scientists may not know how to do it at all. If only ordinary scientists invest in the development of this kind of gaming glasses, they may not even be able to develop it in 30 years. Watson said in a relaxed tone, by then we will have already developed the next generation of technology. Before the next generation of technology is developed, we can directly sell this generation of technology at a high price. Immediately, Watson stated the relevant business operations. After listening, Yi Yang called him awesome. This gaming device, according to Watson, can be upgraded several times if you continue to study along this line. Each time, the gaming experience will be a qualitative leap. As long as the previous generation of technology is sold at a high price before the next generation of gaming equipment is developed, it can also make huge profits for various manufacturers. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Good guy, this AI has the attributes of a business genius. Fortunately, the AI is set to be absolutely loyal to him. This guy is also very evil-minded, he really looks like a businessman. The game, Divine Land, contains too much information and can be used as a trump card. For the time being, let's revamp the popular games on the market and build up our reputation. Yi Yang said. Okay, may I ask, Chairman, what should we reform first? Watson asked. After thinking for a while, Yi Yang said, let's transform the chicken game into a full 3D VR game. Now the main thing is to create a reputation for VR glasses. First of all, it is also to allow the first batch of users to perceive the beauty of VR glasses. Games such as chicken games, which have a simple theoretical system and no complicated interfaces, can be transformed into real 3D games and can be quickly picked up. If it is King of Kings, or LOL, because there are skills and other systems in 3D games. Handprints or formulas will be replaced. This way there are too many things to remember, and it is not suitable for the first wave of users to try out the experience. Okay. Watson kept saying. Chicken eating is Tingshuan's game. And it doesn't cost him anything to modify it. All it takes is for Tingshuan to do a good job of communication and handover with his Yixin group. This is not difficult for Watson, who has already shown a strong enough business talent. For these things, Yi Yang called Mark Jean and left the matter to Watson. It is estimated that it will take a while to mass-produce these things. Yi Yang was no longer anxious and returned to the crew with peace of mind to continue filming. The rest of the plot was filmed very smoothly. Soon, the filming was approaching completion. Under Yi Yang's call, he decided to treat the entire crew to a good meal when filming was wrapping up. Therefore, he directly spent his money to purchase top chefs from all high-end restaurants in the entire Magic City. A huge dining hall was also booked, so that everyone in the crew could enjoy eating top-notch meals as if they were in a cafeteria. The staff of these crews are extremely grateful. After all, with their wages, it would be difficult to consume such a big meal once, let alone treat this kind of big meal as casually as a canteen, and eat as much as you want. Many people took photos of this feast and posted it directly on their WeChat moments. In their circle of friends, countless colleagues soon gathered to express their admiration and tears. Is this Yixin House handiwork? I'm so envious. If I had known, I would have snuck into this crew, even if it was just running errands or serving tea and water. It's so awesome, my envious cock explodes. Yes. This grand scene spread more and more widely. In the entire film and television circle, the screen was quickly refreshed. Many colleagues expressed their envy in tears. Soon, and me also saw this video. This person named Ji is a bit too fancy. For this meal, all chefs were invited to rent such a luxurious venue, treating the entire crew to a meal for several thousand people would conservatively estimate that this meal would cost tens of millions. Maybe even tens of millions. This is simply taking money and not treating it as money. It made her feel jealous. She worked hard for 10 minutes every day, and had to take photos for the crew to cut out. After one movie, she only earned 80 million. You can really show off. I'll make you proud. When the movie comes out, you won't even be able to cry without being able to cry. Na and me crossed his legs and sneered. She glanced at the crew members on the set who were clearly showing envy. Whoever forwarded this to Moments will have all their wages deducted from me. The entire movie relies on a few traffic names to support traffic, and the core of the movie is those few. The directors didn't dare to offend her too much and had no choice but to follow her orders. The entire set was filled with complaints, calling out bad luck and secretly cursing in me for being so cruel. First update. This feast lasted for a long time and ended with a sound of satisfaction and gratitude. Everyone will never forget this experience in their lifetime. They were even a little reluctant to give up. After all, except for Yixin House crew, I am afraid there will be no other crew that can be so awesome. Now that the filming is complete, we're just waiting for it to be released in New Year's Day. After eating this feast, Yi Yang also swiped his card. Because he spent tens of millions, the system triggered the get-rich-quick mechanism and gave him a deposit of several hundred million. However, this amount is no longer worth raising an eyebrow to Yi Yang. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention. After returning to the manor, I took a good rest in the hot spring with the girls. He put on his bathrobe and sat under a sun umbrella nearby. The already wet maids in black and white stockings wrapped him up completely. Move your hands up and down to massage him. Comfortable. Yi Yang felt these soft little hands massaging his whole body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Dee. The phone also rang at this time. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and answered the phone. It was Watson. Chairman, we are fully prepared. The first batch of VR 3D glasses bundled with the chicken game have been prepared, and we have prepared 1.5 million pieces. 1.5 million pieces? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. We acquired a game development and equipment sales company, and used the name of this game equipment company to sell this 3D glasses. Watson said. Yi Yang nodded. He didn't want Yixinhe Technology Company to become famous. After all, this was a secret that only belonged to him. Once it was exposed to the public, it would be in big trouble. After all, there are too many things within the company that transcend the times. There is no way to explain these AI robots on the assembly line alone. Borrowing other companies' skins to sell things is a good choice. What is the name of this game development and equipment sales company? Yi Yang asked. He does not intend to directly use Tingshuan's channels, but plans to make his own series of black technology products into a separate series, completely under his own control. These things are deeply involved. Only when you are completely in control can you feel at ease. The name is Qingzi Game Company. We originally made our fortune by making independent games. Now the market value is around 5 billion. We bought all the rights of this company with a premium of 6.5 billion. Do we want to change the name? After Yi Yang pondered, he also nodded, change the name to Shinta Game Company. He still remembers the Shinta game he experienced that day and bought in the System Mall. That game was so awesome that once it was released, it would definitely change the pattern of the entire game world. The birth of such a conceptual game that is ahead of its time still needs some preparation. Changing the name of the game company to Shintu was the first step in his plan. By the way, isn't the current production speed a bit slow? Yi Yang asked worriedly. There are still too few production lines, so the first batch of products will not be very large. Once the first batch of equipment is sold, we will have a reputation and a market. By then, we should have completed the integration of Shinta Game Company's production lines. And then we can mass-produce 3D gaming glasses. Watson kept saying. Well, let's go as planned. After much deliberation, Yi Yang decided to sell the VR version of Chicken Dinner on the Steam platform. Tingshuan's game strategies are all based on the model of free downloading and then recharging with Krypton Gold. Yi Yang didn't like this. He wants to create an absolutely fair and fun game. Prevent Krypton Gold from becoming stronger. Only by truly creating a good game environment can a game truly develop for a long time. After preliminary discussions, it was decided that the game would be released for 98 new Taiwan dollars, and it would come with free VR gaming glasses for 998 new Taiwan dollars. Buying the whole thing would cost just over $1,000. The first 10,000 people who make a reservation will receive free VR gaming glasses. After making a plan, Yi Yang set the release date in 3 days. Publicity is Yi Yang's strength, and he has no weaknesses. From Douyin fans, Tingshuan and many other publicity channels, all the live broadcast platforms under Jiangjing's name also let leading game anchors promote it. Suddenly, the news of Epic making VR gaming glasses caught everyone's attention. The topic it triggered is also very popular on the internet. Shou actually brought his business to the gaming industry. This VR glasses is being hailed as an epic-making masterpiece in the publicity. The research and development alone has cost billions of Chinese coins. It will probably be an eye-opener for us. How is that possible? I feel like I am exaggerating. How many billions are spent in R&D for a small gaming glasses? I have also played VR games, but they are not interesting at all. They are just for freshness. The glasses are very heavy, and the gaming experience is unreal. It also makes people feel dizzy after playing it for a while. It's so rubbish. How much is the entire game market? The total profit of chicken games in a year is only a few $100 million US dollars. Using billions of Huasha coins for research and development is not a loss-making business. I don't believe that a businessman can do this. Something stupid is coming. Shou is not the businessman you dirty-headed people think he is. He never deceives anyone and always keeps his word. Since he said that this thing cost tens of billions, it must have cost tens of billions. He said that these glasses are powerful, so they must be epic-making. Haha, you must have been brainwashed. I have seen so many of these crappy advertising slogans. Which merchant doesn't brag about his product for a while, but when you really get it, it's just SOSO. How can you brag so much? Anyway, I definitely believe in Shou. When these glasses are released, I will be the first to buy them. Go ahead, I'm waiting to see you get cheated and cry in regret. Okay, stop arguing, Shou is broadcasting live himself. Go and see, say, maybe he will give out hundreds of millions of red envelopes again. Ahem. I won't be sleepy if you talk about this. Those rubbish who mock Shou, if you have the ability, don't go into his live broadcast room to grab red envelopes. Rubbish. While receiving red envelopes from others, you also say that they are cheating you. How can you have such a big face? This. Yang fiddled with the glasses and smiled lightly. I am also a game enthusiast. I invested billions of dollars in researching these glasses. The effect is really very good. You only need a pair of glasses to experience a truly epic-making game experience. Then Shou, how many copies do you think your VR version of PUBG can reach in the first pre-sale? Yang estimated and said conservatively, 1 million copies. Second update. 1 million copies. Real or fake? Isn't this too outrageous? This is probably Shou's first time getting involved in the gaming field, right? It's normal if he doesn't understand. You must know that Steam is a paid game area. And each game pre-sale requires payment. In this form, the number of pre-sales for each game is not particularly high. The highest CS in history, the pre-orders for sale are only over 200,000. 1 million. That's a god-level number that no one has ever reached. Moreover, with VR included, this game costs 1,000 yuan. Not everyone has so much money to spend 1,000 yuan. Even though it has been promoted for who knows how many years, Cyber 2077, which is highly anticipated in the gaming circle and is priced at 298, has pre-sales of only a few 100,000. With pre-sales of 1 million, after the official sales start, won't the sales on the first day reach tens of millions? This is simply impossible. Anyone who knows something about the gaming industry knows that the pre-sales of Over 1 million that Yi Yang said are impossible to achieve. Yi Yang himself is an old player who plays Steam all the time, so he naturally knows these data. The reason why it is estimated to be only 1 million is because the first batch of VR glasses produced now totals 1.5 million, and more glasses will not be enough. After experiencing the substitution performance of VR, he was absolutely sure that the 1 million pre-sales could only be considered low, not high. Soon, Yi Yang's seemingly arrogant remarks spread throughout the gaming world. Many directors of real major companies that have been in the gaming industry for many years sneered at such arrogant words. I'm afraid this kid's life is too smooth. He thinks he can succeed in anything. Pre-sales for 1 million? It's just a dream. Let these free prostitutes from China pay? Haha, I can only say that he really doesn't understand these gamers. That is, if you don't let players play the game for free, and then induce Krypton gold in the game, how can you make money? Just sell the game directly? It's impossible for players to buy it, right? It's simply impossible for players like China to take the initiative to pay money. They would rather be induced to spend thousands of dollars on a free downloadable game than spend $100 on a really good standalone game. This is their character. Tisk. Many major Chinese game companies are pouting, some are waiting and watching, and some directly express their opinions on Weibo or their own social accounts, saying that Yi Yang cannot succeed because he does not understand the rules of the game industry. Only the CEO of Tingshuan Gocheng Game, currently the largest in China, did not dare to speak. After all, Gocheng was managed by Tingshuan, and Yi Yang was their super boss, so how could they dare to say anything? Of course, the president is obviously not optimistic about Yi Yang's game release at all. The second largest game manufacturer in China, Yuncheng Building. On the top floor, the president of Yuncheng looked at the operations officer in front of him in confusion. Did he really say that? Yes, he did say that the pre-sale of this VR chicken game can conservatively sell millions of units. Operations officer Bai Bai said repeatedly, his popularity is very high. Now, our game, which we have been promoting for a long time, will soon be available for pre-sale. It just happened to collide with him. If we can catch up with this wave of popularity, the sales will definitely be. It can be greatly improved. He nodded faintly. Now Yi Yang has put a lot of effort into the VR version of chicken eating, and the popularity is strong. If he can keep up with the popularity, the pre-sales will definitely increase a lot by then, and maybe he can ride on the popularity of VR chicken eating and create a wave of success. History record. Just do it. Soon, Yuncheng's official Weibo posted this copy: if a game that is just a piece of cake and has a rubbish concept can break through 1 million in pre-sales, then our new game can easily break over 10 million, right? I would like to advise some laymen not to be arrogant. As if our original practitioners were all fools. This provocative copy instantly ignited the entire internet. Many fans of Yi Yang came here to watch the explosion. However, Yuncheng itself also has many die-hard players, and the two sides began to fight with each other in the comment area, directly increasing the popularity. Soon, the popularity of Yuncheng's new game reached a height that they themselves had not expected. Yi Yang's live broadcast room was also filled with many hardcore fans of Yuncheng games, which made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room tense for a while. However, when Yi Yang said about the pre-sale estimate, he didn't think so much at all. How could he have thought that those Chinese game manufacturers did not make good games but had such ugly faces while trying to gain popularity. He couldn't help but sneered. With his identity, he naturally didn't bother to talk to the unknown people in the live broadcast room. He directly shouted to the president of Yuncheng from the distance, "Since you have said so much, do you dare to make a bet with me, protocol?" Now that the two sides were scolding each other, Yi Yang's shouting from the air quickly reached the ears of President Yuncheng. "Haha, I'm worried about how to increase the heat. Just give me a pillow when I'm sleepy. This kid is too young after all." He laughed heartily. Yes, CEO, I have a feeling we are going to make a lot of money this time." Bai Buyu also said with great excitement. If Yi Yang ignores them, they will just indulge in the heat of the scolding war, but now Yi Yang wants to confront them openly. This heat alone is enough to increase their traffic by another order of magnitude. Frustrated, he quickly opened a Douyin account and started a PK with Yi Yang. Are you the president of Yuncheng?" Yi Yang looked at the other person calmly and sneered. Having entered the class of the super-rich for such a long time, he has already been familiar with the ways of this place. He thought about Fu Ruoti's purpose and ideas and understood them clearly. "You think you can take advantage of me? In a moment, I will make you lose everything." Yi Yang raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. Yuncheng is the largest game manufacturer in China besides Tencent, occupying a huge market share, making tens of billions of profits every year. And the valuation is close to 500 billion. It can be said to be a well-known large group. Too big. Guys are meeting. Yi Yang's real financial resources have not been made public. Everyone just guesses how much money he has from the luxurious life he usually shows. There are all kinds of things said on the internet. Some say that he has assets of trillions, and some say that he only has 200 or 300 billion. There are also people who say that he is actually the spokesperson of the capital crocodile in China, and the consortium behind him is worth trillions. And the game Cloud Factory owned by Fu Ruoti, the president of Cloud Factory, is valued at 500 billion. In the eyes of netizens, the two sides are likely to be bigwigs of the same level. Interesting. A bet between bigwigs with a net worth of hundreds of billions. This is much bigger than the previous melons. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't expect that a small hot spot for the release of a game would end up being so big. First update. It's terrible. I earn 3,000 yuan a month, and I love watching this kind of gambling fight between super bosses. Haha, that's right. I'm a loser. I admit that I love watching this kind of fight. Ahem, let me first declare that I don't associate with the two above. My family is very rich, but it's also very fun to watch this kind of gambling between super rich people. The live broadcast room was instantly hot. It was comparable to the Douyin live broadcast of Ma Yun's concert some time ago. The number of viewers instantly rose to millions. Unlike Ma Yun's hot dance performance, these two people had announced in advance that they were connected today just to sign a gambling agreement. This is a gambling agreement between super bosses. Ordinary people can hardly touch millions of dollars in their lifetime. Now they may witness the signing of a contract worth more than 10 billion yuan. How can they not be curious and excited? Guess how much money this bet agreement can bet on? I estimate at least 10 billion? You are narrow-minded. I can see that you are a new fan, and you don't understand how big Yi Shenhao's hand is. What? Could he bet hundreds of billions? Hee, when he bet with Genie before, Yi. Shenhao was furious, and directly bet 100 billion. You don't understand Yi Shenhao's willfulness. 100 billion. Can it really be? 100 billion? How many zeros are there? Damn. Don't count the ones after the decimal point, 13 zeros. Oh. My. I don't think so. It's just a bet on the release of a game. How can it be killed? At this level? Hundreds of billions, for the super rich on both sides, that's a huge loss, right? I think. These two big guys are just acting to fool fools. They're just betting a few 100 million for show, mainly. To stir up the heat, and then both games can sell well. You rubbish, you don't understand the ins and outs at all. The old know-it-all above, if it were someone else, I would believe it, but our Yi Shenhao. He doesn't bother to play such tricks, okay? Just watch if you don't believe it. If the sum of money bet by both sides exceeds 1 billion, I will eat more shit for every extra 100 million. Puff. Here comes another one addicted to eating shit. The fans on both sides were discussing with each other, and the heat was getting higher and higher. Soon, the PK was getting more and more fierce. Many big guys in the game industry opened small accounts and came to the live broadcast room to watch. Many of them stood on Fu Ruoti's side. After all, they represent the old game forces in China, the kind that cheat money and Krypton gold, but don't make games well. If Yi Yang had just entered the game circle and achieved the kind of results he said, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of these old game forces? So, they also gave many gifts to cheer for Fu Ruoti. For a while, the heat on the other side was also very loud and clamorous. Before the other side could get happy, in Yi Yang's live broadcast room, a bunch of accounts with Super Krypton gold brands came one after another. Damn, look at the names of these new accounts. Oh my. Wang Silin, Mark King, Mo Dongshan, Su Yuanhong, these are all super bosses. These accounts are real people. Oh my. Such big guys usually don't bother to hide their real names, right? It's really awesome. I'm actually in the same live broadcast room with these big guys. I'm so lucky. The front row is stained with the breath of wealth. Soon, these super nameplates who entered the live broadcast room began to give rewards to support the scene. The generosity of these terrifying bosses is not comparable to those game manufacturers. The popularity of Yi Yang's live broadcast almost crushed Fu Ruoti, instantly surpassing his PK progress bar in a dead corner. Poor Fu Ruoti was pressed in a dead corner and rubbed frantically, with no possibility of turning over. Oh my god, what does the appearance of these super bosses mean? Yi Shenhao at least has a good personal relationship with these trillion-dollar bosses. This. To be able to do this, at least proves that he is in the circle of these people. Then his net worth. Could it be that he has really reached trillions? After all, he is a super boss who can afford the Prince Gong mansion, and it is not surprising that his net worth is trillions. Wow. If that's the case, Yi Shenhao's net worth is one level higher than Fu Ruoti. Haha, the momentum, and initiative all fell on Yi Shenhao's side in an instant. Fu Ruoti hasn't spoken yet, you've already lost half of the game. Well, but the betting agreement will ultimately depend on the courage of both parties and the final outcome. If Yi Shenhao loses in the end, no matter how much face and momentum he has earned before, it will become a reason for being slapped in the face. It will be even more embarrassing. That's right. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached an unprecedented peak, Yi Yang slowly smiled and said, "Since you are here, I will get straight to the point. I believe you also know why I am looking for you to bet." He. Although Fu Ruodi had heard of Yi Yang's name, he was an internet tycoon. However, he didn't expect that so many super bosses would come out to support him. In an instant, his momentum was greatly reduced. He didn't dare to speak too loudly. "Mr. Yi, if you hadn't said too much before and didn't take us, the old game manufacturers, seriously, I wouldn't have said those embarrassing words to you. It's not good to be too confident." Fu Ruodi spoke righteously, like a righteous leader. Yi Yang sneered, "What exactly do you think in your heart? I don't need to point it out, right? With a dirty heart, you are still talking nonsense here." "You." Fu Ruodi glared and wanted to refute, but felt guilty. However, he was a business tycoon after all, and his face was as thick as a city wall. He sneered, "I don't know what Mr. Yi meant by this. Don't you just want to get some popularity?" Yi Yang waved his hand and shouted, "If you want popularity, I'll give it to you. This is the biggest popularity on the entire network. You can share it with me, but can you handle this popularity?" "Why can't I handle it?" Fu Ruodi sneered, "Mr. Yi is too contemptuous. My Yun factory is the second largest factory in China, with tens of millions of fans. A little popularity is not worth mentioning. Then you'd better pray that this popularity doesn't set you on fire." Yi Yang raised a trace of coldness at the corner of his mouth. And in his eyes, there was a trace of indifference, as if he had already seen Fu Ruodi's future fate. Fu Ruodi's face darkened, and he could feel Yi Yang's oppressive force that seemed to be real through the screen. A young man, his momentum was so terrifying. He lost the previous momentum battle, and he knew that if he cared about some verbal battles at this time, he would definitely be at a disadvantage, and it would be impossible to turn over. If he wanted to avoid embarrassment in this PK, or even turn the tables, there was only one way left. That was find a way to suppress Yi Yang in the number of bets later. Second update. Okay, no need to say these unnecessary words. I finally regained some confidence. Since he agreed to bet, he had made preparations in advance and would not back down at all. He is also confident that as long as Yi Yang is a normal business boss, then the gambling funds he has prepared will be enough to surprise him. Even now that Mark Jean and several big guys came forward to support Yi Yang, he had misjudged Yi Yang's strength before. However, he still has the confidence to regain his momentum in terms of the amount of bets. Directly reverse the situation. Can you just tell me that you want me to bet on the content? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and said calmly, since you said that the pre-sales of my game cannot reach 1 million copies, then let's bet on whether our game's pre-sales can reach 1 million. A million copies? You really dare to say it. Fu Di originally thought that Yi Yang would take this opportunity to change his story, but unexpectedly, he was still saying 1 million copies. This is simply unbelievable. Too much confidence. More than 1,000 yuan each, 1 million copies, that's more than 1 billion in sales, and it's still pre-sale, haha. There is no need for this bet. Because you will definitely lose. He shook his head in frustration, not even interested in betting. Oh? Then according to you, what are we betting on? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. I'll bet on which one of the games you and I will sell better. He said with a sneer, I came to participate in the gambling this time because I also want to educate you, a newcomer who has just entered the gaming industry. A real gaming company does not live in vain. You must abide by the rules in the Chinese gaming circle, our rules. Yi Yang waved his hand and almost laughed out loud, is this still a bet? Your Cloud Factory's historical pre-sale record is only about 150,000, right? Can we surpass your sales volume in comparison? Are you trying to tease me to death, you? I felt extremely humiliated, and an unknown fire arose in my heart. People in Zhonghe shopping malls generally have a kind face and a dark heart, and are very thick-skinned. However, once you become a big boss, you are still very concerned about face. Now Yi Yang is equivalent to nakedly humiliating the factory that he is proud of in public. How can this be done? Even though he was thick-skinned, he was a little embarrassed. At this time, don't brag, he said in a cold voice, since you want to suffer a loss, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you. Originally, he wanted to save some face for Yi Yang. After all, 1 million pre-sales is simply impossible in his opinion. Yi Yang crossed his legs and looked at Fudi's angry expression calmly. I felt a little angry inside. If Yi Yang is smart and accepts his conditions, then he can include the name of his game in the bet for future publicity. And now the bet proposed by Yi Yang is only related to whether the VR version of Shou Company's chicken game can exceed 1 million. Then, there is no matter about his new game. It is not as popular as it is to the extreme. However, on second thought, if this is the case, his heart moved. Pre-sales of 1 million are simply a joke. If it were a bet, then he would definitely win. If you can make so much money for nothing, that's not bad. Since you want to cheat yourself, I don't mind adding 2 shovels of dirt to you. He sneered, I'll bet 3 billion Chinese coins, do you dare to follow me? Yi Yang was silent. There were bursts of commotion throughout the live broadcast room. Many fans of Yuncheng were extremely surprised. After all, that's 3 billion in cash. Cash and assets can be different. With a valuation of 100 billion, there may not even be 10 billion in liquidity that can actually be used. Taking out 3 billion Huasha coins to bet was obviously serious. Why is Yi Yang silent? Isn't it because he has too much money that he is timid? Haha, I think that's it. He just wanted to play the popularity game, but when he heard 3 billion, he instantly withered. Yuncheng fans all said sarcastically, I'm laughing so hard. I see that our Yi Shenhao is silent. It's just because we think your boss's bid is too funny. That's right. Genie Entertainment's valuation is only 100 billion. People had the guts to gamble with 100 billion. Your boss's Cloud Factory is valued at 500 billion. Why did you gamble with 3 billion? The relationship is still there. How about being brave as a small boss? This CEO is so ridiculous. If I were Yi Shenhao, I would be speechless. With a small amount of 3 billion, who are you looking down on? Although I may never earn 3 billion in 1,000 lifetimes, after following Yi Shenhao for a long time, I also feel that this CEO is really too small. Haha, we are all drifting. The key is that Yi Shenhao is so arrogant that he has to float. Yi Yang's fans all laughed. Just blow it. The facts will speak in a moment. Yi Shenhao slaps your face to death. Anyway, no matter what you say, the brother, who just said that the total amount exceeded 1 billion, must have lost. Let me remember it for you first. The bet was 3 billion, with 6 billion on both sides. Now you owe a total of 50 secrets. Ha ha ha. The live broadcast room was immediately filled with a joyful atmosphere. After a long time, Fu Ruodi asked in confusion, why? Mr. Yi thinks the price is too high. I haven't called out the maximum amount of money I have prepared yet. If it is a bet on who wins and who loses in the two games, he is confident that he has a great chance of winning, so he brought 5 billion yuan to bet. If he wins, that would be tens of billions of pure profits. For him, it is also a very good income. And now Yi Yang is talking about this bet. Yi Yang can't win at all. He is afraid that if he says too much, Yi Yang will not dare to bet. Unexpectedly, just saying 3 billion scared the young man silent. Just when he wanted to make a mockery, he saw Yi Yang on the opposite side silently raised 3 fingers. What do you mean? Fu Ruodi frowned, playing tricks. As the dignified master of Yuncheng, you can even say 3 billion for a bet. Yi Yang's eyes were filled with unbelievable sarcasm. 3 billion, I can earn it in the time it takes me to drink water, and I went through so much trouble to come here to PK with you? Are you kidding me? Fu Ruodi didn't expect Yi Yang to hold back for a long time and come up with such a sentence, which can be regarded as the pinnacle of pretentiousness. You can earn 3 billion in the time it takes to drink water. You are too good at bragging. Why don't you go to heaven? Haha. He felt that Yi Yang was a lunatic. And at this time he had no desire to talk any more, and waved his hand in boredom. Then tell me, how much is the bet? Yi Yang stretched out the 3 fingers forward, with an indifferent look and a flat tone, and said a shocking number, 3,000 billion. First update. The originally noisy atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. No one spoke for a long while. Obviously, Yi Yang's figures are a bit too scary. I choked even when I paid the price. His face changed from silence, to doubt, to disbelief, to bewilderment. Finally, he slowly said, do you know what you are talking about? 300 billion bets. Not to mention China, even in the international business world, it has basically never appeared. This level of gambling is simply unbelievable. This appetite seems a bit ridiculous. If he thought Yi Yang was bound to lose before, then, with his determination to bet 300 billion, he even doubted whether he was wrong. However, 1 million pre-sales are 5 times more than the world's historical record. That is simply impossible. 300 billion, 1 million. These 2 numbers were intertwined in his mind. 2 numbers that were impossible to appear at all, were clearly proposed by the other party in the gambling agreement. It almost made him, a veteran of the shopping mall, feel a little dazed and unable to clear his thoughts. Oh my God, this is terrible. 300 billion. My dear. Even Su Yuanhong and a group of bosses worth hundreds of billions were trembling. Yi Shenhao is simply too cruel. This pressure directly pushed the opponent to the line of life and death. This is close to their entire net worth. This dreamy number caused the entire live broadcast room to burst into frenzy after silence. No one can believe that Yi Yang really wants to bet 300 billion on this bet. You must be joking. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he said, do you think I won't dare to follow you if you offer such an outrageous price? Did you want To make a farce from the beginning to humiliate me? Yi Yang sighed, a poor person like you always likes to use your restricted thinking to think about others. It's really sad. You. Fu Di had never been called poor since he founded Yuncheng. At this time, his face turned red and he shouted coldly, 300 billion. Do you have 300 billion? Just use your mouth to bet this to me. 300 billion. Young man? A sarcastic sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yang's lips, and then he took out his black gold card and showed off the balance of 350 billion in the card. It's empty talk. I'll pay 300 billion in cash for this bet. Yi Yang said lightly. Fuck. Really? Are my eyes deceived? It's really a balance of more than 300 billion. This is a cash deposit. My mother. I'm going to be blinded by this terrifying number. Is this Shinhao? 300 billion in deposits. Assets cannot exceed 1 trillion or even. I can't even think about it. My God, that's more than that. He is indeed Yi Shinhao. Many people looked at the balance and went crazy. That kind of impact would be difficult to imagine and understand unless you see it with your own eyes. Gulu. Completely exhausted. He looked at Yi Yang blankly, completely dumbfounded. What kind of boss is this? His cloud factory is valued at RMB 500 billion and makes annual profits of 50 billion renminbi, but a lot of it has to be spent on new project investments. His personal savings, if fully calculated, are only 30 to 40 billion. The rest are all in Yuncheng's assets. However, Yi Yang only has a fraction of the deposit in this card, which is more than his entire deposit. Here. I can't believe this at all. Even China's most powerful wealthy people like Mark Jean and Ma Yun have 1 to 200 billion in cash deposits, which is overwhelming. These are more than 300 billion deposits. This deposit alone can defeat most of the big guys on China's Forbes list. I don't have the equivalent cash. I have finally learned the lesson. When Yi Yang showed his bank card balance, he completely understood what kind of person he had messed with. He was right, perhaps this was a heat that he simply couldn't afford. The burning fear made him break into a cold sweat. But now that things have come to this point, if he gives up now, and just turns around and runs away, it will probably be even more embarrassing. Puff. You don't even have matching betting funds, and you were so arrogant just now. But Yi Shinhao is really too powerful. Even top bosses, such as Mark Jean, may not be able to raise so much cash for a bet. Right? Yi Yang said calmly, you don't have to bet with cash, just bet with me with 60% of your Yuncheng shares. This? He was stunned at this moment. A transaction of this level was unprecedented even for him. A multi-billion-dollar boss may not necessarily have a stronger psychological reaction than ordinary people when faced with a huge bet on which he has all his wealth. In fact, he may even be more vulnerable. Cloud Factory is valued at 500 billion, and 60% of its shares is worth 300 billion. It seems to be equivalent. However, once he loses, and Yi Yang gets 60% of the controlling stake, the entire Cloud Factory will belong to others, and he will no longer be the CEO who always talks the truth. The loss is far greater than 300 billion. But at the same time, Yi Yang is holding cash, which is much more powerful than the false valuation. So, overall, this seems to be another fair bet. In a word, do you dare to bet? Yi Yang looked at Fu Ruodi calmly, with a leisurely look. But from Fu Ruodi's perspective, he seemed to see a towering financial god, despising and playing with himself. The sense of oppression and fear almost made him breathless. How can you guarantee that the 1 million sales amount is not adulterated? Fu Ruodi clenched his fist. Both of us can ask any organization in the world to notarize the fairness of this bet in any form. Yi Yang said calmly. Silence. The longer the silence, the more tormented Fu Ruodi felt. The feeling of being able to kill everything if you win and losing everything if you lose has not appeared in his heart for more than 10 years. Oppression, excitement, fear, excitement. Complex emotions are playing wildly in his heart at the same time. My patience is limited, Yi Yang said coldly. Seeing Yi Yang closing the PK and ending the call, Fu Ruodi felt as if 300 billion was about to fly away in front of him. This became the last straw that broke him. He stood up directly. I agree. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, looked at Fu Ruodi with a smile, and stopped closing the live broadcast. You are so straightforward. Second update. Tom, he sat limply on the chair in frustration. He didn't know whether the choice he just made was right or wrong. But when he thought about the possibility of making 300 billion, he felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. This kind of excitement has not appeared for a long time. Finally, this space-based bet ended with a sky-high price of 300 billion. Fans on both sides are still discussing this matter. The headlines on the front pages of major newspapers, and many self-media in the financial and gaming circles have spontaneously published articles, making this matter very popular. 3 days later, the VR version of Chicken Dinner is finally online on Steam and has started pre-sale. The pre-sale period is usually 1 week. Generally, the game has not been fully developed, and the pre-sale version is an incomplete version of the game for early access. At first, only sporadic VR game enthusiasts tried to buy it. After all, 1,000 yuan is still very expensive for ordinary players. Therefore, on the first day of pre-sale, the data was bleak. There are only more than 50,000, and most of them were bought with the support of fans. Perhaps for ordinary games, this value is already rare in the world. However, compared to the 1 million goal that Yi Yang wants to achieve, it seems to be insufficient. His fan appeal is really high. After seeing the pre-sale results on the first day with dismay, I raised my eyebrows and felt relieved. That's it. 1 million more? So funny. The debut was only 50,000, which is simply impossible. The media also followed up the report, and many bricksters jumped out and began to badmouth Yi Yang, feeling that Yi Yang must have lost this bet. Yi Yang, who was at the center of the incident, was not panicking at all. He was drinking a refreshing iced drink with the maid in the sauna room. Feel wonderful skin and happiness that ordinary people can't imagine. The situation was completely reversed. On the second day, players who bought VR for gaming experience yesterday are almost all in the Steam comment area today. With over 50,000 sales and reviews, it has reached an astonishing over 48,000. Almost 100% post-purchase evaluation. 0 refund rate. 100% epic praise. Many people may not know what these data mean on Steam. There has never been a game that has achieved 100% epic reviews. 50,000 sales with 0 refund. This is simply an unprecedented miracle. Tweet it like crazy. I thought He Shinhao might lose this bet before. But now I have completely changed my mind. This is definitely a game that changes the history of the game. You can buy it for a thousand yuan, which is a huge profit. Exploded. This is my dream VR game. I didn't expect to experience it. In reality, I thought I had traveled to the future. Yes, yes. What a blessing for VR players. I never dared to imagine that I could play a VR game of this level in my lifetime. It's exactly the same as reality. Holy shit. If nothing else, Yishenhao is NB. I waited patiently for the old game manufacturers to look at these comments, and they were all dumbfounded. Damn, this is just a good review. You can't play like this. Although they also spread rumors to discredit these favorable ratings, they all knew in their hearts that in this bet involving hundreds of billions, both sides hired absolutely awesome impartial and confirming institutions. What makes these institutions so enduring? Its intelligence function is powerful. It can even check in detail whether each player has received money and whether he is a troll. They have already tried to use trolls to write off bad reviews. However, there is no way to escape the eyes of these supervisory agencies. They have tried all the destructive tricks secretly and know that they won't work, so they also know that this 100% positive rating, it is certain that it is the spontaneous evaluation of players. They are gamers themselves, so they know very well what this means. The word-of-mouth effect is very scary in the gaming circle. Once the concept of a game NB is hyped, it will inevitably cause a buying frenzy, become a phenomenal item. What has never happened in history is that it has a 100% favorable rating with more than 40,000 reviews, which will definitely set off huge waves in the game review community. Sure enough, the next day, sales doubled, and many players attracted by the strong Amway and word of mouth began to buy. On the second day of pre-sale, sales directly reached 130,000. It directly became the top 5 games in the history of Steam in terms of pre-sales volume. You know, this is only the second day. Don't panic, after all. It's still too far away from 1 million. With a price of thousands of yuan, it's impossible to sell too many. After all, in China, there are still people who are willing to spend money for creative entertainment such as games. Not much. Painfully, he still persists in his beliefs. Many established manufacturers are also continuing to wait and see. Fortunately, he committed suicide because he wanted to see if he could get over 1 million pre-sales. He let out a sigh of relief. If he sold more games than either of the two, he would have lost. The new game from Yuncheng is available for pre-order at the same time as VR Chicken Fighting. At the beginning, there were people talking about comparing. On the first day, when the data came out, due to the popularity, the pre-sales of Yuncheng's Xiaoyao Jiangjing also reached 10,000. However, the positive rating dropped to 80% the next day. Obviously the Krypton gold system inside makes everyone very unhappy. The next day, the pre-sale growth was still 10,000. 20,000 pre-sales in 2 days, according to normal game comparison, this data is already very impressive. However, compared with VR PUBG, which was pre-sold for 190,000 in 2 days, it is too far away. It is not at the same level at all. Soon, Yuncheng Xiaoyao Jiangjing was directly forgotten by the public. It will never be compared with this VR PUBG again. The third day of pre-sale. The top game reviewers of Bilibili and many websites also rushed to make review videos. All of them said that this will be a major change in the game industry, and a new era will be opened because of this VR PUBG. All the uphosts were full of praise, and they were not stingy with their shock and expectations for this game. These uphosts are the traffic owners closest to console game players, and those who follow them are players who buy similar games. When they heard the unprecedented crazy push from the uphosts, they all flocked to the VR PUBG purchase area. And VR PUBG, on the third day, began to show its brilliance. When the third day's pre-sale report came out, everyone was stunned. The terrifying number shocked anyone who knew the gaming industry. How is this possible? Fu Ruodi stood up in shock. The controllers of those old game manufacturers were obviously shocked when they saw the number. One day, just one day. On the third day alone, the pre-sale volume reached 490,000,9875 copies. First update. Fuck. He collapsed on the chair in despair. According to this growth rate, it will exceed 1 million tomorrow. It seems that no one can stop the trend of VR chicken eating. These old game manufacturers all feel a kind of despair. It is really too powerless. This is not uncommon anymore, this is a living legend. The pre-sales in a single day are almost 500,000. They never dreamed of it before. He paced back and forth, regret threatening to consume him. He cannot accept his failure. Just because of a bet, he gave away the business empire he had finally built. His eyes were getting darker and darker, and the corners of his mouth were trembling crazily. The strength Yi Yang showed now frightened him, but the gambling agreement also made him feel desperate. Creak, creak, creak. He paced back and forth, and finally stood still. As a business tycoon who could develop into hundreds of billions, he was not always a kind person. Now that he was in this situation, he was also taking risks. What can we do now? Bai Buyu and him looked at each other. Obviously they both thought of going together. There is a sinister smile on the corners of the mouth. Soon, countless black posts about the game appeared on the internet. However, as soon as such black posts appeared, they would be sniped by players who had played the game, saying that they dared to slander the existence of the game that opened a new era in order to make some dirty money. The basic post is crazily scolding VR for eating chicken, while the comments are crazily scolding the poster. These posts have basically no effect. That night, there was a second wave of offensive. Many players chose to refund, triggering a wave of refunds. Yi Yang didn't pay attention to the previous waves of innocuous tricks, but this wave of refunds made him frown. I did a little research on my connections. It was found out that Yun Chong actually used his power to coerce and induce those players to choose refunds, and then changed the reviews to negative reviews. Some even made personal threats that were completely shameless and had no bottom line. The targets they chose were also very accurate. They were all timid players who didn't dare to cause trouble. If Yi Yang hadn't investigated, this matter would never have been exposed. Boss, what should we do now? Yumomo was obviously very angry, and his chest was heaving. It's not wise to use this method in front of me. Yi Yang calmly threw the report in his hand on the table beside him, with a sneer on his lips. He originally thought that the other party would make a desperate counterattack when the equity was handed over. Unexpectedly, just when he realized that he might lose, the other party made such a decisive judgment. But this saves a lot of trouble. He sneered. If there is a problem with the handover of shares, it will be a commercial dispute, which is quite troublesome. Even for Jiangjing law firm, if the other party makes up its mind and delays, then it will take 1, 2 or even 2 to 3 months to win the case if it wants to really take over the cloud factory. But now the other party has done something that breaks the bottom line. That is equivalent to giving the handle to oneself. The other party had no choice but to fight to the death. They thought they were very smart and did a good job. However, they never imagined that Yi Yang's network of connections would be so strong. With just a little research, these little clever things were revealed. Surfaced. After all, as long as it goes through the internet, he can basically find information, and in reality, his physical company and intelligence system are also extremely powerful. Submit this evidence directly to the judicial system. I want him to receive the severest punishment. Yi Yang said. Calmly, use all the connections, I want to see the results tonight. He still trusted Jiangjing law firm's ability to handle matters. Okay. Yu Momo also felt Yi Yang's determination. With Yi Yang's current energy, this kind of thing will naturally happen. These evidences are very direct and brutal, especially in the new era when judicial organs are focusing on cracking down on gangs and evil. This unfortunately touched the red line of the judiciary. In addition, he is also the capital boss of a very large company, and things become even worse. After the matter was fully exposed by Yi Yang on the internet, netizens collectively denounced BD, and the response of the judiciary, driven by Jiangjing law firm, became extremely fast. Late that night, Fu Di was in his mansion, posting posts revealing his affair. While he was trembling, the police broke in and took him directly to the station as a suspect to await trial. The ending of Fu Paidi was quickly uploaded to the internet. Those who originally had doubts about Chicken VR due to the wave of refunds have completely dispelled their doubts. Coupled with the exposure of the insidious evil of Paidi, everyone's enthusiasm for buying it has only increased. On the 5th day, the single-day pre-sale reached a terrifying over 600,000 yuan. It's not that there are only more than 900,000. But that the first batch of 1.5 million VRs has been sold out and is out of stock. Even when we faced a wave of refunds on the 4th day, our pre-sales exceeded 1 million. The conditions for this bet have been met long ago, but now the problem we face is that we simply don't have enough goods to sell. Watson reported the progress of the work. The factory is working at full capacity, and we will strive to produce the second batch of VR before the end of the pre-sale. It's not striving, it's a must, Yi Yang said in a deep voice. Even if the second batch of VR cannot be produced in time for the pre-sale period, he has already created a record in the history of games that cannot be broken. But that's not what he wants. Creating historical records is too common for him. What he wants is to open up the future. Yes. After Watson received the order, he also made arrangements. Day 6. The fame and reputation of VR eating chicken has completely broken the circle. I don't know how many people are squatting in the game sales area, waiting for the second batch of VR to be produced and start buying. Please hurry up. I'm really looking forward to it. Why haven't you updated the data yet? I'm so anxious. I experienced VR at my friend's house, and I can't wait to have one myself. This is definitely a dimensionality reduction attack on existing games. It feels so surreal and sci-fi. At noon on the 7th day, with the hard work of the AI factory day and night, the second batch of VR is finally born. Because the Merger of some of the Shou company's production lines has been completed. This batch has produced more VR glasses than the first batch. Finally, the game fans who have been waiting for a day or two and waiting in the sales area refreshed the page again. They found that they can buy it again. Everyone is looking forward to what incredible historical records the VR version of Chicken Dinner can create after the pre-sale ends today. Second update. Is it finally available again? I wonder how much stock is available this time. I hope I can get it. There were so many accounts waiting in the purchase area to buy it that the server had problems. Many people crashed and could not enter the page. In the background, the new batch of VR glasses that were originally fully stocked were rapidly reduced under this crazy rush to buy. In just 2 or 3 hours, they were sold out. If it weren't for the poor network speed and server in the Steam region, they might have been sold out in just 10 minutes. Watson scratched his head awkwardly. He thought that the new batch of VR that was rushed out could at least meet the demand on the last night of the pre-sale period, but he didn't expect that they were sold out in 3 hours. This day was later praised by the gaming industry as the day when a new era officially began. This craze is really too terrible. Everyone is looking forward to the final data of VR pre-sale released by the Steam official. They all know clearly that this game must have made history. I just don't know how ridiculous this historical record will be. 8 o'clock. Shou Company, Yuncheng and Steam officials jointly released a pre-sale data. All kinds of praise, exclamation, and rigorous descriptions are no longer important. Everyone is looking for the number that represents the final pre-sale. It's not hard to find. After all, that number is too long and too eye-catching. 537, 95, 27. More than 5 million. More than 5 million. Just the fraction crushed the previous highest pre-sale record of 200,000 by nearly twice. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath and marveled at the horror. This is simply too terrible. More than 5 million copies of VR Eating Chicken, more than 1,000 yuan each. Calculated, it is more than 5 billion in net sales. That's more than 5 billion in cash. In less than 7 days, more than 5 billion in cash was collected. Who else in the entire gaming industry can achieve such a terrifying sales volume of real money? It is dozens of times higher than the previous highest record, which is simply unbelievable. It is wrong to compare this game with previous games. This game is a qualitative leap in terms of game experience and game form. It deserves such an achievement. Yi Shenhao is awesome. Yeah. Now it seems that Yi Shenhao was too modest at the beginning. If I had such a super trump card in my hand, I would be more arrogant than him. At the beginning, I would at least bet on whether I could pre-sell 3 million. I would like to call him the humble Yi Bai Wang. This 300 billion bet that shocked the entire network ended with Yi Shenhao's victory. I don't think so. This bet is really involved. It's too big. I don't think Yuncheng will give up so easily. How could they just give the company away? Yes, but this kind of game between rich people is really exciting. The president of Yuncheng was arrested and imprisoned a few days ago. Now there is no leader. I don't think it is possible to resist Yi Shenhao's strong acquisition. Moreover, this bet is so popular that the whole network is bursting with heat. I'm afraid it won't work if you want to deny it. The war between big men is really terrifying. When many netizens were amazed at the horror of this number, the focus of the hot spots soon turned to the result of the bet. I remember a guy said the other day that if the amount exceeds 1 billion, he will get one more me for every additional 100 million. Now the two sides have bet a total of 600 billion. And he owes a total of 5,990 miles. Let's raise money and mail it to him. Haha, I'm afraid I can't finish eating until I die. I don't have to cheat for food and drink in various comment areas in the future. This will solve the problem of lifelong diet directly. You are really a devil, but I like it. Ha ha ha. The core layer with the most say in Jiangjing, President Fu Ruodi and his cronies were all charged and imprisoned. As for those below the second layer, it doesn't matter to them who is the boss. Therefore, the takeover of the entire Jiangjing was unexpectedly smooth. In just 1 week, all the matters were resolved. Fu Ruodi and others were sentenced to the most severe punishment under the outstanding ability of Jiangjing law firm. After restructuring and integrating the resources of Jiangjing, Shou Company will become the largest game publisher in China. Watson said repeatedly. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. Slightly. Jiangjing is still Jiangjing. As a branch of Yi Technology Company, Shou Company should try to keep it confidential, so it only absorbed the resources that Jiangjing and Goose Factory could absorb. As for the manpower and projects under the names of these two factories, he did not merge them into Shou Company. The valuations of Goose Factory and Jiangjing fell in this reorganization and integration. And Shou Game Company, which absorbed the resources of the two factories and took advantage of this wave of popularity to gain a great reputation and was revered as the light of the new century game. It is natural that the valuation has risen sharply from its exposure to the public. In just half a month, its valuation has exceeded 300 billion, while Jiangjing has fallen from the original 500 billion to 350 billion, and Tencent has fallen from the previous 850 billion to 750 billion. With the subsequent development of Shou Company, it can be foreseen that it is very likely to replace Tencent and become the largest game manufacturer in China in a relatively short period of time. But what's interesting is that no matter how the rankings of these three major manufacturers change, now, these three are already assets in Yi Yang's hands. Now that VR's reputation has been fully opened, other games can be transformed. Yi Yang told Watson. If VR only carries a chicken game, no matter how fun it is, there will be a time when you get tired of it. Other LOL and other terminal games can also be transformed and developed, and the cost and time are very short. With the work efficiency of Shou games, a new game can be developed in an average of 2 or 3 days, and these games are also sold on the platform. If you already have VR, just buy the game itself. After merging the resources of the two super factories, the speed of VR production is no longer comparable to the previous one. Now, at least tens of millions of VRs are produced in each batch. It provides Shou Company with a steady stream of massive real money. The valuation has just exceeded 300 billion and has soared all the way. At the end of the month, Shou Company's valuation has completely surpassed the second largest cloud factory, reaching 500 billion. The 50 billion sales target that the cloud factory needed a year to complete before Shou Company can achieve it in less than 3 months. This is an achievement that will shock anyone's eyes. During this period, the number of optional games in the VR mall is also increasing, which makes all enthusiasts who like to play games very excited. The explosion of VR has squeezed the living space of old game manufacturers. After all, there are only so many users, and they all play VR games, and there are very few people playing terminal games and mobile games at the same time. The sales and valuations of these manufacturers have also fallen continuously in this month. Finally, they can no longer sit still. First update. This is the 9th time they want to discuss with you, haha. It seems they are really anxious. UMO pursed his lips and smiled. Yi Yang shrugged. These guys were all giving rewards to the live broadcast room. They thought that by opening a small account, they wouldn't be able to find out, so they didn't offend themselves. The losses you suffer now are your own fault. At least until the next generation of gaming equipment is developed, he is prepared to let these guys hang out. As for how much these guys lose, is it none of his business? It would be better if you die. He stretched. Still missing? Yumomo asked tentatively. No, tell the intelligence network to keep an eye on it. If any company can't help but go out of its way and do something excessive, I'll deal with it directly and then buy it. Yi Yang said calmly. Good. UMO nodded sensibly. In addition, there are many foreigners in the comment area who want the foreign language version of VR. They all want to buy it. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Steam is an international platform with players from all over the world. The previous promotions mainly targeted Chinese players. Unexpectedly, his fame would spread abroad so quickly. But it's not surprising when you think about it. The praise rate and number of comments for VR Chicken Fight are really a spectacle in the history of games, and it has caused a sensation on the entire platform. It is not surprising that those foreigners know something about it. He read the comments. Although the coding model of the VR Chicken game is similar to the original coding model of the Earth, it is not the same system at all. Therefore, even the masters on the internet cannot make a language cracking package. Therefore, even if these foreigners bought the game, they could only feel the shock of the gameplay, but the interface text and related text inside were all in Chinese, which they could not understand, so they were very distressed and left messages in the comment area. Similar, we need English. Japanese language is necessary. There are already hundreds of thousands of messages like this. It can be said that it is the Chinese domestic game on the Steam platform that has attracted the most international attention and desire. Before this, the quality of domestic games was obviously weaker than that of foreign games. Therefore, under the comment sections of major foreign games, all comments were "We need Chinese." Now, there is finally a game that allows countless foreigners to write these longing words in the comment area in their own languages. Yi Yang was also a little emotional, and a sense of pride arose in his heart. Overall, he is still a very sentimental person. Otherwise, we would not have put so much effort into promoting Chinese martial arts. Producing versions in other languages is naturally too simple for Shou company's technology. But Yi Yang is going to delay it a little. Maybe there are foreign players who are extremely passionate about VR and won't hesitate to learn Chinese for this game. This opportunity for cultural export cannot be missed. Yi Yang stretched his waist, and the VR promotion matter had almost come to an end. After a period of time, when the time is right, you can put the Divine Land redeemed with face value into the VR mall, and that's it. It's time to relax. Yi Yang patted Yumomo's buttocks and took her back to the recreation area of the manor. Now the renovation project of Yandingshan Manor has been basically completed. All kinds of facilities are available, and you can enjoy endless happiness when you live there. You can ride a filly to any area, and you can ride a filly in any area. This feeling of casual happiness is extremely comfortable. However, if you want Yang to have fun, one mare is obviously not enough. Along the way, 4 or 5 little maras were exhausted, and Yang had a satisfying rest. After taking a mixed bath with the maids for a while, he had a comfortable sleep. It's great to be a rich man. Yang got out of bed and did a set of boxing techniques to stretch his muscles. I glanced at Douyin casually. Because of the popularity of 300 billion gambling and VR during this period, more fans have flowed into his Douyin. In the past, those otakus who only played games rarely paid attention to internet celebrities. But now, as Yi Yang's fame explodes in the gaming circle, these people have flowed into Yi Yang's traffic pool. Before the 300 billion bet, Yi Yang's fans just exceeded 60 million, but now, they have reached 70 million. You know, after reaching tens of millions of fans, it is very difficult to increase the number of fans. 70 million is a line. Yi Yang should be the first in China to have more than 70 million followers. Others with more fans than him are either official accounts or fake traffic. This number can be achieved with real fans. In Douyin, he is still the first. However, this number of fans, which ordinary people and even big internet celebrities covet, is nothing shocking to Yi Yang. Speaking of which, it's almost the end of the year. It's time to go home and take a look. This period of time passed very quickly due to VR pre-sales, taking over the cloud factory and other matters. In a blink of an eye, it's almost the end of the year. Celebrating the New Year is an extremely important event for any Chinese person. This time, he was also planning to spend a different spring festival with his parents. Moreover, his movie will be released during this spring festival, so he is still looking forward to it. This year's spring festival travel is still so busy. Yi Yang glanced at the news. Spring festival travel is a big problem for China every year. Hundreds of millions of people are rushing to their hometowns, all wanting to see their families and reunite with them. There are not enough train tickets at all. However, this is not a problem for Yi Yang at all, because he has several private planes. Just fly back. Just like the last time he went home for the National Day, Yi Yang also took Lin Shuer, Shou Qingxian, Xiao Xiaozhu, Yu Momo, and others to board the F-1000 back to Chunqing, Jilin province. Yi Yang stepped on the land of his hometown again. Before he could sigh, he saw many people rushing up in the distance. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Second update, Easter egg. Shinta game is the game world of my old book online game. I have countless evolution points. Welcome everyone to read it. It is a novella with more than 300,000 words, including an introduction to the origin of the system, giving you a different grand world. Walking in the night in brocade clothes, only when those dark figures came closer, did Yi Yang see clearly what these guys were doing. Especially the somewhat exaggerated large banner in the front, its purpose is immediately apparent. Warmly welcome, Mr. Yi home. Thank you for your hard work, Dong Yi. Yi Yang has black lines all over his head. What is going on? He took a casual look and saw an acquaintance. It was Yang Haoming. Because he had licked Yi Yang very comfortably before, and he had made a great contribution to the Yang family, so his status in the Yang family had also increased. Now among the younger generation of the Yang family, he is ranked first in importance. Originally, the business community in Spring City was divided between Yang and Li. After the Li family was divided after offending Yi Yang, it existed in name only. After the reorganization, the Yang family became the largest in Jiangjing's power. However, the final say in the entire Spring City now is not the Yang family, which is the most powerful, but the Yi family, which had no reputation before. These major changes in the structure are all due to the appearance of one person, and that is Yi Yang. The people present to greet him are all representatives of major families and groups in Spring City. Everyone knows how high the status and weight of this young man who stepped off the plane is in China today. Looking at all walks of life in Ji province, it would be difficult to find someone stronger than him compared to his status. Maybe even none. Therefore, the representatives of these families and groups all come to greet them from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they just get a good impression from such a big boss, they may benefit a lot in the future. Sigh. The Yang family is really lucky. He hugged Mr. Ye's thigh at that time. Otherwise, after the disintegration of the Li family, we will get more benefits. Maybe we can use this to become the next super family. It's not too late. Yi Yang's reputation in the entire Spring City business community is extremely high. After that, many people paid attention to Yi Yang's movements. They also collected all the 300 billion gambling and other matters in the past few days. In addition, Mark King and other big shots supported him at the time. These families all clearly realize that this person who came out of Spring City is already at the pinnacle of China, and is many levels higher than these places. As long as you seize an opportunity and hug his thigh, no matter which leg it is, you will be able to prosper directly and save the entire family years of struggle. The Yang family is a living example. Therefore, when we received the news that Mr. Yi was returning to his hometown, everyone was extremely excited and came to the airport very proactively and lined up to greet him. The momentum is great and the scene is magnificent. It can be said to be the best in Spring City in decades. Even when the richest man in China came to Spring City, he did not create such a huge wave in the business world of Spring City. The hands of the reporters present were trembling. As reporters, the opportunity to record such a big scene is not easy to come by. Mr. Yi, I am the person in charge of this airport pickup event. Yang Haoming came over. One after another, his smile full of awe. After all, the person of the same age in front of him is already the pinnacle figure in China, and he is just an ordinary new generation of local powerful people. The difference in status is really huge. Well, I remember you. Yi Yang nodded lightly. It was his first time back. The Yang family had always sent Yang Haoming as his follower. He was thoughtful and had good dog-licking skills, so he was quite impressed with Yang Haoming. When Yang Haoming heard this, he straightened up a bit and felt extremely honored. But how do you know when I will come back? Yi Yang frowned and glanced at Yang Haoming. Yang Haoming was immediately frightened. He was afraid that Yi Yang would misunderstand, so he kept saying, "Your parents told us." Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Unlike last time, this time he did tell his family in advance the date of his return. He did instruct the Yang family to take good care of his family. It's not surprising to get this news. After dispelling this doubt, he felt a lot more relieved. Even if you wear a lot of clothes but don't wear them, it's still very emotional to just watch such a grand welcome ceremony for returning home. Wealth and honor do not return home, just like walking in brocade at night. I was in a hurry when I came back last time and my reputation hadn't developed yet. This time I finally felt like I was returning home in glory. I couldn't help but feel a little excited. To be honest, he didn't know how many times he had seen bigger scenes outside than now. But it is precisely this scene that happens in my hometown that is most touching. Really not bad. Shou Qingshan muttered. She and Shou Xiaozhu have not had a home since they were young, and now they regard the place where their boss is as their home. Yu Momo also smiled lightly. In Lin Shuer's eyes, there was not so much excitement, only Yi Yang was alone. After the last Douyin carnival, she became Douyin's top sister, and she became busy with many things, but she knew very well that everything she had now was because of Yi Yang's existence. As for Yi Xiaozi, as a senior in high school, of course, she is still making up classes and will be back by G950 in a few days. Get in the car, Mr. Yi. Yang Haoming repeatedly made gestures of invitation. Yi Yang took a few girls and got into this extended luxury Lincoln. Lincoln led the way. Cars from major families, major trading companies, and groups followed behind. The scene was huge. No matter what they thought, the big shot who came back this time was from Chongqing and was their fellow villager. This sense of pride was one of the reasons why they came to greet him voluntarily. Wow! What a big shot! All the cars driving here are super luxury cars. Damn, I'm so jealous. Any one of them is worth millions. That luxury private customized extended Lincoln, you can't buy it without 20 million. Passers-by and the media who followed along were all amazed. Although they didn't know the inside story, they all knew that a big shot they couldn't imagine on weekdays had come to Chongqing. The supercar team was pulled into a long line. And there were many public officials responsible for maintaining public order along the way. Auxiliary police, urban management and security personnel kept the surging crowd watching the excitement on both sides of the road to prevent trampling and riots. Along the way, there were fireworks rising, and it was so lively that it seemed as if the whole Chongqing had entered the new year in advance. Yi Yang felt as if the whole city was welcoming his return. Soon, the convoy arrived at the most luxurious house in Chongqing today, Xinhuang Mansion. This was the mansion he had purchased at an auction at a sky-high price of more than 2 billion yuan. In Ji province, where housing prices and land are not very expensive, it is shocking to be able to sell it at this price. And Xinhuang Mansion has gradually become the most prestigious place recognized by the upper-class circles in Chongqing today. First update, directions. If you have forgotten the plot of Going Home last time, you can jump to chapters 247 to 312 to review it. And it's something that's recognized by the entire upper-class circle. The old couple living in Cha-Cha Xinhuang Mansion have no idea. They couldn't figure out these twists and turns. After all, the water here was too deep for ordinary people to grasp. They don't lack either, they just want to live comfortably. Yi Yang also asked the Yang family to take good care of his parents and not let those messy things come to them. No one in the Spring City business community dared to disobey his orders. Therefore, Yi Shanting and his wife, who were supposed to be the center of the whirlpool, had been living an unusually leisurely life during this period. They all knew that their son was promising and had made a big career on his own. At least they don't have to Worry about saving money to buy a house for Yi Yang. As for Baoli High School, where their daughter attends, the scholarship for 1 year alone is more than they have saved in their entire life. A life without pressure can be said to be the happiest time they have ever lived. Shou surely learned how to fish and raised many expensive flowers and plants in the yard. Of course, she didn't know that these flowers and plants were expensive. Anyway, they were all bought with money from the Yang family. As for Yi Shanting, he started to play with the calligraphy and painting antiques that various families had sent to Xinhuang Mansion, and drank tea with nothing else. Life is also a joy. Because it was already winter and the roadside was covered with white snow, the scene in Xinhuang Mansion was completely different from the last October. Winter in Spring City is not generally cold, but the design of the Star Emperor's mansion is very clever. Even if you walk in it, even if there is a slight chill, it doesn't feel too cold. Because the water source is running water, plus the design reasons. The pools and streams in the Star Emperor's mansion are not completely frozen. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Yi Yang smiled and looked at the old couple walking in the courtyard. Shou Shirley and Yi Shanting were very happy to see Yi Yang coming back. Although the environment of Xinhuang Mansion is good, it is too big. The old couple live in a lonely place and miss their children from time to time. Didn't Xiaozi come back with you? She's making up lessons. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. I'm studying, but studying is more important. Shou Shirley both said in succession. After placing several girls and items, the chefs also prepared the food and had a sumptuous dinner. Yi Yang chatted with his parents about the past few months. The Yang family is quite considerate in their work. Yi Yang was quite satisfied. By the way, Xiaoyang, we will be the ancestors of the Yi family in 2 days. Would you like to come with us? Yi Shanting said with a smile. Okay. Yi Yang nodded. Ancestor sacrifice is a triennial event for the entire Yi family. In the past, when Grandpa celebrated his birthday, all the people who came were members of the Yi family who lived in Spring City. But the ancestor worship ceremony is different. Even those who were born in various parts of China, or even those who went abroad. But anyone who has the blood of the Spring City Yi family and still recognizes their ancestors needs to come back to participate. At least one person from each family. Yi Yang also participated in it several times when he was a child. Although they were all from the same clan, there were many relatives who could not see each other for 3 to 5 years. I can't even pronounce their names, so naturally I can't talk about any friendship. It's just an activity based on traditional customs. The event took place in his hometown in the countryside, and the organizers were several great-grandfathers whom Yi Yang couldn't even name. In Spring City, Yi Yang didn't save any fancy luxury cars. After spending a long time in the garage, he chose a customized luxury Bentley that was long enough for everyone to sit in. It was very similar to the first-class land car he had in Shanghai, but it was relatively cheaper, with a landing price of only over 40 million. The car quickly drove into Yijia village. The third uncle's family in the village has a relatively good relationship with my own family. In the past, when ancestors returned to the village, they would stay at the third uncle's house. There are no parking garages in the village. He parked directly in an open space next to the third uncle's house, and Yi Yang took his parents into the house. Oh. Shanting, you're back. I've packed up the house for you. Let's have a good drink tonight. The third uncle laughed, and his enthusiastic voice came from the room. But as soon as he left the house, he was stunned. What's going on? Why are there so many people? He basically lives in the village. He has never seen a top beauty like you, Momo. And he can't react for a while. Third uncle, I am Xiaoyang. Yi Yang said with a smile. I am Yi Yang's secretary. We are Yi Yang's bodyguards. Umo introduced the others one after another. Ah. It took the third uncle a while to finally accept this. Older people like him basically don't use the internet. Most of their thoughts are on 1/3 of an acre. They don't know about Yi Yang's fortune. At this time, it's like listening to a story. After listening, he laughed and patted Yi Yang's shoulders. Although I didn't quite understand it, I probably knew that Yi Yang was doing very well now. You're fighting for your third uncle's face. You're promising. My little Qian'er's love for you is not in vain. I'll have a few drinks with your third uncle later. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to say yes again and again. The third uncle was very happy. After all, if he were not an ancestor, no one would come to the house, so he just stewed 2 little hens. Without the ancestor worship, the village has been deserted, alas. The third uncle, Yi Jiangjing, took a sip of liquor and sighed. Don't I have a cousin? Yi Yang asked in confusion. She went to Beijing after graduating from college a few years ago, and there has been no news since then. Except for sending some money home every month. I haven't seen her for a long time. Yi Jianjin's face was a little lonely when he talked about this, and then he took a sip of wine and waved his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Didn't the ancestral worship always take place by the great-grandfather before? Why did it take over the second grandfather this time? Yi Xianting also changed the topic at the right time. Oh, the great-grandfather was seriously ill last month. Yi Jianjun shook his head. Why didn't you send him to the hospital? Yi Xianting said anxiously. Several old men still have a very high status in the clan. The old body can't stand the tossing. He is already over 90 years old. If he really needs to be loaded onto a truck and sent to the hospital, I'm afraid the bumps on the road will make him unbearable. Yi Jianjun sighed. I found a doctor, but he said it can't be cured without equipment. I'm just taking medicine now. This time, the ancestral ceremony also wants everyone to get together and think of a way to see if any of the clan members can save it. So that's it. Yi Xianting also frowned and looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled and said, since it said that it can't be cured without equipment, it proves that it's a disease that can be cured with equipment. It's not a big problem. When the time comes, I'll spend some money to buy the equipment and call a few top doctors to perform the operation, and the problem will be solved. It's not good to say that. According to the doctor, the whole set of equipment will cost nearly 10 million to buy. According to your solution, it's no different from building a hospital in the village. The whole thing can't be done without 10 or 20 million. Li Jianjun didn't dare to think of this solution at all. After all, this kind of super-rich thinking is simply a fantasy and unrealistic to ordinary people. Second update. Yi Yang was stunned. He subconsciously wanted to reply, is 20 million also called money? If this matter hadn't been urgent, he would have just built a complete high-end hospital in the village first. However, the most important thing now is to treat the uncle, so we only need to get the instruments he needs first. After that, other equipment will be slowly purchased to build a high-end hospital in the village. It can be regarded as a blessing to the relatives in my hometown. After all, he probably expected to invest 3 to 5 billion. Having a good hospital will stimulate population flow, and the elderly in the village will not be too lonely. When the population becomes mobile, economic mobility also comes. The relatives who stayed behind in Jiangjing naturally had money to spend. However, these are all things for later. The first thing now is to get the instruments in first. No need for him to explain. Yi Xianting patted Yi Yang on the shoulder with great pride, as long as Xiaoyang wants to do it. Now, just trust him. Ah. Yi Jianjun was stunned and didn't know what to say. He was an honest farmer who had been in the fields all his life. The most money he had ever seen was 100,000. Or 80,000. Figures like tens of millions, except for those he had heard from storytellers, did not exist in reality at all. To him, it was just too dreamy. Xiaoyang is so powerful now. He blinked. Although Father Yi also introduced it just now, Yi Jianjun couldn't understand those nonsense. Now this opening is only 10 or 20 million. Only then did he realize how rich Yi Yang is now. Got some concepts. Just so. Yi Yang scratched his head. These were his real relatives, and the third uncle was also very kind to him. In front of them, he didn't want to show off at all, he just wanted to help them and let them live a good life. Yumomo and others obviously could see Yi Yang's thoughts, otherwise they wouldn't have kept Yi Yang by their side, so they all suppressed their laughter and did not say what was in their hearts. I'm surprised at 10 to 20 million, it's not half as expensive as the boss's car, right? By the way, third uncle, I think your house hasn't been renovated for a long time, right? Yi Yang asked. Yes. Yi Jianjun shook his head, with a trace of regret on his face. I'm old and have no energy. I still have a villa in Jingyue community. That is vacant right now. How about you move there in a few days, Mr. Third? Yi Yang suggested. No. No, I'm used to living in the fields, but I can't afford a big villa. Yi Jianjun refused. Directly. The old people in the village could still chat with each other if they had nothing to do. When he went to the city, his wife left and his daughter didn't come back, so he felt lonely. Yi Yang sighed. His third aunt was very nice to him when he was a child, but he didn't expect that he hadn't come back in the past 2 or 3 years. Let's do this. After the ancestor worship is over, I'll find someone to help you, third uncle, renovate a good house next to it and make it more spacious and brighter. Now, third uncle, don't refuse. Yi Yang knew that the third uncle probably also had feelings for this old house. The new house was built next to it, so he could come back and visit if he had nothing to do. Yi Jianjun's eyes turned red, he patted Yi Yang's shoulder heavily and nodded. The 2 pullets were finished quickly. After the meal, Shou surely accompanied Yi Xianting and was still chatting with Yi Jianjun. The uncle in the field is usually dull and has endless things to say only after drinking. Yi Yang took a few girls to settle in the guest room next to them. The third uncle's small courtyard had been visited frequently when he was a child. He touched the pressurized water well in the courtyard, and old childhood memories surged out, making him feel very emotional. Master Umo looked at Yi Yang's expression and put her hand on his hand gently. Yi Yang looked at the three girls and smiled with relief. He planned to invest more money in a few days to upgrade the village. Although the place has changed with the times, it feels much more modern than when I was a child. But after all, it was just an ordinary level. The place where his ancestors were worshipped by the Yi family should not be just like this. Entered the side room. Although the village already has electricity and radiators. However, many elderly people in the village still like to burn stoves and kangs to keep warm. This is the Ondal in northeast China. Yumomo lay on the bed and hummed comfortably. It's really hot. My whole body feels warm. A smirk appeared on Yi Yang's face. You feel inside? Ah? Yumomo reached out his hand to touch the bedside in confusion, and suddenly pulled his hand back because it was so hot. Master, you are so bad. Ha ha. Yi Yang shook his head. The head of the bed was closest to the fire pit and was the hottest. When he was a child, he accidentally rolled over to the head of the bed while sleeping, and his hands were burnt white. Humph, I'm so stupid. I was still feeling sorry for my stinky master outside just now. Umo pouted. Haha, don't be angry, I will love you and make it up to you later. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Humph, that's pretty much it. Yumomo blushed slightly and stuck out his tongue. What about me? Shou Qingxian snorted. I felt sorry for the boss just now. Me too. Xiao Xiaozhu chuckled. Ah, this. Yi Yang looked at the expectant looks on the three girls' faces and couldn't laugh or cry. He was just a good guy. Line up and come one by one. TCH, then I'll line up at the back. Who makes me only feel sorry for Gie. Shou Qingxian said sarcastically. Ahem. Yi Yang glanced at Xiao Xiaozhu, then you. What? Can't the boss's car of fraternity accommodate a little girl? After Xiao Xiaozhu finished speaking, her face also turned red, but her eyes were surprisingly open. You also have feelings for me. Yi Yang looked left and right, and found that Shou Qingxian and Yumomo were not surprised at all. Hey. You guys should at least be surprised. You. Momo rolled his eyes. I'm afraid that in the entire Yundingshan manor, you are the only one who doesn't know that Xiaozhu has feelings for you. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was obvious that she hid it too deeply. In fact, it was indeed the case. Xiao Xiaozhu was meticulous and didn't show much in front of Yi Yang on weekdays. Yi Yang was also quite straightforward, so it was normal that he didn't notice it. But recently she suddenly came to her senses and realized that if she didn't express her feelings directly to her boss, he would never find out in his life. So this time she mustered up her courage and stopped backing off. Although she was quirky in other things, she was no better than a pure girl in this matter. The reason why she hid it before was that she didn't want Yi Yang to see her only childish side. I'm slow. Yi Yang took Xiao Xiaozhu's hand and said apologetically. Hee hee. Xiao Xiaozhu hummed and sat in Yi Yang's arms, her little face pressed against his chest, and she was extremely happy in her heart. Stupid boss. In fact, when I accompanied you to the class reunion and pretended to be your temporary girlfriend, I wanted to remove the word temporary. Second update. If the boss is cold, come in and warm yourself up. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The physics teacher is right, friction does generate heat. Master actually still has the energy to think about the physics teacher. There's nothing I can do about it. He's so energetic that any action actor from the Kingdom of the Sun would be the first to be defeated by me. Young people are good. In the main house, Sue surely could see through the window that the lights in the side room were still on. She couldn't help but shook her head. This is too much for staying up late. No, I have to tell them to sleep regularly. If you stay up late, your health will be bad. You can do it. Xiaoyang is not a child anymore. Yi Shanting was very drunk and dragged Sue Shirley in. Don't go anywhere tonight, hey. Sue Shirley raised her eyebrows, but obviously there would be no chance for her to speak later. The night passed slowly in such a wonderful atmosphere. On the second day, the rooster sang at dawn. Yi Yang also ended the final battle with this high-pitched cry. For breakfast, Yi Jiangjing served milk, sausages, boiled eggs, and bread. Hey, I don't usually eat this stuff, but you city people should eat it often. I went to the small shop to buy it in the morning. Huh? What's your expression? What happened? On the table, the four girls Shou Qingxian, Shou Xiaozhu, Yu Momo, and Sue Shirley looked at the milk and sausages and boiled eggs in front of them, their faces all red. Yi Yang and Yi Shanting felt guilty as thieves and ate silently without speaking to each other at all. Is there a rule in the city that you can't talk during breakfast? It's really strange. Yi Jiangjun shook his head and muttered, completely unable to understand the strange rules in the city. Then he took a bite of the grilled sausage and drank a glass of milk. Don't mention it, the way to eat in the city is really good, the milk is delicious, and the grilled sausage is also good. It's delicious, puff. The one who was drinking milk, Shou Xiaozhu, who was the least experienced and thin-skinned, almost squirted out. What, are you feeling uncomfortable? I just bought fresh breakfast this morning. Yi Jianjun scratched his head and smelled it specifically. It's not bad. I'm actually not very hungry. Ahem, I'm going to put on my makeup first. Shou Xiaozhu found a reason and left quickly. This is true. After all, after drinking so much milk last night, there is no problem at all if I skip one glass for breakfast. Oh, the little girl in this city has a small appetite. Yi Jianjun didn't think there was anything strange. He shook his head and sighed. Breakfast passed in such a subtle and strange atmosphere. After eating breakfast and tidying up, Yi Yang and his party set out on the road to the ancestral sacrifice. Overall, Yujiakan doesn't look very big. The place of ancestor worship is in the ancestral hall in the north of the village. There is a large square outside the ancestral hall. It was already full of people. Looking around, there are hundreds of people at least. All kinds of cars come in. Obviously they are all clan members who have returned from other places. Occasionally, when a decent car drives in, there will be an exclamation of exclamation, and a bunch of relatives who have to fight 8 poles to get there will gather around to ask after each other, and it doesn't look like they haven't seen each other for many years. If you come here by walking or driving a cheap car, except for real relatives, I rarely go over to say hello. Didi. An Audi Q7 drove in. Hiss, is this a Matador Red customized model? This car costs more than 800,000 yuan. Which branch is so prosperous now? For ordinary people, being able to afford a car worth more than 800,000 yuan is already very scary. After all, few people would choose to drive such an expensive car if their family doesn't have a millionaire. Suddenly, this Q7 became a hot topic. Yi Yang and the others came to the village first, so they came here for a walk this morning, and the Bentley did not drive over. Click. The car door opened, and a young man got out of the car with his family. Isn't this Shou? No wonder I can afford to drive such a luxury car costing more than 800,000 yuan. I have long heard that Shou's lineage is the best among the Jiangjing family. Now that I see it, it is indeed the case. The relatives were discussing, and many people leaned towards Shou. Yang raised his eyebrows. This Shou was his uncle's son. When he came back for the first time to attend his uncle's birthday party in October, he was also very impressed with Shou. However, Shou nodded and said hello to the relatives who came over. He didn't stay for too long and walked directly towards Yang. Cousin, long time no see. Shou also had a modest smile on his face, and his attitude was also very humble. Even if you don't mention the recent rumors about this cousin in the Jiangjing business district, just looking at the picture of cattle herding under the willows that Yang showed at his grandfather's birthday party is enough to establish his position as the number one Yi family in Jiangjing. The picture of herding cows under the willow is worth 10 to 20 million at least. In addition, the Binyue restaurant worth 2 billion yuan belongs to this cousin. His identity has transcended the ordinary concept of wealth. Of course, we need to build a better relationship between the two families. Who is this kid? Many members of the Yi family who did not live in Spring City were obviously a little confused when they saw the scene. A man who drives a Marriott worth more than 800 yuan actually takes the initiative to chat. Then this Yang has a lot of status. I haven't been back for 3 years. But someone has actually appeared in our Yi family? All the relatives were discussing. Just when they were discussing whether to get close to Yang, the roaring sound came from outside. A beautiful shadow came in from outside. I'll go. A sports car. Who is this? Yang glanced at the sports car thrown in and lost any interest. It was a Ferrari F430, which cost more than 3 million yuan to buy. In his eyes, it was no different from Volkswagen models driven by ordinary people like Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Click. Now, under the dazzling supercars, even the Audi Q7 has stood aside. Many relatives who came back from other places hurriedly joined in, ready to see which company had become prosperous and could actually afford to drive a Ferrari. The car door opened, and a young man in his 20s and an old man dressed strangely, who looked like an ancient cosplay doctor, came out. This is Yi Xian, the new generation of the Yi family in Jianling. I heard that the Yi family in Jianling are doing very well recently. They even drive supercars. I'm envious. After Yi Xian got out of the car, he glanced at the whole place casually and adjusted his Armani fursuit, looking like a rich man. Tisk, is this the ancestral sacrifice? Yejia village looks so shabby. It doesn't suit my identity at all. Ugh, he curled his lips, his expression full of disappointment. Second update. What's the point of earning some face with these poor relatives? Yi Xian shook his head, feeling that the old people at home were quite funny. The few old people of the Yi family in Jianling sent him to the ancestral worship to show the current strength of the Jianling Yi family branch, so that these relatives can see how well they live and how awesome they are. Yi Xian can understand this mentality. But he was very unhappy to be sent to such a small village to suffer. So, he also wanted to complete the task at home quickly and leave this dilapidated village. After getting off the car, Yi Xian glanced at the surrounding cars very arrogantly. Only. When he saw the Q7, his eyebrows slightly raised, and then he withdrew his gaze with disdain, with a sneer. At the corner of his mouth, a bunch of old hats. Since there are no other dark horse players, his task should be completed easily. Next, it's time for me to perform. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If other branches have developed very well, then he would have to use his brains to show off, but now it seems that there are only a bunch of small shrimps present. The most powerful one can only drive an Audi Q7, which is still a decent car compared to ordinary people, but compared with the Jiangjing family, whose assets are now several hundred million, it is too far behind. Many relatives of the Yi family came over. After all, this is a super rich man driving a Ferrari. This is no longer something that ordinary people can get in touch with. Becoming the focus of attention and being amazed by the audience, Yi Xian, who originally thought that the village was too shabby and felt a little unhappy, was instantly very happy. As an ordinary member of the Jiangjing family, this kind of treatment of being the focus of the audience is not easy to feel. I am Yi Xian, from the Jiangjing family. Yi Xian straightened his chest, and his eyes were also full of pride. Several elders in our family have always been thinking about our old village, so let me come back to see them now. Oh, what a handsome man. The Jiangjing family has become prosperous in recent years. Yes, this is a Ferrari. The relatives were also stunned. I just don't know where the old masters of the Yi family are now. Yi Xian waved his hand and said calmly, according to the custom of ancestral worship, it is natural that after all the families gather together, they will go to the clan elders' hall together to invite several clan elders out. Several relatives of the Yi family said. Oh, Yi Xian raised a little arc at the corner of his mouth. That is the rule of previous years. I think we should not do it this year. Don't do it this way? This. The members of the Yi family whispered to each other. This is how they do it every time they worship their ancestors. The Jiangjing family didn't come back for several times, and they just sent someone back and wanted to change the rules. Although he was not happy, who asked him to drive a Ferrari back? He was a person after all. Such a rich man had the special ability to make people more patient and tolerant of him. Rules change with the times. The organizer of our ancestral worship should be the most capable one. Yi Xian became more and more confident as he spoke. I think the future ancestral worship will be hosted by my Jiangjing family. Now, everyone knows what this kid means. This is clearly to come back on behalf of the Jiangjing family, to grab the face of the ancestor. A branch has developed well. When it has money, it wants to have face and wants to fight for orthodoxy and dominance in the entire clan. The right to host the ancestral worship is obviously the most representative thing. This matter. I am afraid it will take the consent of several great-grandfathers? Not bad. Such big things have always been decided by several great-grandfathers. If they nod, we have no objection. All the relatives of the Yi family said repeatedly. In clans, the elders are always respected. Suddenly, the Jiangjing family was given the power to worship the ancestors. Any branch would feel uncomfortable. But the Jiangjing family has developed well, and no one wants to offend them. It's strange that they agree. Therefore, several elders were brought out. These elders have been in Yejia village for decades and are very stubborn. It's strange that they can agree. Heh. The arc of Yi Xian's mouth became bigger, and he sneered in his heart, I expected you to say that. He shook his head. The poor are really pathetic. Their thinking is so fixed. As long as they guess, they will guess everything. When something happens, they think about throwing away all the responsibilities and pots. They dare not express their dissatisfaction, and they have to use other people's mouths. As long as this other people's mouth is blocked by some kind of interests, then these mobs will hate themselves for shooting themselves in the foot, and then scold the person they asked to take the blame for being disloyal. The Jiangjing Yi family had already planned how to deal with the elders. The young man looked at the old man next to him, who was dressed like a quack doctor. The old man nodded in understanding and stood up. I heard that the eldest master of the Yi family is seriously ill recently. Because of his old age and frailty, he can't bear the fatigue of traveling, so he can't go to a big hospital for treatment. I am Jing Xiefeng, who studied under the national doctor Zhang Taishu. I am a very senior person in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. I came here specifically to treat the eldest master. Jing Xiefeng clasped his fists. His face was neither sad nor happy, and he looked very unfathomable. Chinese doctor. The apprentice of Mr. Zhang Taishu. A Chinese doctor? Zhang Taishu is now a well-known Chinese doctor at the Imperial Hospital in the Forbidden City, and a master of traditional Chinese medicine. This kid is actually the disciple of that kind of existence? The eyes of several elderly people left behind in the village suddenly lit up. The lack of excellent medical equipment is a big problem for Western medicine, but it is not a problem for Chinese medicine. The national medical sage is a master of vision, hearing, inquiry, and understanding. Often just a prescription can save a seriously ill person from the border between life and death. However, a visit to such a famous doctor is extremely expensive. Moreover, if you want to meet such a famous doctor and register with him, you need connections and time. Yajayakan obviously does not have this strength. The high-ranking doctor they had been dreaming of before, now actually appeared in front of them like this. Then, please come with me quickly and take a look at the old man's condition first. The elders from several clans who maintained the scene were overjoyed and kept saying, Ahem. Jing Xiefeng flicked his sleeves, this is not the etiquette that should be used to receive a famous doctor. Several old people looked embarrassed, and then they realized what Jing Xiefeng meant. This requires several clan elders to come forward to invite him first. Among the crowd, Yi Yang's eyes also darkened. This Jing Xiefeng seems to be a good move by Jiangjing Yi Jiabu. First update. In the boss's territory? The purpose of the Jiangjing Yi family is obviously to use the opportunity of this Chinese medicine apprentice to treat the eldest uncle in exchange for the Jiangjing Yi family's right to host ancestor worship. This kind of behavior of taking advantage of others' danger and plotting against the elders of the same clan made Yi Yang feel angry. Especially for this old village, he still has some feelings in his heart. The actions of the Jiangjing Yi family were simply inappropriate. Taking advantage of others' dangers was not enough. They actually asked a few great-grandfathers to take the initiative to break the rules of ancestor worship and show up before anyone invited them. In this way, several great-grandfathers themselves broke the rules of ancestor worship, and the so-called rules lost their seriousness when negotiating terms. Later, you can also use this matter to criticize the great-grandfathers. The depth of intention and the poisonous intention are both despicable. Yi Yang knew very well that several old men had depended on each other and had stayed in the village for decades. They had deep feelings for each other. For the sake of the grandpa, they would definitely come out to greet him. However, doing something like this and breaking the ancestral rules with your own hands must be extremely heartbreaking for these old men who attach great importance to the traditional rules of ancestral worship. He still has great respect for his great-grandfathers. You said that you are a disciple of Chinese medicine, so that means you are a disciple of Chinese medicine? That's right, you didn't even check our great-grandfather's condition, so you just confirmed that it can be cured? It would be ridiculous if a few great-grandfathers broke the rules just because of a word from you. The members of the Yi family were obviously not fools. They all spoke one after another at this time. After all, they did not really want to see the Jiangjing Yi family get this position inexplicably. Haha. What I said is true, so what if it's false? Do you have any other choice? Is these insignificant red tape more important, or is your great-grandfather's life more important? Xing Xifeng sneered, you don't need to embarrass Mr. Yi. Xian. I just do it for the sake of the Yi family in Jiangjing. If you are too arrogant to me, I can naturally choose not to save you. By then, it will be too late for you to regret this. Most of the Yi family are just ordinary people. They don't know any miracle doctors, let alone like Yi Yang, who directly plans to build a hospital in the village. If you miss this opportunity, that may be real. The old man may be dead. They couldn't afford this responsibility, so they could only gradually become silent and let a few old men make choices and decisions. What a piece of garbage. Yi Shou could see clearly that what Xing Xifeng said was all nonsense. He was obviously acting based on Yi Xian's eyes, but after saying these words, he expelled the Yi family from Jiangjing. He also has a sense of justice in his heart, but unfortunately, with his ability, he is still powerless to deal with the current situation. Although he has made great achievements through his own hard work over the years, together with his father, the family only has tens of millions of assets. He is simply not qualified to know any awesome Chinese doctors, and it is even more unrealistic to spend all his money to move the hospital here. Although I am not angry at this situation, but in the end, I could only clenched my fists, feeling powerless. Nephew Yi, what you said last night wasn't drunken talk. Yi Jiangjun turned around, his eyes also full of bloodshot eyes. As one of the old people who stayed in the village, he naturally knew the old masters the best. Letting them break the ancestral rules with his own hands would be more uncomfortable than killing them. He would never allow this. This situation happens. Of course, third uncle, I wasn't drinking yet at that time. Yi Yang smiled and nodded, looking at the arrogant Xing Xifeng in the field, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile. What Yi Jiangjun asked was of course what he said last night about spending money to buy equipment to save his great-grandfather and then build a hospital in the village. You are right. Yi Shou also looked over, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Now Yi Yang is the real dragon of the Yi family. If there is any possibility of a change in the current situation, that possibility lies with Yi Yang. But now, I have changed my mind. A faint coldness flashed across Yi Yang's eyes. Nephew, you. Yi Jiangjun obviously didn't understand what Yi Yang meant and was stunned for a moment. However, Yi Yang did not explain. He gave a reassuring expression to the parents who looked worried in their eyes, and then gave Yu Momo a look. Umo and the others immediately understood. The two bodyguards opened the way directly. Originally, Yi Yang and the others were standing low-key in the crowd, and none of the relatives of the Yi family in the front row saw Shou. Qingxian. At this time, several super beauties stood out from the crowd and instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. Women are envious and men are jealous. No matter where the beauty goes, she is the absolute center of attention. Three top beauties with superb temperament opened the way for Yi Yang. Yi Xian, who had just enjoyed the attention of the audience for a while and was enjoying the feeling of showing off, frowned slightly and looked at Yi Yang and his party, feeling something was wrong. Hiss. I didn't notice it just now. Oh my God. Three beauties. These three beauties are actually surrounding this young man. I'm afraid his identity is not simple. Maybe he's a low-key boss, or maybe he's just a Neptune who knows how to flirt with girls. The silence originally brought about by Jing Xiefeng was instantly broken, and there was a lot of noise. Jing Xiefeng frowned and looked over. You are a young Chinese medicine apprentice who dares to act recklessly in the boss's ancestral land. Who gave you the courage? Yumomo looked over coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. Who are you? Yumomo was very impressive, and it was obvious that he was not a small person. Regardless of whether Jing Xiefeng was well-trained or not, he had been in high-level circles in the past few years under the guise of a traditional Chinese medicine apprentice. He could see at a glance that Yumomo and his friends had temperaments that seemed to be not ordinary people. For a moment, they did not dare to offend too much. When the Yi family of Chuncheng saw Yi Yang, clearly, a glimmer of hope rose in their eyes. At that time, at the birthday banquet of the great-grandfather of the Yi family of Chuncheng, Yi Yang's painting of herding cattle under a willow tree shocked the whole audience. This young man was respected by Yang Delin, the head of the Yang family of Chuncheng. You are not qualified to question my boss's identity. Even if your master is here today, he has to respectfully call my boss Mr. Yi. Who are you? Yumomo had long been fed up with what Jing Xiefeng had done just now, and he was merciless when he confronted him at this time. Hiss. This beauty has such a strong tone. She's really good at talking. But she's a disciple of a Chinese doctor, after all. She has a very high status in China. If you don't have a certain status and you confront her like this, I'm afraid you'll have trouble doing business in the future. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Let's wait and see. The relatives in the field were all surprised and confused when they saw this scene, and they were looking forward to what Jing Xiefeng's reaction would be next. Second update. Haha, what a loud tone. Jing Xiefeng laughed angrily. You are a bumpkin who came out of nowhere. I'm afraid you don't even know the status of the so-called Chinese medicine. How dare you look down on me like this? With your little skills, you dare to ask our Yi family to change the rules of ancestor worship. It's really laughable. Yi Yang smiled lightly and shook his head. What did you say? Jing Xiefeng frowned. It is a noble job to treat patients and save people. It is really shameful for you to complete your conspiracy. Yi Yang shook his head. He himself also obtained the magical rejuvenation medical skill, but he never had the chance to use it. If Jing Xiefeng hadn't jumped out, he would have almost forgotten that he had such a magical skill. Don't talk about what you have and what you don't have. How can you do it without me? Jing Xiefeng laughed. Is it possible that you still want to kill your great-grandfather? I really don't like your meager medical skills. Yi Yang waved his hand lightly. My great-grandfather's disease doesn't need to be cured by someone like you. It's enough for me. You also know medical skills. Jing Xifeng stared in disbelief. You don't think that just by learning some medical knowledge in school, you can cure diseases and save people after graduation? You are kidding. Obviously, given Yi Yang's age, he could only be a newly graduated medical student. As for the ancestral miracle doctor? Totally impossible. After all, the Yi family does not have any inheritance of miracle doctors. The members of the Yi family also started whispering. After all, this was a matter of life and death for the old man, and it was no joke. Whether you believe it or not has no impact on this matter. Yi Yang left a faint word and took the three girls towards the ancestral hall where several clan elders were. This? Jing Xifeng gritted his teeth. Originally, he was just setting up a show to get a few clan elders to break the rules first. Now that Yi Yang is here to disrupt the situation, no matter whether what he said is true or not, he at least has to go and meet the clan elders first. The plan was disrupted in an instant. He glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face was obviously ugly, but he had no choice but to nod. In this way, a group of people, following Yi Yang, arrived in front of the ancestral hall. Several clan elders were obviously aware of what happened in the square. When they saw Jing Xifeng and Yi Yang coming in, their faces were filled with hesitation. Let me meet the great master first, Yi Yang said to several tribesmen. Good. Several clan elders obviously know that. Now, no matter how incredible it seems, they must believe in Yi Yang. Otherwise, regardless of Jing Xifeng's eloquent price offer, I'm afraid he really has no choice but to let it be at his mercy. Due to the large number of people, only those with relatively high status, such as Yi Shou and other relatives of the Yi family, were eligible to follow. Several clan elders led the way, and soon they passed through the central hall, arriving at the couch at the back. On the hospital bed, the eldest grandfather's face was bruised and black, his eyes were dull, and he was lying there, skinny as a stick. This? When all the relatives of the Yi family saw this scene, they felt quite uncomfortable. After all, the eldest uncle has been hosting ancestral sacrifices for more than 30 years. Many members of the Yi family have grown up watching the ancestral sacrifices hosted by the eldest uncle. At this time, seeing this prestigious old man lying on the hospital bed like this made me feel uncomfortable. Although he had long heard that the eldest son of the Yi family was seriously ill, Jing Xifeng also took a deep breath when he actually saw this situation. Chinese medicine pays attention to seeing, hearing, asking, and understanding. Although he is not good at studying and only relies on his name to swindle, he still has some skills after all. Even if a disciple of Chinese medicine is incompetent, he is still better than ordinary doctors. At this glance, he knew that with his way of doing things, the chance of saving him was not great. After Yi Yang read it, he rolled his lips, looked at his palm, and then put his hand on his veins. Immediately, with a confident nod, he also looked at Jing Xifeng, with a sneer on his lips. You talk nonsense about yourself, can you possibly cure this disease? Of course. Although Jing Xifeng was confused in his heart, he could not be weak in his words. At this time, he puffed up his chest and raised his pretentious eyes to the sky. I am a disciple of Chinese medicine. I can cure such minor illnesses. You're farting. Yi Yang suddenly stood up and looked at Jing Xiefeng, looking, hearing and asking, you just took a look, even if Bien K and Hua Tua were alive, you wouldn't be sure of the specific cause of the disease, so you are just talking nonsense. You are making fun of human life. Are you qualified to be a doctor? Yi Yang has been in a high position for a long time and has already had an aura in him. At this time, the intense stares, coupled with Jing Xiefeng's already guilty conscience, made him frightened and took a few steps back. You're talking nonsense. Jing Xiefeng was sweating coldly. He felt that there was no hope after just one glance, so he neglected to feel the pulse and ask about the situation. At this time, Yi Yang caught this most basic fallacy and was extremely embarrassed. Immediately, he rolled his eyes and sneered, "What do you know? I learned from Chinese medicine, how can a little person like you understand it? I got a rough idea at a glance, I just need to check my pulse to confirm." After that, he came up with a shy face, checked his pulse, then closed his eyes and thought. For a while, his heart became heavier and heavier. This pathology is really too complex, and because Mr. Yi is old and frail, if he uses strong medicine, he may be killed by the medicine before he dies of the disease. In other words, with his current level, he can't cure old Master Yi's current illness at all. However, he had already boasted in front of the Jiangjing Yi family, and he couldn't show his weakness. At this time, he also pretended to be mysterious and shook his head and said, "This kind of minor illness is really not worth mentioning." Really? The eyes of several other elders on the side also showed a glimmer of hope. After all, they had just gone through a fierce struggle in their hearts. The lives of the elders who have lived for decades are more important than rules. If they can really cure the illness of the old master, what if they give up this power? Oh? I just don't know if your treatment method is effective. Yi Yang said lightly. Haha, if I say it, will you elders give up your power? Do you think I'm a fool? You have to agree to the conditions of Master Yi Xian first, and then I can give you the prescription. Jing Xiefeng said fiercely. When he heard that it was a prescription, Yi Yang shook his head in complete disappointment. How long are you going to act? The old man's current illness, relying solely on prescriptions to regulate, is basically useless. There are indeed some overbearing prescriptions that can cure it, but the medicine is too strong and it is simply not something the old man can bear. What are you talking about? Jing Xiefeng clenched his fists, and his heart became even more timid. If you really have the ability, you will naturally save the elders first, and then seize power. And what you are doing now is just to show that you are cheating. Yi Yang's voice was flat, but there was unquestionable majesty in it. Jing Xiefeng's fists creaked. Yes, if there was no Yi Yang, he could let the Yi family choose for themselves, either trust him and hand over power directly, or don't trust him and let the old man die. Even if he didn't cure it, the power had been transferred, and his mission was completed. After taking the money, he ran away, and he didn't care about the struggle within the Yi family. It was a very primitive and easily exposed scam. But now that Yi Yang has given the Yi family a second choice, the premise of this scam has collapsed instantly, and he is stuck in a deadlock. First update, for the sake of continuity. This chapter is a chapter with additional words. Embarrasses himself here, hee. Jing Xiefeng could only hold on and said, "Is this how the Yi family treats famous doctors? It's really a bit too childish. Just a kid who came out of nowhere, and he actually dared to question me like this, without come out and stop this old man." It's okay if you don't save him. Many relatives of the Yi family were obviously frightened by these words, and they couldn't help but look at Yi Yang. That's right, after all, this is a matter of life and death for the eldest master. You are actually such a childish person. If you really drive away this apprentice of a great Chinese doctor, our Jiangjing Yi family will not be able to invite him. Yi Xian sneered and said with a last strike. Haha, Yi Yang is now the owner of Yingbin restaurant, with assets of at least 2 billion yuan. With this status, if you and the Yi family of Jiangjing are tied together, they will all be inferior. You, a scum of the Yi family, I'm afraid it's not enough to fight against it. Yi Shou also stood up at this time and chose to believe. Yi Yang. You. Yi Xian was shocked by the information exposed by Yi Shou. The amount of information was so huge that he didn't even react for a while. He still knows about the Spring City Yingbin restaurant, which is valued at more than 2 billion. The entire Jiangjing Yi family, tied together, is valued at less than 1 billion. This distant cousin, who looks so young actually, has such a terrifying identity. In an instant, Yi Yang's image became taller in the eyes of many relatives. After all, in the eyes of most ordinary people, what rich people say is right. Hiss. I didn't expect that the most developed person in our Yi family would be this Yi Yang. One person is more successful than a whole family in Jiangjing. I'm convinced. Hidden boss, you were so low-key before. It's really. Does the real boss like to walk now? Walking, I drove here and saw a stretch Bentley parked casually on the side of the road. It was a customized ultra-luxury Bentley. It cost more than 40 million. At that time, I knew that there was a super boss who was worshipping ancestors. The venue, but I didn't expect that this super boss would be so young. Holy crap. A Bentley worth more than 40 million yuan. There's no way I can stop this with a net worth of 2 billion yuan. The villa that nephew Yi lives in Chengqing is not worth the price. The Yingbin restaurant is just a gift from the Yang family in Chengqing to nephew Yi. The uncle of the Yi family also stood up and broke a shocking news. A villa worth more than 2 billion. Now almost everyone is siding with Yi Yang. Now that we don't know who is right or wrong in this matter, of course whoever is richer and has a higher status will be more reasonable. So, Xiaoyang is right. That's right. Your Jiangjing Yi family hired a wild doctor from nowhere and just said he was an apprentice of Chinese medicine. He didn't even have any qualifications. He just frightened us. Fortunately, nephew Yi is a big shot and is thoughtful and remains suspicious. This is just empty talk. At least you have to tell us about your prescription. Let us Xiaoyang see if it's reliable or not. Do you really want to be a white wolf with nothing? Don't even think about it. Relatives who were originally silent came to support Yi Yang. After all, how could an awesome being who lived in a $2 billion villa lie? You guys. Yi Xian was helpless, and then he took a deep breath and waved proudly to Jing Xiefeng, give them the prescription. I think we, the old men of the Yi family, still want to have face and will not break our promises. Several old men looked at each other, and then nodded heavily. If there is nothing wrong with this prescription, we will not stick to the rules. Yi Yang smiled lightly. It was impossible to use medicine to treat this situation successfully, so he was too lazy to stop several clan elders from raising flags. Jing Xiefeng took a deep breath and could only think that Yi Yang was not good at learning and was just showing off. He would give him a blow. First to see if he could scare him. After all, for someone so young and self-made, it is already sensational. To build this business, and he is still a master of Chinese medicine? This is simply impossible. Therefore, he bravely said, this is a secret prescription of traditional Chinese medicine. Please listen to me, 10 grams each of Angelica root, white peony root, Chuanqiong root, Rehmannia root, Atractylodes, and Poria cocos, 5 grams of licorice, and 30 grams of ginseng, 20 grams of aconite, 9 grams of ginger. I don't know the details of the cooking. Ha ha ha. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yang burst into laughter. You, what are you laughing at? Xing Xiefeng's face darkened. Absurd. How ridiculous. Yi Yang slapped the table and said with an angry smile, you are really a quack. The whole audience looked over, obviously confused. They didn't hear anything wrong. I even think it's awesome. The first few herbs are just the introductory medicine of Chinese medicine for replenishing qi and blood, Bashen decoction. You secretly tripled the amount of ginseng in the Bashen soup, added aconite, which is poisonous in itself, but very effective, and finally added a hint of ginger to confuse people. The purpose of your prescription is to forcibly replenish qi and blood. After taking it, the uncle's complexion will be rosier. It seems to have some effect, but it has no benefit on his pathology. It does not cure the disease at all, but forcibly replenishes qi and blood. I also used 2 strong medicines later. Do you think my grandfather has lived too long and you want to kill him early? Your little tricks can't even fool the Chinese medicine practitioners who run clinics in the county. Even with this, you still dare to brag about being the apprentice of a miracle doctor. Every time Yi Yang said a word, Xing Xiefeng took a step back. His expression was even more horrified. This kid really knows? Amidst everyone's gaze and contempt, his face suddenly turned red, and his psychological defense line was fragile and broke. You talk easily with empty teeth. My medicine can at least force this old man to wake up and move for a few more days. Otherwise, even if he lives a few more days, he can't do anything. If you really understand, you know that this old man is terminally ill. There is no way to save him. Why are you pretending to be so cool with me? If it were you, could you save him? If you can do it, you can do it. Yi Yang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The quack doctor harms people without knowing it, and he is still embarrassing himself here. Second update. You. Xing Xiefeng's face could not be darker, and his whole body started to tremble. Yi Yang sneered, if you don't know how to treat diseases, just get out of here. Xing Xiefeng's mentality was extremely complicated now. When he heard Yi Yang's unquestionable order, his heart trembled and he subconsciously backed away. Yi Yang took a deep breath, and the qi in his body gathered towards his fingers. According to the memory brought by the Chinese medicine skills, he skillfully tapped the acupuncture point in the middle of the elder's chest. This is finger acupuncture. Xing Xiefeng's face turned red instantly, and he looked at Yi Yang in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, and his expression was many times more surprised than before. In his early years, when he was doing odd jobs with Chinese medicine, Dr. Zhang Taishu, he once overheard a magical technique in Chinese medicine, which was finger force acupuncture. Acupuncture itself is one of the quintessences of traditional Chinese medicine. Finger acupuncture can only be achieved by practicing acupuncture to an extremely advanced level. Under this level, there is no need to even use physical objects for acupuncture. The force exerted by fingers on the acupuncture points will be transformed into chi needles, achieving the same effect as acupuncture, or even more powerful. Then using physical objects. Pretend to be a ghost. Xing Xiefeng frowned and couldn't believe that Yi Yang was really using finger acupuncture. According to what Zhang Taishu said during his lecture, finger power acupuncture is just a legend recorded in ancient books. In the entire modern society, there is probably not a single old Chinese doctor who can use it. According to Zhang Taishu's calculations at the time, even a master of acupuncture who is proficient in acupuncture and has a monstrous talent would need at least 50 or 60 years of accumulation to develop such a unique skill. Even if this kid has been practicing acupuncture since he was born, he has only been practicing acupuncture for more than 20 years now. In addition to making so much money, he also practiced acupuncture at the legendary level of Chinese medicine. 3 heads and 6 arms are not enough. All the relatives of the Yi family were also watching, wondering what Yi Yang was going to do. Chi chi chi. The movements of Yi Yang's fingers became faster and faster until they turned into phantoms. Soon, the gloomy black color on the eldest man's face lightened. This, it seems, to be responding. Several elders from the Yi family also looked at each other, with joy overflowing from their eyes. Yi Yang also stopped at this time. Go get a basin or bucket. This is? Although the elders don't know exactly what Yi Yang wants to do, he is now the hope of the Yi family. Even if they don't know clearly, it is useless to ask. Several young people from the Yi family quickly brought in a basin outside the hall. I just put it next to the bed before I asked. The eldest man suddenly stood up, half supporting the bed, and sprayed a mouthful of gloomy black blood into the basin. Soon, the blackness on his face completely faded away, replaced by a rosy color that even young people don't have. Lie down, this is just the beginning. Yi Yang helped him lie down again and started the second round of acupuncture. This. Not to mention someone like Xing Xiefeng, who knows the art. Even the relatives of the Yi family who don't understand can see that Yi Yang's miraculous technique is working. This is simply impossible. Looking at Yi Yang's operation and Mr. Ye's reaction, Xing Xiefeng still didn't know why. This was what Zhang Taishu called finger acupuncture. He felt like he was numb, his whole body numb from the shock. Only an insider like him can feel how terrifying this scene is. This is the legendary peak realm. The young man in front of me is at least more accomplished in acupuncture than the famous Chinese doctor Zhang Taishu at home and abroad. He couldn't understand why at all. It wasn't until Yi Yang made some operations that the old man's energy and blood stabilized. Immediately, Yi Yang also asked for paper and pen. After writing on it for a while, he handed it to the other princes, strictly. Follow the pharmacy instructions above to prepare the medicine. The cooking time and method must not be wrong. It will be stable for a month. The old man's body will be restored to its original state. The crux of this old man's condition is not too serious, nor is it a terminal illness. It's just some old age diseases. However, these old age diseases happen to break out at the same time. In addition, the old man's body was too old and his functions were too severely weakened, which directly caused the qi and blood to stagnate, making it difficult to treat. His techniques dredged the qi and blood and soothed him. Then use the prescription to treat the geriatric diseases, and everything will be fine. Call Yi Yang breathed a long sigh of relief. He does not have the internal strength of medical skills formed in his body by practicing medicine for a long time, but he has the pure inner strength brought by mastery of Chinese martial arts, which is what traditional culture calls qi. Acupuncture treatment is very serious in terms of qi consumption. This treatment consumed nearly 5% of the energy in his body. No, even if he fights with Shou Qingxian all night, with his current energy and blood, he will only consume 1% of his energy. As for other girls, they don't even need 1% for one night. After all, they did not practice martial arts and their bodies were not very strong. During the confrontation, Yi Yang consumed much less energy. Boss, are you okay? Shou Qingxian and Shou Shaozhu are both martial arts practitioners. Naturally, they can see that Yi Yang's technique just now requires qi support. At this time, they both looked at Yi Yang worriedly. Oh, it does consume a lot of energy. It consumes half of the energy. Yi Yang sighed. Harmful. Both girls rolled their eyes. Do you want it to be so Versailles, boss? Soon, the eldest uncle's energy and blood became smooth again. Although he still looked a little weak, he could still move and speak normally. I didn't expect that my Yi family would produce such a dazzling junior. There is hope for the rise of our Yi family. If our ancestors know better, they will definitely be extremely pleased. The old man sighed with emotion. Seeing that the situation was completely beyond his control, Yi Xian quietly prepared to escape. However, it was obvious that a lot of people were watching them. As soon as he saw Yi Xian was about to run away, he stopped him halfway. I was afraid of him before because his family was rich. But now that it's clear that they have a richer master on their side, they are no longer afraid. What, are you running away now? I said, Master Zheng, aren't you an apprentice of Chinese medicine? Why are you running away now? That's right. Yi Yang looked at Jing Xiefeng coldly. Speak for yourself, what kind of charlatan are you? Dare you pretend to be a disciple of Chinese medicine? I am Zhang Gui's apprentice. Everyone in the circle knows it. Jing Xiefeng fought back and puffed out his chest. Is it? Yi Yang took out the phone, waved it in front of his eyes, and said with a cold smile. I only need a phone call to expose your lie. First update. As the best private hospital in China, Liren Hospital naturally has a deep connection with the Chinese doctors in the Forbidden City. Those vice-deans should all have Zhang Taishu's contact information. You can find out by calling him to confirm. You have to do something so cruel. Jing Xiefeng roared that he could go so far in the field of Chinese medicine. Although he is a little bad, it does not mean that he has no brains. He would naturally deduce that Yi Yang is actually a big shot in the industry. Such a super big shot, there are the contact information of the Chinese medical doctor is also not surprising. You talk a lot, and blame others for what you do. Yi Yang sneered, if I were not here today, how far would you push the elders of the Yi family? What would the Yi family be like? Jing Xiefeng was sweating profusely at this time. Whether it was social status or industry status, it was obvious that there was an unreachable gap between him and the young man in front of him. Even if he tried to find a way to counterattack, he couldn't. What do you want? Jing Xiefeng said angrily. Are you really not Zhang Gui's apprentice? Yi Xian was confused at this time. How dare you lie to our Jinling Yi family? Damn it, do you think that with a few 100,000, you can hire a direct disciple of Chinese medicine to help you complete such a thing that goes against medical ethics and conscience? How much do you look down on a disciple of Chinese medicine? Xing Xiefeng laughed angrily. If you really believed it before, it can only be said that the head of your Jiangjing family is probably a fool. Those elders in your family just sent me to act with you. It's just that they didn't. I'm just telling you the facts in advance. No, that's not the case. Although Yi Xian refused to admit it, recalling the details of the older generation in his family before departure, he felt more and more that what Xing Xiefeng said actually made sense. This is a clown's job, and you are so happy, thinking that the family values you and gives you the opportunity. I laughed to death. Xing Xiefeng shook his head and sneered. He had been scolded by Yi Yang for a long time and finally saw someone who was more stupid than himself. Of course, he had to scold him in retaliation. You are the most expendable fool of the Jiangjing family. I'm afraid you will reveal your secret. I didn't even tell you the truth before I came here. Our family is not short of money. Why should we hire a fake like you? Yi Xian couldn't believe it. You were the one who deceived our old man. Haha, connections. Social status. You idiot. Xing Xiefeng shook his head. Your Jiangjing family is a small family. In Jiangjing, there are tens of billions of families and wealthy families everywhere. A poor person with a mere family fortune of several hundred million has no chance or qualifications to come into contact with real Chinese medicine. Level. Zhang Wei, he is a person who treats the most powerful people in China. He doesn't have tens of billions of dollars in assets, and he doesn't deserve to interact with them. Do not be silly. This is just a tacit game between me and your parents. You are just a tool who doesn't understand the rules of the game, a chess piece. A fool. Yi Xian said angrily. Then why do you brag that you are a disciple of Chinese medicine? Who are you? How come you have a photo with Zhang Wei? Xing Xiefeng's face tightened, and his whole person immediately returned to his embarrassed look. Because in his early years, he was just a cleaner who swept the floor of the traditional Chinese medicine lecture hall. He secretly took some photos with the traditional Chinese medicine doctor, eavesdropped on some of the lectures, came out and learned half-heartedly, and then went around pretending that he was a disciple of traditional Chinese medicine. And the Jiangjing family also took advantage of this. Yi Yang put down the phone and said calmly, you. Although Xing Xiefeng knew that Yi Yang must have a way to contact Zhang Taishu, he did not expect that he would have the answer so quickly, directly exposing his background. You know, the Chinese medicine doctor is usually very busy, and ordinary people can't find it. If you find it, you won't take any notice. This direct reply also revealed the identity of Yi Yang so clearly to him. His scalp goes numb just thinking about it. You know, Chinese medicine is the one with the best services. A young man who even Zhang Taishu should pay attention to, this. He looked at Yi Yang in horror, his whole body trembling. After making this call, he had already confirmed a policy in his mind, that is, he would never show any disrespect to Yi Yang again. He must accept any solution proposed by the other party unconditionally. Otherwise, I really offended these beings, who even the imperial doctors didn't dare to neglect. He was afraid that he would die, and he didn't even know how he died. I said that, right? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. Everyone in the audience obviously opened their mouths and looked at Jing Xiefeng in disbelief. If all this is true, then Jing Xiefeng is a little too courageous. Isn't this a blatant fraud? That's right, Mr. Yi, he really has great powers. Unexpectedly, this time Jing Xiefeng didn't even make any quibbles and agreed directly. His whole face was submissive and his attitude towards Yi Yang made everyone a little stunned. TM is the same person before and after this. Even Yi Xian was tongue-tied. He was obviously caught off guard by Jing Xiefeng's attitude. Who the hell are you from? Yi Yang had no doubts about this, and just said calmly, although you failed to deceive my Yi family, you did it with evil intentions after all. When you came to my Yi family's ancestral hall, you knelt for 3 days and 3 nights without getting up. This hiss. Awesome. I just don't know if Jing Xiefeng can agree to it. All is up to Mr. Yi. Jing Xiefeng nodded repeatedly, I'll go right now, right now. Everyone was stunned. How come? In just one phone call, this guy seemed to have been possessed by someone else, and he was completely different from the person he was before. Yi Xian also blinked and pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. Did I let you go? Yi Yang frowned and shouted. Yes, Mr. Yi, do you have any other instructions? Jing Xiefeng said repeatedly. Collate the materials of your frauds over the years and turn yourself into the police station. I advise you to be honest and don't play tricks in front of me. Yi Yang waved his hand. Go away. Although he knew that according to the amount of fraud he had committed over the years, a long prison sentence was inevitable, Jing Xiefeng breathed a sigh of relief at this time. At least, he was punished. No matter how terrible this punishment is, it didn't kill him after all. If Yi Yang sent him out with a kind face now, he should find a tree to bury himself. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your generosity. Jing Xiefeng bowed every 3 steps and bowed every 5 steps, and then went to the ancestral temple to kneel and apologize. Now, it's your turn. Amid the astonished eyes of all the relatives, Yi Yang looked at Yi Xian, who had been confused for a long time. Second update. You, what are you going to do? Yi Xian's face changed. I admit that you are awesome, but a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. My family is in Jinling. Can your network of relationships affect my Jinling Yi family? Yi Yang sneered, with just one phone call, I can make your Jinling Yi family have no place to stand in Jinling. You, want to try? Although Yi Xian subconsciously wanted to be tough, but thinking of Jing Xiefeng's attitude towards Yi Yang just now, and thinking of the 2 billion super villa that Yi Yang had just exposed, a fear suddenly rose in his heart. What if what he said was true? Then he would become the sinner who caused the collapse of the Jinling Yi family. This is too terrible. He couldn't afford this consequence, but he was stupid, otherwise Jinling would not send him here, mainly because he was easy to deceive and would not doubt Jing Xiefeng's identity. But stupidity does not mean stupidity, it's just a little slow to react. At this moment, he looked at Yi Yang's half-smiley expression, and the whole person was a little unsure, and couldn't help but cough. Awkwardly, ahem, cousin Yi Yang, you and I are descendants of the ancestors of the Yi family. We are all connected. Even if our bones are broken. We are all family. Don't be like this. Do you think we are a family now? Yes, I saw you were very cruel just now. I am dying of laughter. You are scared now? You are a face-changing monster just like Jing Xiefeng. Hee hee. The relatives of the Yi family next to him all mocked. Obviously, they looked down on Yi Xian's actions. Hee hee, Yi Xian scratched his eyebrows. The Yi family of Jinling violated the ancestral precepts and had evil intentions. According to the ancestral precepts of the Yi family, how should they be dealt with? Yi Yang looked at several old masters and asked. The faces of several old masters changed. Obviously, although they were familiar with the clan law, they rarely used it after they paid attention to civilized society. In recent years, although they were a little hesitant, they still said, the mastermind shall be punished with 30 lashes. And kneel before the ancestral hall for 7 days and 7 nights. The accomplice shall be punished with 10 lashes. And kneel before the ancestral hall for 3 days and 3 nights. You heard it too. Yi Yang looked at Yi Xian indifferently. Go back and tell all the members of the Jinling Yi family to come and be punished. I only give you 5 days. After 5 days, it is not your choice whether to come and apologize. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but seeing Yi Yang's sharp eyes, he was scared and dared not speak. He should go back and ask about the situation of his family and let the old people at home make the decision. After that, he rolled out of the house in disgrace and prepared to go back and tell the old people at home what happened here. This kind of big thing must not be explained clearly over the phone. In a few words, this matter that was enough to make the Yi family turbulent and change the ancestral precepts was directly settled. All the relatives of the Yi family couldn't help but give Yi Yang a thumbs up. This is really cool. Oh. My cousin is so handsome. It's a pity that we are relatives of the same clan. But in fact, we are all very distant relatives, I don't know. Some distant cousins also had some strange feelings and bold ideas in their hearts. However, since the family members were all here, they naturally couldn't say it, so they could only hide their thoughts and admiration in their hearts, looking at Yi Yang with a red face. This young man was the most dazzling existence they had ever encountered in their ordinary life for many years. Grandpas, let's hold this ancestral worship as usual, Yi Yang suggested with a smile. Okay. Several old men nodded and looked at Yi Yang with great satisfaction. Yi Yang himself is so powerful, but he has always been humble and low-key before. This kind of character is really rare. Next, the Yi family held this ancestral worship according to traditional rules. After the Yi family relatives finished worshipping their ancestors in the square, they started a meal on the spot, eating, drinking, and chatting. Many relatives came to Yi Yang's table. The older ones all tried to get close to Yi's father and mother. The younger ones wanted to come over, but Yi Yang had a strong aura, and those who didn't have some courage and spirit would find it difficult to muster up the strength to walk over. After all, although Yi Yang was of the same generation as them in terms of age, the things he had just shown had already surpassed the abilities and levels of their age group. When people face someone who is much stronger than themselves, they will subconsciously feel awe in their hearts. They dare not get close. Yi Shou looked at these ordinary young people of the same clan and smiled and shook his head. He had also experienced many ups and downs outside, and his state of mind was different from that of ordinary young people, so he also had the confidence and courage to talk to Yi Yang. After eating, several old men from the clan came over to express their gratitude to Yi Yang for his help this time. What are you doing, old men? This is what I should do. Yi Yang said repeatedly. After all, he was a member of the Yi family and could not let the rules collapse. By the way, old man, I have something to talk to you about, so why not tell you now? Although the Yi family members nearby were eating and drinking and talking about their own things, most of their attention was on Yi Yang. When they heard that Yi Yang actually had something to say, the scene instantly became quiet, and all the relatives looked over here. You tell me, tell me. The old man obviously liked Yi Yang very much. And they liked him more and more. They would try their best to meet any requests. In the final analysis, my uncle's disease is just some old age diseases that have been delayed for too long. It was not a serious illness at first, but it finally became a serious illness. Yi Yang said, I learned from the third uncle that because there is no good hospital nearby, if you want to be registered as a good doctor, you have to go to the provincial capital Chengcheng, and many people in the village are old and cannot afford the trouble. Good. Several old men felt the same way, and they couldn't help but sigh when they mentioned this. So, I want to invest in building a top-notch tertiary hospital in Yijia village so that people in the village can get medical care for their old age. Do you think where in the village is suitable for building a hospital? Yi Yang expressed what he was thinking. What? Several old ladies had just made various guesses, but they never expected that. What Yi Yang was going to say with a calm face was, to build a hospital in the village? It's still a top tertiary hospital. This. All the relatives were also extremely surprised and all stood up. This news is so exciting. Ordinary people like them, who have been working hard in society all year round, know very well the importance of a top tertiary hospital to a region. Even many cities will directly boost the economy and transportation because of an advanced high-end hospital. But, having said that, the money it costs to build a tertiary hospital, the resources it requires, etc., are also astronomical numbers that make ordinary people feel suffocated and out of reach. First update. Gulu. Yi Xian-sun, are you serious? Several elders of the Yi family opened their mouths wide and did not react. For a long time. For the elderly in the village, let alone the tertiary hospitals, they have basically only been to the village clinic in their lives, and at most have been to the staff hospital in the county. The tertiary hospitals are too far away. It's mainly expensive and far away. Of course it's true. Yi Yang nodded slightly. In fact, it doesn't cost much money. It's mainly that the human organization may take more time. It doesn't cost much. Hee, nephew Yi Xian, don't bluff us. We are working in the provincial capital after all. I have heard the bragging among co-workers. A tertiary hospital, the investment is in billions. Some large tertiary hospitals, that's tens of billions. Yes. When several Yi family grandfathers heard the price, they were so scared that their foreheads were sweating. Hee. Xiaoyang, isn't it a bit too? Haha, the main thing is that the tertiary hospitals will also boost the vitality of our village. The relatives in the village who go out to work and live in other places can also come back to open a store or something. There will be more people, more lively, and more money. This is a good thing for our entire family to prosper. Yi Yang said his real purpose, how many people are willing to leave their hometowns? After all, it is because there are not many job opportunities in their hometowns. I am now creating these opportunities so that everyone can come back to make money and live a good life. Isn't it good? Huaxia's hospitals are divided into 3 levels and 6 grades. The village level is generally the first level, the county level is the second level, and the province and city level is the third level. Each level is divided into two grades, A and B. The tertiary is the abbreviation of the third grade, which is the abbreviation of the highest level of hospitals in the whole of China. In the entire China's sea and land area of 10 million square kilometers, there are only more than 800 tertiary hospitals. The significance represented by each one is huge. The eyes of all the relatives lit up. If so, it's a great thing. Yes. If there are opportunities and resources, who wouldn't want to return to their hometown to work? Let the Jiangjing family, who have made a name for themselves and forgotten their roots, be jealous. But the investment is too big. If it is built in our village, it will be a waste and will lose money. Yes, this is good for you, Yi Xiansun. The elderly in the village are worried whether Yi Yang will lose money because of this. Haha, at most it's only 20 to 30 billion yuan of investment, it's just a drop in the bucket. If it loses, it loses. If it makes money, it makes money. It doesn't matter. Yi Yang waved his hand and said indifferently. The previous tertiary hospitals generally have government support and investment behind them, so the location is generally in the most ideal and best location. And Yi Yang's tertiary hospital is only for the development of his hometown and the welfare of the people in the village clan, so of course it is built directly in the village. As for whether it will make a loss in the end, it depends on the appeal of the tertiary hospitals, whether it can offset the unfavorable factors of remoteness and inconvenient transportation here. Of course, with the system of getting rich by spending money, Yi Yang was already invincible before investing. The relatives of the Yi family felt a little dreamy when they heard this. 2 or 3 billion is a small amount of money? Loss is loss, it doesn't matter. Are we living in the same world? Let alone 2 or 3 billion. Even if it is 2 or 300,000, they dare not say it so casually. Many people who do manual labor outside only earn 70,000 or 80,000 a year. It takes many years to save 2 or 300,000. In short, don't worry. Yi Yang laughed. Plan a few vacant lands in the village, and then I will let them come to inspect and start construction after it is decided. Li Ren is not an ordinary tertiary hospital. It is the best among the 800 tertiary hospitals in China. This kind of super hospital with super specifications, the branches built, are all of the top 3 level. Therefore, Yi Yang is not worried about Li Ren's strength and whether the top 3 can be built in the end. But what should this hospital be called after it is built? Yi Yang muttered in his heart, how about calling it my hospital? He joked in his heart, and ended the ancestral worship in the expectation and discussion of all relatives. Back to the third uncle's house, the construction team that the Yang family had prepared before had arrived, and they were going to build a small villa next to the third uncle's house. Self-built villas in the countryside can be done as you like, and it is also very cost-effective. Apply for a real estate certificate, spend 1.8 million, and you can build an extremely awesome country villa. This efficiency is really fast. Yi Jiangjing was a little amazed. He just said that he would come with a construction team last night, and the construction team was in place today. Third uncle, then we will go back first, and wish you a happy new year in advance. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. Hey! Come back often when you have time. The third uncle also looked at Yi Xuanting's family leaving with great emotion. In the car, Yi Yang also called Li Ren. It was Li Qing who answered the phone. Hey. Dean, you tell me. Li Qing said repeatedly. I have something. Good to find you. I plan to build a branch hospital and let you be the dean of this branch. Hospital. If you do a good job, you will be transferred back to the main hospital and promoted to vice dean of the main hospital. Yi Yang was very familiar with painting a rosy picture for the other party, depicting a beautiful blueprint for the future. Build a branch. That's great. And let me be the dean of the branch. That's even better. Li Qing felt that his bright future was not far away. He was so excited that he asked for details one after another. What? The branch is to be built in a village. The goal is still the top 3 level, this. Li Qing was confused. Dean, this is too unbelievable. Is there a problem? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Weren't you very positive just now? No, of course there is no problem. Although a bunch of question marks flew through Li Qing's mind, he still expressed his loyalty. Follow the dean, it's definitely right. Why doesn't the dean find those old deputy deans to be the deans of the branch? It's obvious that he values himself and wants to promote himself. No matter how unreliable this matter sounds, he must seize this opportunity. In a top-notch hospital like Li Ren, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to get from director to vice director. Even if you have enough experience, you may still be director until retirement. This is an opportunity. No matter how slim it is, he must seize it. Okay, I will give you all the permissions. I just want to see the results. Yi Yang said lightly. As for the budget, I will give you 3 billion. And you can contact Secretary Yu at any time for detailed account processing. More. How much? Li Qing, who was originally a little reluctant, was stunned when he heard the amount. Second update. 3 billion. Yi Yang said calmly, do you think it's too little? If it's too little. No. It's enough. Li Qing said repeatedly. You know, the budget and approved funds of many tertiary hospitals are only about 800 million, and the most are only 2 billion. This is a direct approval of 3 billion funds. Let alone tertiary hospitals, it's no problem to build a top tertiary hospital. At least when buying equipment, there is no need to consider which one is too expensive, just buy it and it's done. Just thinking about what this means, he was excited. Well, if you don't want to. Yi Yang said calmly. Dean. I am 100% willing. Working for the dean is a matter of no difficulty. I, Li Qing, will do it no matter what. Dean, you can rest assured. Li Qing expressed his loyalty again and again. Well, okay, then I'll leave it to you. After Yi Yang explained the matter to Yu Momo, he also transferred the project funds to the other party. Ding. It is detected that the host invested 3 billion to build a hospital, and Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals will be rewarded with 51% of its equity. Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Although he had heard of it before, he still checked it out. This check also made his heart tremble. Johnson & Johnson is the top-ranked pharmaceutical company in the world. It was established in 1886. The annual turnover alone is 500 billion to 600 billion Chinese yuan, and the valuation is unimaginable. 2 or 3 Yida groups can only catch up. It is an absolute super enterprise at the level of an international giant. As the largest super company in China, Shou has an annual turnover of only 600 billion to 700 billion. Is this the first trillion-dollar company under my command? Yi Yang thought about it and felt that there were too many, so he simply shook his head and didn't think about it. In short, this is definitely another huge trump card. Yida, Tingshuan, Zijia Jump, Gulfstream, Johnson & Johnson, Parrot, Hurricane, Yishan Black Technology Company, these 8 are the most powerful and valuable trump cards in his hand. At least, they are all assets with a valuation of over 1 trillion yuan, among which Hurricane and Yishan Black Technology Company are super trump cards that cannot be measured by money at all. Counting only the asset valuation, it has long exceeded 10 trillion yuan. Thinking about it this way, he should now be considered as the world's top giant. He was also a little emotional. In less than a year, his changes were so great. He has experienced so much in the past 6 months. This Johnson & Johnson is the largest pharmaceutical company in the world, and it also deals in the sale of medical equipment. Now it is much easier to build a hospital. Yi Yang smiled faintly. The most expensive part of building a hospital is the procurement of equipment. Those high-tech medical equipment are often tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, which is not uncommon at all. Just build a few departments that need high-tech equipment, and the money will flow like water. This is also the reason why many hospitals have their own shortcomings and are only good at certain departments. Secondly, it is the recruitment of top talents, but Li Ren has no shortage of this aspect. Under the name of Li Ren Branch, many top doctors will come here. Alas, being a rich man is comfortable. When you are sleepy, someone will send you a pillow. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile. He is the real controller of Johnson & Johnson now. Of course, he has to pay the cost price to buy equipment from it. As long as it is the cost price, it is several levels lower than the selling price. After all, many instruments are expensive because, this thing, only Johnson & Johnson can make it. At this moment, many directors in Johnson & Johnson Group are in chaos. An emergency meeting was initiated, and many important directors gathered together at the fastest speed. As directors of international super companies, they have basically stood at the top of the shareholder world. They live so leisurely and detached on weekdays. There are very few things that can make them collectively anxious like this. What's wrong? Chairman Jason. The directors looked at Jason in surprise and doubt. Just now, many shareholders, big and small, withdrew, and the scattered shares were all swept up and concentrated in the hands of one person. A handsome face appeared on the big screen. That's the one. The whole audience looked over. Hiss. Chinese people. This. How many shares did he acquire? The shareholders obviously heard that something was wrong. If it was an ordinary large-scale acquisition of scattered shares, the chairman would not be so scared. Obviously, something happened that they could not accept. 51%. Jason took a deep breath and finally spit out this number that made him doubt his life. All shareholders were stunned. J&J is a standard international large-capital pharmaceutical company. The structural components are very complex. Even the chairman Jason has less than 16% of the shares. Other shareholders have 2% or 1%, which are all very large super shareholders, acquiring 51% of Johnson & Johnson shares. This is simply impossible. What a terrifying capital flow it takes to achieve this step. Who can afford so much cash? according to the current value of the U.S. stock Johnson & Johnson. If you want to acquire 51%, you will need at least $250 billion US. In cash. Even Bezos, one of the top and most elite richest man in the world. Personal assets are only $200 billion US. $250 billion US. For personal acquisitions, that is simply impossible. But this completely impossible dream scene happened just like that. And the person who made it happen is this Chinese guy on the screen, who looks extremely young and handsome. Is there any reason why these shareholders have to transfer their equity shares? Someone made a bold guess. Anyway, it happened. Jason shook his head. If Yi Yang only controlled 20% and overtook him to become the person in control, he would still have a chance to overtake him through means. But now, this gap made him despair. Yi Yang is equivalent to directly spending $250 billion US. This kind of courage is simply unbelievable and impossible. Therefore, no matter how Yi Yang achieves it, it means that he is a person who is too powerful to be provoked and too awesome to be imagined. He took a deep breath and started to contact Yi Yang. Hello? Yi Yang was making dumplings with his mother at this time, so he answered the phone and said casually, "Is it, Mr. Yi?" "Right." Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This foreigner spoke Chinese quite well. "Excuse me, do you have any instructions for the future of Johnson & Johnson?" "Instruct?" The silence on Yi Yang's side made Jason feel extremely tortured. "Yes. I want to build a hospital in the village. That is short of medical equipment. I think your company's equipment is good, so I took over your company. I will ask the person in charge to contact you in a while to get this done." Jason was confused. He learned Chinese well and could understand it completely. However, he felt that he didn't understand anything. China, is it so awesome now? Because the hospital built in the village lacks medical equipment, will Johnson & Johnson be purchased directly? Oh my God, this is crazy. I recommend a new work by an old friend, my strongest immortal cultivator. I was provoked by an internet celebrity at the beginning. The author is an old one, so the quality is guaranteed. First update. Any questions? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. No problem. Just, no problem. That's no problem at all. Jason hesitated and asked, "Boss, do you have any other instructions?" "No more for now. I will let my team of secretaries contact you for details." Immediately, he looked at Yumomo, who was holding the phone for him with a half smile. Yumomo, who was familiar with Yi Yang, immediately knew that he was alive again. Okay. Jason breathed a sigh of relief and immediately hung up the phone. It seemed that he was an investment-oriented controller. As long as he always ensures the company's profits, then Mr. Yi should not interfere too much in the company's internal affairs. Later, Yi Yang explained to Yumomo about Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals. Yumomo, who was used to seeing Yi Yang pop up an asset occasionally, opened her mouth in an O shape, but after all, her nerves had been trained by Yi Yang to be very resistant to shocks, and she quickly accepted it. Fact. She is the housekeeper. But the secretary handles this kind of thing, although she is the main person in charge. But don't forget that all the maids recruited in the entire matter are gold medal or above talents. Either proficient in management or proficient in finance or personnel processing. It can be called the maid group or the secretarial group. when she usually cleans the room and serves Yi Yang, she is a maid. And when you need to work, you are a member of Yumomo's secretarial team. Therefore, Yi Yang is not worried that Yumomo is incapable of handling so many assets on his own. The estate's team of maids is always expanding. Now the number of people has exceeded 100. It's enough to handle all kinds of complicated docking procedures. By the way, Xiaoyang, after lunch, come with us to your grandma's house for dinner in the evening. Su Shirley explained. Oh, Yi Yang nodded and continued making dumplings. The food in the Star Emperor mansion is usually prepared by servants, but having him come back gives his parents a sense of warmth in a private home. Cooking and making dumplings together is also a very emotional thing. The only difference from when he lived in Tongzilu was that the size of a kitchen in Xinhuang Mansion was equal to the size of his previous home. Xiaozi said she would be here this afternoon. Let's wait for her before we go to Grandma's house. Yi Yang casually glanced at the WeChat message and said, Has Xiaozi finished her classes? Su Shirley asked in surprise. She skipped class. Yi Yang said seriously. How is this possible? Su Shirley raised her eyebrows. I'm going to teach this stinky girl a lesson in a while. It's really outrageous. Many people of this generation have sentiments and precious qualities. Su Shirley firmly believes that no matter how rich you are, it is wrong not to learn culture. Just when Su Shirley was about to lose her temper, Shao Qingxian and the others had already brought Yi Xiaozi back. Brother. Mom. Dad. Yi Xiaozi ran over kindly as soon as she got home. I thought I could jump directly into Su Shirley's warm embrace, but I didn't expect to be hit on the forehead. Ouch. Mom. It hurts. Why do you want to beat Xiaozi? Yi Xiaozi pouted aggrievedly. How could you skip class and come back? Su Shirley picked up the rolling pin and was about to give a lesson in love. Yi Xiaozi immediately understood what was going on. She looked at Yi Yang, who was snickering on the side, and bared her little tiger teeth. Smelly brother. You lied to our mother again. It's a shame that you were the first one to call me when I came back. Huh, ignore you. Su Shirley blinked and looked at Yi Yang. Haha, Mom, actually Xiaozi didn't skip class. Seeing that his mother was about to get angry, Yi Yang ran away. In the bedroom, Yi Xiaozi lay on the bed, grabbed the piggy pillow, and gave it a beating. Smelly brother, stinky brother, beat you to death. Angry? Yi Yang opened the door and sat beside the bed with a smile. Smelly brother, I don't want to care about you. Yi Xiaozi pouted. Don't be angry, okay? Yi Yang took out a bag of his sister's favorite roast duck from behind and shook it around Yi Xiaozi's head. Why? Yi Xiaozi's eyes lit up, and then she immediately pouted and said, One roast duck wants to bribe me. At least 5. I need you to buy that one yourself. Haha, good, good. Yi Yang handed the roast duck to Yi Xiaozi, and felt a little emotional when he saw Yi Xiaozi taking it and eating the duck. Go to your grandma's house tonight, Yi Yang said. Ah? Yi Xiaozi, who was eating roast duck, fell down when she heard this. Is it okay if I don't go? Yi Yang shrugged. The Su family would hold a family gathering before the new year, and the atmosphere was different from the Yi family, because there were a few troublemakers, such as Su Laosan and Su Daqiang. The atmosphere every year inexplicably turned into a relative comparison contest. Yi Xuanting's family is the most honest, and their lives are average. They are always picked out as role models. Yi Xiaozi obviously had a bad impression of the Shou family's annual gathering. For Mom. Yi Yang shrugged, obviously he also felt that. The atmosphere at the Shou family's party was a bit messy. Although he has a high status outside now, after all, those people are my mother's biological brothers and sisters. If he really does something cruel, it will not be easy for my mother to behave in her parents' family. Okay. Yi Xiaozi sighed and took a hard bite of the duck leg. Don't worry, this time I will find a way to vent the anger of the past few years on our family. There was also a hint of a bad smile on Yi Yang's lips. Brother, are you planning to? Yi Xiaozi is also a little worried. Although her brother's current status and strength can easily scare the shit out of the Shou family, if it goes too far. Don't worry, I have everything planned this time. Yi Yang smiled lightly and waved his hands confidently. This time we will give my mother a good face at the Shou family. Okay. Listen to me. Yi Xiaozi also waved her fist and said with firm eyes. Second update. Brothers and sisters, come to Douyin, Yi Jiuyang is waiting for you. Click. A Lamborghini Venom worth 60 million was parked at the gate of tomorrow's community. Although the super manufacturers only make sports cars, in recent years, the demand for SUVs that can take the family with them has increased among the wealthy, and they do not want to be like the poor people who drive business cars that cost only a few million at most. Top car manufacturers such as Lamborghini have also developed many top SUV models. Although it is an SUV, it is equipped with a supercar-level engine and power system, and the price was once raised to an extremely high level. This Lamborghini Venom is one of them. The number of top-level SUV models developed by this kind of super sports car manufacturer is still very small, and they are never seen on the market. After all, it is only more than 60 million, which is not much money for many rich people, but the demand is huge. Yi Yang was able to get it because of his status as the president of the famous car club. Of course, except for the top rich, it is now difficult for ordinary people to tell the true price of this car. Who are you looking for? Tomorrow community is a high-end residential community. Therefore, the security facilities and doorman system are very complete. Several security guards entered the records and let the Lamborghini win. As a high-end community, the scenery inside is pretty good, but of course from Yi Yang's perspective now, it's a bit too ordinary. Soon, they arrived at the downstairs of the head of the Shou family. At this time, a Porsche Panamera parked at the door before they arrived. A familiar silhouette also appeared in Yi Yang's eyes. It was none other than my cousin, Su Zian. Su Zian got off the bus next, her father, second uncle Su Liming, and second aunt Yi Luqing. The Su and Yi families were relatively close in the previous generation. Therefore, the relationship is more difficult to sort out. According to the relationship between the Su family and the Yi family, Yi Yang calls Su Zian his cousin. And according to the relationship between the Yi family, he can be called his cousin. The distinction between the two is not so clear, so they are called vaguely. Coming. It turned out to be Shirley. Su Liming's family and Yi Xuanting's family are both a combination of the Yi and Su families. Therefore, I am extra close to you. It's just that the conditions of Yi Xuanting's family were far worse than that of Su Liming's family before, so they didn't have much contact. It wasn't until Su Zian came back from the devil's capital and told her what She had seen that Su Liming completely changed her view of Yi Xuanting's family. At this time everyone took the initiative to say hello. When the older generation meets each other, they are always polite. Yi Yang, Yi Xiaozi, and Su Zian are not so particular. Su Zian was also extremely happy to see Yi Yang. If the time in Magic City made her have infinite admiration for this cousin, then the time in Beijing after Yi Yang beat up the foreign pervert for him at Yanqing University, Yi Yang in her mind it couldn't be more perfect. He is simply a Superman. The sense of security is overwhelming. Have a great new year. Yi Yang smiled and waved, and Su Zian took advantage of the situation and took Yi Yang's arm and rubbed it against her. Snort. Seeing Su Zian holding Yi Yang's arm when she came up, Yi Xiaozi pouted, grabbed Yi Yang's other arm, and stuck out her tongue at Su Zian. The two girls looked at each other, with smiles on their faces, but they didn't know what they were planning in their hearts. The boss is so damn charming. The Shou sisters looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and then laughed evilly. Yi Xuanting and Su Liming exchanged a few polite words. A Bentley Bentayga drove in. Hiss. Bentley Bentayga. Several other relatives of the Su family who came early took a breath of cold air. This car, with better configurations, costs over 5 million. It was the most luxurious car they had seen today, except Su Liming's Porsche Panamera. As for Yi Yang's car, it was too advanced, so advanced that it was directly beyond the world they knew, and no one could recognize it. Regarding this point, Yi Yang was also quite helpless. Sometimes, being too rich is not a good thing. If you want to pretend to be cool with ordinary people, they won't understand what you are saying. The Bentley Bentayga was parked in the garage. A rickety figure walked down from it. The person who came down was none other than Mr. Su Daqiang, the eldest son of the Su family, the terminator of children, the troublemaker of the atmosphere, the showman, the terminator of the happy atmosphere, and the ultimate king of torture. Walking behind him was his son Su Mingqing, who had an arrogant temperament when he appeared on the scene. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and a neat suit but could not hide his dousy temperament. Brother. Although I knew that this eldest brother had some personality problems, after all, he was the boss of the Su family and the best at it. The Su family members who came back all gave Su Daqiang face. Su. Daqiang snorted in a sinister tone, and after scanning the cars in the parking lot, he realized that his car was still the best this year. He snorted and said that it was just as he expected. Okay, let's all go inside. Su Daqiang walked directly through the crowd and led several brothers and sisters into the house. Grandma and Grandpa have been waiting in the house for a long time. Yi Yang's grandfather, Su Guangquan, was a snobbery, otherwise he would not have been able to raise these brothers and sisters. His mother, Su Shirley, was considered an outlier in the family. As for the second uncle Su Liming, although he is much better than the others, he is also a relatively snobbish person in nature. After a group of relatives entered the house, Su Guangquan only talked happily with Su Daqiang, glanced at Su Liming, and ignored his children like Su Shueli, who were not doing well, and took Su Daqiang to sit down and talk. Grandma was a good person, and seeing this, she gave Su Shueli and others fruit plates. Eat some fruit first, I'll go to the kitchen to make a few more dishes. I'll help you, Mom. Su Shueli and others said repeatedly. No, you haven't come back for a long time, take a good rest. Enjoy mom's cooking again. Grandma waved her hand and went back to the kitchen. After chatting for a while, Su Laosan's family came late. After entering the house, he looked at Yi Yang with fear, and then sat in the most inconspicuous corner. Originally, according to their character, they would definitely start making trouble as soon as they came in, but when 11 went to Yi Yang's house to borrow money, Yi Yang was scared once, and he still has a psychological shadow, so he dare not make trouble. Su Daqiang, who was looking for an opportunity to stir up trouble, saw that Su Laosan, who had waited for a long time, did not start to take the lead, which disappointed him. He shook his head in disappointment. In previous years, Su Laosan always took the lead. He hid behind and pretended to be a big shot, enjoying a sense of superiority in the atmosphere where relatives dared not speak out. This year, he did not play by the rules. He rolled his eyes and began to think about how to stir up trouble. He stared at Su Laosan and his wife, and Su Laosan and his wife pretended not to see it and lowered their heads to eat dessert. Their son Su Byuk was not willing to do it. He obviously heard about his parents being humiliated by Yi Yang's family, and he was very angry at the time. To borrow money from Yi Yang's family means that he treats his family as a relative, trusts him, and gives him face. It would be fine if he did not lend money, but he dared to scare his parents in return. Although from what my father said, Yi Yang is a big shot with 100 million in his bank account, and I definitely can't beat him, but I can borrow Su Daqiang's power to crush Yi Yang. Let him suffer a little. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat and stood up first. First update. Ahem, uncles and aunts, we only get together once a year, why don't we talk about how we've been doing this year? Su Byuk looked around and grinned. Sure enough, here we are again. A bunch of relatives covered their faces and said, this time, Su Laosan is quiet. This Su Byuk is following in his father's footsteps. Several uncles and aunts complained in their hearts. Well, Su Daqiang nodded with satisfaction. I heard that my cousin was admitted to Jiangjing University this year. This is the glory of our Su family. Let's congratulate cousin Ziyan. Su Byuk said repeatedly. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Second brother, your daughter really makes you proud. Jiangjing University, this is one of the 2 highest institutions of learning in China. I'm so envious. Oh, if only my child could be half as good as her. A bunch of Su family relatives looked at Su Ziyan with envy. But when they saw her sitting so close to Yi Yang, they all frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Especially the younger generations of the Su family who are used to comparing with each other, they always compete for everything. Now seeing Su Ziyan accompanying Yi Yang, she is obviously closer to him than to them. I can't help but feel a little sour and unhappy. Brother Yi Yang, it seems that he will graduate this year? Have you found a job? They all raised their eyebrows and asked. Oh, I know, this cousin Yi graduated from an ordinary 211 university in Shanghai. He found a job as a programmer in the local area. His annual salary seems to be 200,000, right? Tisk seems ordinary. Cousin Su, isn't it better to sit and communicate with our cousin, Su Mingqing? Our cousin Mingqing is doing very well. He is a big boss now. Didn't you see that he drives a Bentley worth more than 5 million? That's right. I'm not a snob. The key is that you won't make any progress if you chat with a working dog. Don't let his poor students' interruptions delay your future after graduation. Several jealous brothers of the Shou family said in a sarcastic tone. Thank you so much for your kindness. Su Zian glared at the brothers and said coldly, but cousin Yi is not what you said, he is just a worker without dreams. Oh? Did he become a team leader? Oh. That's too small. Even cousin Su said so he is at least a project manager. Now, if that's true, then cousin Yi, you are amazing. It's been less than a year since graduation, and you are a project manager? Your annual salary is at least 400,000 or 500,000, right? Did you seduce your female boss? Haha, why don't you teach us too? We also have a bad stomach and want to learn how to be a gigolo. Bang! Shou Qingxian raised her eyebrows and slapped the table with her jade hand. Several cracks appeared on the table instantly. The eyes of those weird Shou family youths were so scared that they popped out. This was too scary. Yi Yang waved his hand. After all, it was a family gathering, so there was no need to really beat them up. But then, he raised a strange smile and looked at one of them. I said, this fat cousin of my fourth uncle's family, what's your name? Oh, I forgot, I just remember that you look like a pig. I always remember you as Brother Pig. Why haven't you lost weight yet? Brother Pig's scar was poked open, and he was furious on the spot. Tisk, look at you, a lonely man, you are 27. Or 28 years old, right? You didn't have a partner last year, why don't you have a partner this year? As he said, Yi Yang turned around, embraced Yu Momo and the Shou sisters in his arms, and raised his eyebrows to look at each other. Puff. Brother Pig was still furious, and now he was stabbed in the most painful place, and it was an extremely sharp divine knife that could see blood in the light. He felt a pain in his chest and almost vomited blood directly. Taking advantage of the time when Brother Pig was depressed and couldn't speak, Yi Yang said calmly, you can't find a partner because you have too much oil on your body. It's time to exercise, right? The gym under my name happens to have a branch in Chengcheng. If you go, I'll give you a 99% discount. After all, we are real relatives, right? Zhu Ji's fragile heart was repeatedly crushed, and he was completely depressed. He was so heartbroken that he was desperate. He regretted why he was so rude and followed Yi Yang to be sarcastic. The other brothers of the Shou family also looked at Yi Yang strangely. The reason why they dared to be sarcastic was because every year, Yi Xuanting's family was the most honest and usually kept silent when being teased. What happened this year? A sudden 180-degree reversal. Wait. They seemed to have captured some key information. A gem under your name? A branch? Su Biuk quickly reacted and laughed, no. Wonder cousin Yi Yang is so confident this year, it turns out that he has started a business and become a boss. He has opened a chain store? I don't know what gym it is. Tell me and I'll write it down. After all, you just started a business. Your gym must be famous, we brothers are here to support you. If you are going to promote fame, then you guys won't be needed. Yi Yang grinned. I say, cousin Yi Yang, this is your fault. You can't ignore people just because you have some money and your career has started. It's just, aren't you a little too proud? Yi Yang tilted his head. Yu Momo arranged several VIP cards of Wales, VIP cards of Wales Gym, although it is just a small industry under the name of our boss, it can barely be rated as the first fitness chain company in China, with a valuation of only 10 digits, hiss. What? Welsh fitness chain group is his. This. That is a terrifying company with a valuation of billions. Several Shou brothers felt that it was a fantasy and were speechless. I said, cousin, didn't your third uncle teach you to talk to relatives properly last time? Why don't you change this weird sissy voice? Jiangjing threw a gym card in front of him. You also go to the gym to practice and get rid of your sissy. After that, he turned his head to look at the other shocked Shou brothers, and said lightly, other cousins, don't be anxious. Let's take it slowly and communicate with each other one by one. You. Shou Buke's face turned pale and blue. For a moment, Yang's momentum had already overwhelmed the whole audience. He looked at Su Mingqing, as if asking for help. Su Mingqing was obviously under a lot of pressure. He thought there would be no competitors today, but Yang was obviously well prepared. It seems that I have met an opponent. Second update. The Shou family brothers looked at each other, and the pretentious words they had prepared for a long time were all held in their mouths, unable to come out. It's too early for Wang Jia to come out. Owner of the Welsh fitness chain. Just after graduation, there is a company with a market value of several billion? This is too scary. Even Su Guangquan looked over with bright eyes. He was a snobbish person. Originally, after Su Shirley got married, the annual gatherings at home were not eye-catching, and he probably didn't get rich, so he didn't pay much attention. I rarely even think of myself having such a daughter. Now when he heard that Yang had achieved such an achievement, his expression immediately changed. This daughter must be treated well in the future. After all, Yang, the grandson, looks extremely powerful now. Relatives present, you look at me, and I look at you, each has his or her own thoughts. Aunt Susie raised her eyebrows. No wonder I heard recently that my second son always takes the initiative to visit your house. It turns out he is rich. They don't say anything even when they are prosperous. It's like they look down on us. Several other female relatives were also sour. Look at other people's children. They open big companies right after graduation. You can't even find a job, alas. That's it, look at your cousin Yi Yang, learn from me. There were also some aunts or uncles who pointed at their children and scolded them. In the past, the most wealthy and powerful family was Su Daqiang's family, but now, Su Shirley's family has emerged. Thinking that they had bullied Su Shirley's family into being honest in the past, these relatives were all in a state of anxiety, saying whatever they wanted. Su Laosan's wife's eyes lit up when she saw this. And she wanted to get involved, but Su Laosan glared at her and held her back. Ahem, cousin Yi Yang is now prosperous, so he shouldn't be so angry. Su Mingqing knocked on the table and said calmly, eat some fruit to calm down. The juniors of the Su family present all looked at Su Mingqing. Only this cousin might be their savior. After all, Yi Yang has a foreign surname. Although he has relatives, according to their personalities, of course they don't want to see a foreigner surname dominate their family banquet. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Mingqing, who was silent at the side. It was obvious that he couldn't hold it in any longer. Cousin Yi Yang is still too young. He just made some money and is a little impatient. Su Mingqing took a sip of tea and said with a smile, my cousins are also concerned about you. Your reaction is a bit excessive. Cousin Mingqing, what you said is wrong. Yi Yang also smiled slightly, I am also concerned about the health of some of my cousins. I want them to go to the gym, drink some oil, and exercise. To keep fit. Why is it too much? I think it's because you have a guilty conscience, cousin? Me? What do I feel guilty about? Su Mingqing's eyes darkened, and then he laughed. However, it is really congratulatory for cousin Yi to have such a career after graduation. It just so happens that manager Zhang from Yingbin Restaurant is an acquaintance of mine. In a few days, I'll invite brother Yi to the high-end private room of Yingbin Restaurant to celebrate. I think we can forget about the Yingbin Restaurant. Yi Yang waved his hand and laughed. If you want to eat, I'll treat my cousin to another place. Su Mingqing obviously wanted to show off his connections, so he decided to use his tactics. Oh. Su Mingqing's eyes lit up. It was obvious that Yi Yang didn't want to go to Yingbin Restaurant. He probably had some bad memories there. Haha, what kind of festival did cousin Yi have? At the Yingbin Restaurant? I know a lot of people there. You can talk to your cousin and he will help you settle everything. As expected of cousin Su Mingqing. I actually know the senior executives of Yingbin Restaurant. All the cousins from the Su family were flattering him. Not only the juniors, but the adults also looked stunned, and then they were all amazed. Among the entire Spring City industry, Yingbin Restaurant is the most special. When the famous and powerful people have gatherings, they all go back to the Yingbin Restaurant to have banquets. The meaning of the place can be summarized by more than just the concept of restaurant. Whoever controls this place will have the largest network of connections in Spring City in their hands. That represents huge wealth. It is a symbol of glory and fame. Previously, the Yang family and the Li family, the two largest financial groups in Spring City, were constantly competing for the ownership of the property rights of the Yingbin Restaurant. Otherwise, no matter how big and glorious an ordinary restaurant is, in a city like Spring City, where land prices are not very exaggerated, it cannot be valued at billions. The entire Yingbin Restaurant belongs to my boss. If you entertain our boss there, he will make things difficult for our relatives. Yumomo assisted at the right time and said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into silence. There was silence for a long time before Su Mingqing slowly spoke and asked in surprise, did you just say that the entire Yingbin Restaurant belongs to cousin Yi Yang? Good. Umo nodded slightly. No. That's not right. When I went on a business trip in June, it was still the property of the Yang family. Su Mingqing stood up directly and said seriously, cousin, this is not how you joke. Joke? Yi Yang shrugged. It's just a small restaurant with a valuation of 2 to 3 billion. Old man Yang gave it to me. For free. Is this worth joking about? A small restaurant worth 20 to 30 billion? Old man Yang? For free? These keywords made everyone crazy. You, the old man Yang you are talking about, is it? Yang. Delin of the Yang family, Mr. Yang. Su Mingqing couldn't believe it and confirmed it word by word. Yeah. Yi. Yang nodded slightly and spread his hands casually. If you don't believe it, don't you know Shou Lu from the hotel? Just give him a call and you'll know. This. The people of the Su family looked at Su Mingqing again and again. Mingqing, it's not that we don't trust Xiao Yang, but this is too sensational. Why? Don't you call and ask? I can't believe it anyway. The significance of the restaurant is so great that no one dares to believe it. Wales is just a fitness company, which is also worth billions, and it is far away. It is shocking to ordinary people, but there is no actual concept. For ordinary relatives of the Shou family, there is no difference between 100 million and 1 billion. But controlling the Yingbin restaurant is a completely different and terrifying concept. Su Mingqing held the phone in his hand and did not dare to make a call for a while. What if what Ji Yang said was true? If he made the call, he would offend his cousin. This cousin is not a good person. Now that he seems to have suddenly risen to become a super boss, he also has to consider whether it is worthwhile for him to offend Yi Yang for the sake of face. First update. He was extremely entangled in his heart. Looking at Yi Yang, who was leisurely eating cakes there, he was unsure for a while. Although he liked to pretend, he was actually a real businessman after all, not like the kids in the Shou family who had not yet graduated from college and only knew how to be jealous. It was better not to offend the big boss if he could. Although this big boss might just be his boast. I'll find an excuse to go to the toilet later and call to confirm it in the toilet. Su Mingqing thought, laughed, and put the phone back in his pocket. What do you say? Cousin Yi Yang is our cousin. He is always straightforward. How could he lie? The cousins looked at each other, and then they looked away with some disappointment. This cousin, Su Mingqing, always looked respectful and proud before. Why did he suddenly speak well of Yi Yang today? They were all a little puzzled and shook their heads. Obviously, the shock and confusion in his heart could not be answered for a while. Su Mingqing changed the subject without leaving a trace, speaking of which, I have been too busy recently. Since I went out to do business in June, I have not paid attention to the changes in our hometown. I didn't even know that there was a talented person like Yi Yang's cousin. As he said, he picked up the wine beside him, a glass of punishment for myself. After drinking, he squinted his eyes and laughed, but there is no way, this order is really too big. I don't know what Mingqing is busy with recently. Yes, it can make you care so much, it must not be a small order, right? Several other relatives of the Shou family asked very tactfully. Su Daqiang laughed on the side, feeling that his son was still the core of the Shou family after all. It's not big, just an order worth more than 2 billion yuan. Su Mingqing waved his hand, laughed, and glanced at Yi Yang while laughing. Hiss. One order is worth 2 billion. Isn't this too scary? What has Mingqing been busy with recently? This business is getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, didn't he say he became a senior executive of the company last year and handled orders worth hundreds of millions? This year, he has a big order worth tens of billions. This is too scary. A group of relatives of the Shou family came over to ask questions. Su Daqiang was so happy. Oh. Our company has a wide range of business. It just so happens that I just got promoted recently and got a big international order. Now we are mainly engaged in pharmaceutical instruments, and the one we are connected with is the internationally famous American Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceutical Company, which can be called the first pharmaceutical company. Su Mingqing raised his head with great pride and grinned. His pride was beyond words. Although he also knew that it was better to be low-key and pretend to be cool, he really couldn't suppress his joy. You know, he is not even 30 years old. He is so young and has handled a super large order worth tens of billions. How awesome is this? Su Daqiang nodded with satisfaction. He knew the reason why his son could be promoted so quickly. He had the evidence. of corruption and bribery of the chairman of their company, Su Mingqing, in his hands. He got a lot of money by means of blackmail, and his promotion in the company was also very fast. Although this matter is not glorious, people like them who put interests as the highest premise certainly don't care about such a vulgar promotion method. It's worthy of being cousin Su Mingqing. It's so strong. Now he has handled billions of super orders. This is deeply valued by the chairman. Maybe he will be very successful in the future. That's right. All the Su family members licked it again and again, feeling extremely envious. Johnson? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and couldn't help laughing. This cousin is interesting. Any relationship or bragging is related to his industry. Why is cousin Yi laughing? Su Mingqing frowned, feeling that something was not right. He had been paying attention to Yi Yang's expression. After all, the only one who could make him fail in his show-off was this cousin. When Yi Yang just laughed, he was startled and asked repeatedly. Nothing. I just remembered something happy. Yi Yang waved his hand. If it was normal, he would not deliberately reveal his identity to show off, but this time he came back. He wanted to make his mother proud. He wanted no one in the Su family to look down on his mother in the future. Thinking of this, his eyes also slightly stern, leaning on the table, clasping his hands together, ready to start throwing deep-sea bombs, and asked with a faint smile, I just don't know which company you are in, cousin. I asked Momo to check the recent orders and take care of you a little. Su Mingqing didn't understand what Yi Yang was saying for a while. It took him a long time to react. He said with a bit of a bad look, cousin, what do you mean? Our company does business with Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals. It ranks very high among the top 500 in the world, an international financial giant, a super enterprise, a behemoth, and the #1 pharmaceutical company. Its valuation, stocks, all converted into cash, that's more than $500 billion US. You don't mean to say that this Johnson & Johnson group is actually yours? No, maybe you mean, you have shares in Johnson & Johnson and are a small shareholder? The other people in the Su family also looked over instantly. If a company worth billions is still within their worldview and understanding, then more than $500 billion US? Trillions of Chinese yuan? The world's #1 pharmaceutical company? That's just bullshit. Yeah, I just acquired it a few days ago. Yi Yang spread his hands. Since you have an order in our company, I will help you check it. After the silence, someone suddenly laughed out loud. Brother Yi Yang, are you bragging too much? What's wrong with you? You can't brag like this. You, a fresh graduate, bought a super company with a valuation of trillions. Ha ha ha. Damn, if I hadn't been to school for a few days, I would have been fooled by you. That's right, from the gym to the Yingbin hotel, and now to a world-class company with a value of trillions. You're bragging more and more outrageous. If we don't expose you, will you brag that you are actually the richest man in the world? Haha. Even elementary school students don't need to brag so outrageously now. The relatives of the Su family were already feeling jealous, and now they realized that Yi Yang had only taken out a few gym VIP cards from the beginning to the end. They suddenly felt that they had been deceived. Just when everyone was suspicious, there was a sudden noise downstairs. Everyone's attention was attracted at once. Second update, weekly no prize guessing game, who was coming downstairs? Now no one in the Su family believed what Yi Yang said just now. After all, it was too outrageous. They all thought that Yi Yang had graduated, had seen the society, and had been stimulated by the cruelty of the society and had gone crazy. He started to show off randomly, just like a child who would start to brag when he was angry. If it was a company worth tens of billions, they could still understand it, but the world's top super companies worth trillions, that was simply too outrageous. It was simply impossible. Just as they were preparing words and began to mock. Downstairs, it was noisy. Everyone looked over. In the square of the community, more than a dozen cars drove in. If you just look at the value of these cars, then in the eyes of the Shou family who have been spoiled by million-dollar luxury cars, they are naturally not worth mentioning. But, when they saw the license plates on the front of those cars, everyone stood up, with an expression of disbelief on their faces, and looked at the vehicles that drove in. The first and the last two cars all have white license plates, and the word police is written at the end of the license plate. Judging from the numbers, they are all very high-ranking people in the provincial department and the police department. Although the license plate in the middle looks like an ordinary license plate, the license plate number of each car is amazing. Except for the letters representing the region, there are no letters in the number string behind these license plates. It is purely composed of numbers. The meaning of this is amazing. The first car alone, GA0001, is amazing enough. The middle car is even more breathtaking, G0.0002. Oh my God. Su Mingqing and a few others who have a little bit of vision exclaimed, "This is impossible." In China, license plates are very particular. The license plates of the government are generally represented by pure numbers. As long as the license plates are purely composed of numbers, most of them are government official cars. Of course, there are also a few state-owned enterprises or private cars. But this number is so close to the front, it must be. G represents G province, and the full number behind it means that this is a vehicle directly under the provincial governor. If it is GA, it means that it is a vehicle directly under the governor of Chengchun, G province. And the number generally represents the level of power. G0.0002. Hiss. This is the governor himself. This pomp is a little too big. Damn. After listening to Su Mingqing's explanation, all the Shou family members were blank in their minds. This is a big shot. Only Yi Yang sat in his seat safely, without any surprise. Son, this. Yes, father and mother were obviously a little impatient. Don't panic, they are here to find me. Yi Yang smiled and nodded, indicating that his parents don't need to panic. Looking for you. The whole audience was tense at this time, and dared not speak loudly. At this time, Yi Yang's confident and clear voice came out, and everyone looked over instantly. Cousin Yi, you are really addicted to bragging. No hope? No hope. Do you know who are sitting in these cars? You are so funny to come to you. Haha. After all, the international capital giants are all run by others, what else can they not brag about? Haha. The Shou family members relied on ridicule to relieve the tension and shock of seeing such a scene. Only Su Mingqing looked at Yi Yang with gloomy eyes. He still understood this cousin. Whether in terms of conversation or temperament, he did not seem to be mentally disturbed. It was meaningless to tell such lies that could be easily exposed at any time. It just added to the jokes. Therefore, he was really a little unsure now, how capable Yi Yang was. Click, click. These cars were opened quickly. The drivers in the cars had deep eyes and capable figures, and they were obviously not ordinary characters. The secretaries of each car helped the big guys in the car out one by one. A team of more than a dozen big men with different shapes but strong auras, escorted by a group of police officers, really walked towards this building. Hiss. This. All the people of the Shou family took a breath of cold air, and everyone felt numb all over. Could it be? They all looked at Yi Yang in fear. These super big men, really, came to find this cousin. Coincidence? Otherwise, it can't be explained at all. Why do these big men want to find Yi Yang? What is the identity of my cousin? If he committed a crime, then he would definitely send people to arrest him directly. These big men came to see him in person, which obviously meant they have something to discuss with Yi Yang. And these are the top people in Ji province. They are so powerful that they have almost no scruples in this province, but these big men are coming to see their own cousin. No matter how you think about it, it is completely impossible. Ding ding. Soon, the doorbell rang. Gurgle. Cold sweat instantly broke out from all the Shou family members. What the hell is going on here? Calm down. Su Guangquan is still a wise old man after all. After forcibly suppressing the situation, he said solemnly, "No one is allowed to talk nonsense, this is not a joke." After that, he hurried to open the door himself. A group of Shou family relatives were also terrified, trembling on the side, looking at the door nervously and expectantly. The first person to come in was Yi Yang's old friend, Chunqing City Governor Zhang Yifeng. Chunqing is the capital of Jilin Province, and Chunqing City Governor has a very high status. Zhang Yifeng himself is at the deputy provincial level. And today, he was just the first to enter the scene. Zhang City Governor. Su Guangquan obviously watched a lot of news, and recognized him at once. His hands trembled a little. It really is the city governor. I met with Yi Yang this afternoon, Mr. Yi. I guess he is here today? Zhang Yifeng laughed and asked. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. What Yi Yang said just now was actually true. These big guys. Are they really coming for him? Everyone was extremely shocked. However, Zhang Yifeng obviously saw Yi Yang, directly, bowed to the middle-aged man behind him, and led the way to Yi Yang. Zhang Shidu, how are you? Yi Yang smiled and shook hands with Zhang Yifeng. Mr. Yi. Zhang Yifeng also smiled and shook hands, then quickly stepped aside and introduced, this is the main person today, Wu Dakong, Governor Wu. Hello. Yi Yang shook hands with Wu Dakong and then smiled and said, please take a seat, everyone. Although it was the Shou family, but all the big guys sat down. There was no place for them, they could only tremble on the side and stand and listen. However, they were always proud, but at this moment, they had no complaints at all, just felt proud. First update. Zhang Yifeng had told him before that he wanted to make an appointment, but it was not that he wanted to meet him. But there is someone else. Listening to Zhang Yifeng's tone at that time, Yi Yang knew that that person's status must be above Zhang Yifeng's. But I didn't expect that it was Wu Dakong, the governor of the entire Ji province. Except for Ji 0.0001, he is the highest in the entire political arena of Ji province. One person below him. However, Ji 0.0001 is limited by his identity and control scope, and it is impossible for him to come forward for business negotiations. Therefore, when he comes to see him this time, the Ji provincial political circles have shown their utmost sincerity. The Shou family members were all looking at each other, with no color on their faces and extremely tormented hearts. In any case, to be able to have equal friendship with such a powerful figure as the governor of Ji province, Yang's identity is not something that the Shou family can claim at all. Thinking of how they just laughed at such an unimaginably terrifying boss. Everyone who spoke out was trembling. As for the Shou family members who did not participate in the acid injury to Yang just now, they patted their chests happily while looking at the other relatives with schadenfreude. Now when they are talking about important things, they have no time to pay attention to you. Wait a moment. I'm afraid these people will feel better. Mr. Yi. You are the pride of our Ji province and one of the few big names in the Chinese business community. Wu Dakong smiled and took a sip of tea. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and said a few words of modesty and courtesy. If you show courtesy for nothing, you may not find anything good to do for you. However, when these words were heard by the relatives of the Shou family, they all exploded. It was called the pride of Ji province by the governor of Ji province. It is still one of the best in the Chinese business community. It's too scary. No wonder he dared to call Yang Delin that little old man. In front of such existence, Yang Delin's identity seems to be somewhat worth mentioning. They didn't dare to doubt it anymore at this time. After all, the person who said this was none other than the governor of the entire Ji province. Yi Yang glanced lightly at the horrified eyes of everyone in the Shou family, feeling quite satisfied in his heart. He came back this time to shock them, so that these rubbish would not bully his mother. To be honest, the scene that happened here was obviously intentional on his part. Not a coincidence. Wu Dakong, Zhang Yifeng and other big figures who have reached such a high level in the political arena can naturally easily detect Yi Yang's thoughts. Under the tacit understanding of each other, they began to trade business with each other tacitly. Every time Wu Dakong said something, the people of the Shou family were frightened to the point of trembling. Yi Yang's background and assets are simply frightening. Plus what he said about Johnson & Johnson. What the hell? The world's richest man doesn't know that the richest man in China is definitely incomparable to Yi Yang. In other words, my cousin is the hidden richest man in China. As soon as this idea was born, everyone in the Shou family was so frightened that they fainted. Su Guangquan kept wiping cold sweat. If he was not embarrassed by the presence of the provincial governor, he would have slapped himself hard and called himself a fool. Why has he been lukewarm to his daughter Su Shirley for so many years? You just missed this opportunity to become a successful person. Well, he now wants to run to Su Shirley very quickly and kneel down to lick his precious daughter. Even if you can get the slightest bit of forgiveness from the other party, that is an unimaginable benefit. Businesses are almost as good as each other. Wu Dakong also changed the subject and talked about the topic. Mr. Yi, our provincial party committee unanimously discussed and decided to award you some honors and awards. After the new year, the Jilin Provincial Industry and Commerce Association will send you an invitation to be the president. At the same time, after some discussion, we also want to ask you to serve as the honorary chairman of the Provincial People's Congress. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The status of the president of the Industry and Commerce Association is not low. Although it is the icing on the cake for him, it is still something that countless people in the political career cannot ask for. It is a real provincial and departmental level. I have a lot of things to do myself and am quite busy. Yi Yang pondered for a moment. Honor is a good thing for everyone, but if you have to work for it every day, it would be a disadvantage. Given Yi Yang's temperament. Don't worry, you just need to make a name for yourself. In today's Chinese business world, you are one of the top ones. As long as you are in this position, I don't know how many business leaders will come to you and directly recruit you. Ji Province's economy. Wu Dakong directly guaranteed that Yi Yang only needed to be famous to enjoy these reputations and powers. Jilin Province's economic development in recent years has not been satisfactory. The big guys like them are also quite impatient. Now that a local top figure in the Chinese business community has finally emerged, how can they let him go so easily? If they don't come to grab it, other provinces will. By then they will be unable to find Bei even if they cry. We have already reported this matter to the superiors. As long as you nod, we will complete all the formal procedures for you. Wu Dakong and others looked at Yi Yang eagerly. Everyone else present was on the verge of crying. This was a terrifying benefit that countless people could never ask for in their entire lives. He was still begged by the boss to give. And this cousin Yi Yang is actually hesitating whether to take it or not. This was simply too subversive of their imagination. Oh well. Yi Yang spread his hands, but he also knew that there is no free money in the world. Since he has given such a great convenience, in addition to valuing his appeal in the Chinese business community, I am afraid there is another plot. Sure enough, when these people saw Yi Yang agreed, they all breathed a sigh of relief and pondered for a while. Seeing their hesitation, Yi Yang also smiled and waved his hands. What other reasons could these people have for looking for him? It's nothing but money. But what he lacks the least now is money. So, he also smiled and said, you guys, you may as well speak directly. If you have something to say. Yi is not an unreasonable person. Then let's speak directly. Wu Dakong laughed and said, Mr. Yi, the province has also been thinking about vigorously developing the economy and promoting development recently, so that our residents can live a good life. Therefore, several large regional projects have been prepared to attract some investment. I don't know, Mr. Yi. Since it is said at the regional level, it means it has surpassed the provincial level. Otherwise, just say it directly at the provincial level. It should be a joint project involving several provinces. Such a large project is extremely expensive. It is difficult to support it independently with the government finances alone. It must attract investment. So that's how it is. Yi Yang laughed. It feels like he is giving away reputation and going around in circles, and in the end it's just to attract some investment. This provincial governor is really suffering. Second update. Just tell me how much money is needed for this investment. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. Wu Dakong and Zhang Yifeng obviously didn't expect Yi Yang to be so cheerful. In the past, when looking for other entrepreneurs, none of them wanted to take the money. One day they said the company was making a profit and losing money, and the next day they said the situation was not very good. Even if we talk about investment, it is at most a charitable investment of several million or tens of millions. For interprovincial projects, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. Although their visit this time brought many benefits to Yi Yang, they also did not dare to have high hopes. Now looking at Yi Yang's tone, it seems that he has the intention to invest. It seems that hope is greatly increased. Ahem, this project, he is. Zhang Yifeng wanted to introduce this project to Yi Yang more, so that Yi Yang could have more confidence and negotiate for more investments. Soon. Haha, supporting the construction of my hometown is something I have always wanted to do, so there is no need to go to such trouble. Just give me a number. Yi Yang smiled. Zhang Yifeng is speechless, is he? So arrogant? You don't even need to hear what the project is, just tell yourself the number. The leaders looked at each other and made up their minds. People who invest are so generous and don't shy away from it. No matter how timid they are, their prices actually drop. Wu Dakong cleared his throat. We are here this time to ask you to invest in this project. He took a deep breath. 30 billion. This amount is actually too large. Not to mention provincial companies, even national-level super companies would be cautious to spend 30 billion in cash to invest in a project. Not to mention a project started by the government, which probably won't make much money. Of course, this amount is also negotiable. After reporting the number, Wu Dakong himself felt a little guilty and added one sentence after another. It was true that other companies were not able to help, and they had raised less than 10 billion in total. The entire project required a lot of money, so they had to bite the bullet and ask Yi Yang for 30 billion. In his expectation, after bargaining, as long as Yi Yang can finally invest more than 10 billion, he will be thankful. Yi Yang was stunned and looked at Wu Dakong strangely. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. After doing this for a long time, you want 30 billion from me. Mr. Yi, I know that the amount of this investment is really too large. Just when Wu Dakong was about to explain something, he saw Yi Yang shaking his head. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Sure enough, the price was too high. According to national standards, projects with an investment of more than 500 million renminbi can be listed as provincial key projects. A project worth tens of billions would normally be listed as a national key project. Those exceeding 100 billion are super projects that attract national attention and shock the world. After all, these investments, that's cash. It's not an asset, nor is it a valuation. That's real money to spend. Even for a super large project like the South to North Water Diversion Project, which benefits the country and the people and affects the national destiny. For thousands of years, the project investment so far is only about 600 billion. Therefore, as a provincial governor, it would cost tens of billions of investment to take care of others. It's really stressful. Even if Yi Yang refuses, it is reasonable. Only 30 billion? Seeing Wu Dakong's reaction, Yi Yang knew that he had misunderstood, so he added a sentence to express his attitude. In his opinion, it was just an expression of his genuine doubts that the amount of investment was too small. But in the eyes of others, they are extremely shocked. Even Wu Dakong and others were so shocked by these words that they didn't know what to say for a moment. Not to mention the other Su family members, if they hadn't been so frightened that they couldn't move, they would have fallen to their knees. An investment of 30 billion in real money. That's all you say. This is too scary. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Yang with fear instead of shock. Real fear. They were actually mocking such a supergiant just now. Not to mention whether Yi Yang pursues the case or not, even they themselves feel that they deserve to die. Ahem, Mr. Yi, are you willing to invest this amount? Wu Dakong and others stood up excitedly. Despite their state of mind, they could not suppress the joy on their faces. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. The total investment in the entire project should be more than 30 billion, right? Wu Dakong and others looked at each other, their eyes lit up, and they said repeatedly, Mr. Yi is right. The entire project requires an investment of approximately 80 billion. The government's own finances can spend about 20 billion, and with your 30 billion invest and the rest will be taken care of. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. In this case, you don't have to run around to find other people. 30 billion doesn't sound like much. Let's make it up. I'll invest 50 billion directly. Several leaders obviously did not expect the unexpected surprise. All of them were extremely happy. As for the other people present, they were all dumbfounded. Not more than 30 billion? Round it up. And give it 50 billion? I feel like I'm talking about 3 to 500 yuan. Am I still dreaming? This. Mr. Yi is really a true entrepreneur who cares about his country and his country. And the people. I will definitely report it so that your glorious deeds will go down in history. The leaders were extremely happy and did not hesitate to praise them. This solved their big trouble. Yeah, but a little bit. Yi Yang added. You say. Wu Dakong and others were obviously in a good mood at this time. The main construction area and priority benefit area of this project must be in my hometown city. Yi Yang said seriously. Harmful. A group of leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, we all understand. This itself is something that needs no explanation, is fully understood, tacitly understood, and tacitly understood. Especially for such a huge investment, of course. Priority must be given to the hometown of the investor. After all, these specific facilities and construction must be placed in a specific place, so why not the hometown of the investor, the person who made the greatest contribution? This is the saying that when a person attains enlightenment, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. After a few more polite words, the leaders went downstairs in great relief. Wu Dakong was happy. If it weren't for his identity, he would have wanted to call Yi Yang brothers on the spot. This is a super big project with an investment of 80 billion. Not to mention Kyrgyzstan, it is a huge project even in the country. If he could implement this project, it would be of great benefit to his career. In the future, if you have any needs in Ji province, I will do my best to help you, brother Yi. After Wu Dakong and Yi Yang left these words privately, they left with the motorcade. First update. Because of it, after the convoy drove slowly for a long distance, everyone in the Shou family came back to their senses. They all looked at Yi Yang in shock. Su Mingqing, who wanted to show off before, was scratching his head with a smile, walked up, grinned at Yi Yang and said, Well, cousin, you are usually too low-key. Just now. What you said may be offensive, please don't be offended. Yeah. With Su Mingqing taking the lead. The Shou family's cousins dared to beg for mercy. Otherwise, they wouldn't even dare to say anything due to the pressure brought by Yi Yang in what just happened. Oh. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, seeing Yi Yang's unkind look. The middle-aged members of the Shou family rushed out in an instant, picked up their children and beat them up. I'll make you owe me. I'll make you owe me. It wasn't until those leaders turned into swollen pigs that Yi Yang smiled lightly and waved his hands. This is the end of the year party after all. You can teach your children at home, don't we have a family group? Just use photos to share the results of raising children in the group. Woo! the younger generations of the Shou family are all in tears. It's not enough for us to be beaten for our feelings. They also ask our parents to go back and beat us again. Damage or not. Grab the bamboo shoots. You have taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. However, the middle-aged generation of the Shou family knew that Yi Yang was trying to save face for his relatives. If someone outside dared to ridicule a super important person like him, it would not be as simple as getting beaten twice. Therefore, after Yi Yang finished speaking, they thanked him again and again, saying that Yi Yang was broad-minded and unparalleled in generosity. It is simply a model of moral education in the new era. After blowing a rainbow fart, it seemed that they were no longer the same people as before. Although Su Daqiang felt a little sad, his face was filled with compliments and a smile. Yi Yang shrugged. People in the Shou family were only interested in profit. It was a family tradition. It was probably impossible to change this character in just one sentence or two. But since he has learned well and doesn't do this in front of himself and his family, he doesn't want to be so lenient. This meal can be regarded as the most comfortable Shou family's annual dinner. In all these years, no one dares to talk about comparisons and showing off to each other anymore, because no one can compare to Yi Yang, and no one can pretend to be Yi Yang. On this day, everyone just chatted and joked. The peaceful atmosphere left everyone in disbelief. It turns out that family gatherings can be so enjoyable. On the way back, Yi Shaozi held Yi Yang's arm and smiled happily. You don't know how weird the expressions on the faces of these uncles and aunts were when the big guys came just now. Ha ha. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. It's so cool. Yi Shaozi snorted. I guess they will never dare to organize our family again, and my third uncle will never dare to come to our house to borrow money again, haha. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Even if nothing like today's incident had happened, it would have been almost impossible for Su Laosan to borrow money from his family. After all, the threshold for Star Emperor Mansion is very high. They can't get in. After returning home, Yi Yang also asked Momo's secretarial team to contact the province and transfer funds for investment in provincial projects. Ding, it's detected that the host spent 50 billion on a positive investment and rewards investment-oriented company integration opportunities *1-inch directed integration company? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he heard it. After taking a closer look, Yi Yang suddenly understood. Because this time it is an investment, the direction of the system reward is to invest in the company. You can choose any 3 private investment companies around the world to integrate and become a new, unique investment company. And he will have absolute control over the company. Below, there are also many investment company options. Just check any 3 boxes. Yi Yang looked at the introduction and, without hesitation, chose the world's largest venture capital company, KPCB of America, China's largest private investment company, Dowling Capital, Europe's largest venture capital, Idinvest Partners. The capital controlled by these 3 companies is extremely huge. More than 10,000 companies in the world have the shadow of these 3 investments behind them. The most well-known ones are even world-famous super companies like Amazon, and the smallest ones include some small and micro enterprises. By mastering these 3 investment companies, Yi Yang almost controls the investment trends in the 3 largest and most active financial regions in the world, the United States, Europe, and China. The 3 investment companies have been integrated. Please name them. System sound came. Yi Yang pondered for a moment. Just call Huaya Investment. the abbreviation of Huaxiaoyang. It has both the style of a great country and personal characteristics. Company qualifications, registration, etc. have been completed. After the system finished speaking, it fell silent. Yi Yang nodded slightly. This day is nothing special for most people. But it is a busy and scary day for the international investment community. News of the merger of three major investment groups, American KPCB, China Jiangjing Capital, and European Idinvest Partners soon spread throughout the investment community in the form of gossip. No one knows who is behind it. This is simply too hard to understand. You should know that these three companies are the strongest investment companies of the three strongest forces in the world, Europe, China, and the United States. And these three parties have always been competing with each other, fighting openly and secretly. They are even more involved in each other in terms of investment. No one could have imagined that one day, these three giant investment companies would actually merge. Who is it? Such power is simply too terrifying. Go check. I must know who is behind it. Everyone was trembling with fear and felt extremely terrified when they learned that the new company after the merger of the three companies was registered. In Chinese, all the companies that investigated were shocked. Although they cannot find out who is behind it for the time being. However, the Chinese registration has proved that the existence of the integration of the three investment companies is a Chinese Gulu. Has such a terrifying existence appeared in the Chinese investment community? Could it be the boss of one of the three companies? No, absolutely not. After the three companies merged, they changed their names. It is not the name of any of the three companies. Hiss. In other words, it was an outsider outside the three companies who achieved all this. This is even more terrifying when you think about it. On this day, the entire international investment community was confused, trembling, and crazy because of a name. And these two words are, Huayi. Second update. Yi Yang didn't care too much about the shock in the investment circle. The merger of the three giants was indeed very shocking. However, before he took the initiative to expose his identity, with his current network of relationships, if he wanted to hide information, I'm afraid not many people could find it. So, naturally, he didn't worry about any unnecessary troubles. There is another benefit to buying the Xinhuang mansion. Before going home, Yi Yang could only have beautiful women lying next to him, but he could only satisfy his hand and mouth addiction. If he really worked, he would be discovered by his parents, because the house was too small and the sound insulation was too poor. But the Xinhuang mansion is different. In such a big mansion, no matter how passionate the call is, no matter how emotional the wailing is, there is no need to worry. So, in life, it is still very necessary to buy a big mansion. That night, Yi Yang was a diligent old farmer, constantly working in the fields, sweating like rain, and shooting like a dragon. If it weren't for the powerful skills of the Shou sisters, they couldn't resist it at all. After hard work, Yi Yang stretched his muscles and bones, and then he hugged his sister and lay on the big water bed, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of midnight. The next morning, the resident chef prepared the same breakfast as the Le Parc Meridian Hotel in Manhattan, New York. This hotel is very famous for its breakfast. After all, many rich people want to see a breakfast of tens of thousands of dollars. The breakfast is served with 6 eggs, lobster, vegetable and meat pancakes, and 10 ounces of caviar. After eating, Yi Yang shook his head. It feels not as good as the chive and egg pie made by his mother. It seems that there is no need to go to that hotel to taste this unworthy breakfast in the future. After eating, he stretched his body. During the Chinese New Year, the relatives have almost gone, and the next step is to help the family post Spring Festival couplets, buy New Year goods, hang New Year pictures, and so on. Originally, these don't need to be done by a rich man like him. But after all, he participated in it personally, and only then did he feel the new year. The whole Xinhuang mansion is also full of New Year atmosphere. After finishing the work, Yi Yang took the girls to set off fireworks. When he was young, he couldn't afford to buy all kinds of fireworks, but he was envious of them. Yi Yang bought them and set them off to his heart's content. Fireworks are a custom deeply rooted in the Chinese people. When the sound of firecrackers is heard, it means that the new year has really come. What's the new year without fireworks? They had a lot of fun, and then Yi Yang saw that the high school group became lively again. This kind of classmate group rarely becomes lively after graduation. Only during the new year or some special events will someone speak in it. When they came back from the National Day holiday, under the organization of the class monitor Lin Ningdan, the high school classmates gathered at the Yingbin restaurant, but that time was not very pleasant. Faced with the coercion of the young master of the Yang family, Lin Ningdan directly abandoned the classmates in the class, including Lu Yao, who he had finally picked up. If Yi Yang hadn't stood up, the beautiful girls in the class would have been taken away by Yang Haoqiang. Since then, there have been disagreements in the class, and the classmates group has been cold until now. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and glanced at the class group. He thought that something like that happened last time, but the group was still lively. After a few glances, Yi Yang suddenly realized. Because it was the National Day holiday, many classmates did not go home, or were traveling outside, or were still working. So some classmates didn't know about that matter at all. Why is this group so cold recently? I said it's almost the new year, everyone must have gone home, right? Our future is almost settled, or we are taking the postgraduate entrance examination, or working. Should we go back to see the teacher? I agree, it's not easy for the teacher to teach us, now that we have graduated from college. It's time to go and see the teacher. Many people in the group were talking about going back to see the teacher. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He has been an excellent student in the class since he was a child. Although he didn't go to any top university in the end, he scored nearly 600 points in the exam. In addition, he has an easygoing personality and will take the initiative to communicate with the teacher when he has nothing to do. Therefore, the teachers were all nice to him. Now that he was talking about going back to school to see the teachers, he was also quite excited. It was indeed time to go back and see them. After the discussion, the class unanimously decided to go back to school to see the teachers. Many people in the group were asking Yi Yang's opinion. After all, Yi Yang's last stand was still very shocking, and he directly attracted a lot of loyal fans. Yi Yang had no objection. After the finalization, he chatted privately with Lin Shuer and Jingxian again, and picked them up on the way later. I want to drive for the boss, Xiao Xiaozhu said. Go, sister, you went with the boss to the class reunion last time, this time I will go. Xiao Qingxian pushed Xiao Xiaozhu aside and looked at Yi Yang with a smile. Yi Yang pondered. For a moment, okay, but don't be too angry later. They are all my classmates. It would be bad if You can't control your anger and beat them to death. There will always be a few people in a class who are not sociable and speak unpleasantly. In addition, some classmates haven't seen each other for several years, who knows what changes have taken place. With Shou Qingshuan's character of fighting against dissatisfaction, if I don't tell her in advance, I'm afraid it will be terrible in a while. Okay, boss. Qingxian promises to be as obedient as a little bunny. Shou Qingxian saluted and promised. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. I don't believe you. Just like that, Shou Qingxian drove and picked up Xingxian and Yi Yang along the way, and drove to the school. The senior year will not be on holiday until the new year, so many faculty and staff are still working in the school. No need to worry about going there but not seeing the teacher. Xingxian and Yi Yang sat in the back of the car. You look energetic in a suit and tie. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and joked. Haha. Xingxian laughed and said, thanks to you, brother Yi. Old man Zhang Wanmin is very good to me. In the past few months, he has promoted me to the position of project manager. Now my annual salary is close to 600,000 after tax. With the promotion and salary increase, my life is extremely happy. Yi Yang nodded slightly. He is sensible. Under normal work, promotion is definitely not so fast. However, with Xingxian's ability, it is sooner or later to reach this position. I am just a catalyst. With an annual salary of 600,000, one is considered an elite. Even if one plans to settle down in Shanghai, it is not necessarily an empty talk. I met a girl recently, a local from Shanghai, very pretty. Xingxian showed a happy smile. Yo. Yi Yang laughed and said. Are you still the old virgin you were back then? Hiss. Xingxian scratched his head, and after a long pause, he said, I know. Haha. Yi Yang waved his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and did not ask any more questions. Soon, he saw the outline of the gate of the No. 1 middle school. First update. Didi. The Bentley quickly parked in the school parking lot. This car, which looked extremely expensive at first glance, was released at the school gate very quickly. The classmates also arrived one after another. Many people came to Yi Yang's side. The wealthy family group around Lin Danning seems to be quite deserted now. Failure to show loyalty will bring no benefits, so naturally not many people are willing to communicate with them anymore. There were only a few stubborn lickers and a few classmates who didn't come back and didn't know why, but they were still hanging around Lin Danning. I said, Monitor, didn't you fall in love with Lu Yao? Why isn't she with you? A young man who came back from other places laughed. Seeing Lin Danning's expression of embarrassment that was beyond words, he didn't know why, so he couldn't help but look around, feeling a little strange. It seems that the atmosphere today is a little weird. Soon, Lu Yao also arrived. Without even looking at Lin Danning, she walked towards Yi Yang's group of people. Lin Danning's face instantly became extremely ugly. Although she abandoned Lu Yao, she couldn't deny herself face like this. If other girls knew what he thought like this, they would all complain directly. This is the nature of a scumbag. Several other boys who were asking Lin Danning about Lu Yao just now also realized that something was wrong and shut up at this time. But there was a bit more playfulness in his eyes. Yi Yang's classmates were clearly headed by Yi Yang. The squad leader's girlfriend actually went to hang out with Yi Yang. No matter how you smell it, it has a green smell. Is everyone almost here? After looking at both sides, I felt that people were almost here. There should be only a few people left. Maybe there's something going on. Let's go in. First, someone suggested. Just saying. A Maserati drove in very impressively. I'll go, Maserati. Hiss, this car costs several million, right? This is the Maserati Grand Cabrio. The official price is more than 3 million, and if it's all sold, it's probably close to 4 million. Oh my God. This. All the students had just graduated, had just come into contact with the prosperity of society, and felt their own poverty. This car worth more than 4 million yuan drove in, which really shocked them. As for Yi Yang's Bentley, because he arrived early, he parked it directly in the garage. In fact, not many people saw it. Click. The Maserati's noise subsided, the car door opened, and a young man with sunglasses on his eyes, a luxury brand, and a slicked back hair stepped out. The young man glanced around and raised his eyebrows. It's Jiangjing. I heard that he dropped out of school in his sophomore year and has been hanging out in the capital. I haven't heard anything from him for 2 or 3 years. When he appears, he just drives a Maserati. Oh my God. Awesome. Many students in the class were amazed. Even Lin Danning, whose family had some money, was shocked. A $3 to $4 million luxury car, what kind of big boss would it take to drive it? This way, this way. Some girls were already waving to greet Jiangjing. Zhang. Shou came over and laughed, old classmates, I haven't seen you for a few years. How are you doing? Brother. Zhang, where's your job? He came back in a supercar. Yeah. This is so cool. Jiangjing was a gangster in high school. No one could have imagined that this kid would counterattack. This luxury car alone feels so dignified. I can't even talk about being high. I'm just a small executive in a financial company in the capital. Jiangjing smiled and waved his hand. This car only costs a few million, so it's not worth mentioning. Brother Zhang, is this not worth mentioning? Then those of us who came here on 2 legs will be ashamed to death. Jiangjing was immersed in the praise of his classmates and felt extremely happy. He has always been a person who has no intention of studying and only thinks about profiteering and cheating. When he was a student, such a person would be criticized behind his back, saying that his character was not good and he was too utilitarian. But now that we are out of society, everyone has seen the value of money. Instead, I started to envy him for his ability to fawn over others. This feeling made him very comfortable. He does very well in the company and licks the boss, etc. very well. Otherwise, the boss would not have lent him the Maserati Grand Cabrio to drive and let him come here to show off. Alas. Brother Zhang, I'm afraid you are the best in the class besides Brother Yi. Yes, life is really unpredictable and unpredictable. A certain inappropriate remark in the compliment instantly caught Jiangjing's attention. He couldn't help but frown and looked at the girl who spoke. Brother Yi? Which? Brother Yi. He glanced around again, and soon saw Yi Yang, who saw that his Maserati did not respond at all, and did not come over to congratulate him. He couldn't help but frown and asked tentatively, Yi Yang? Yes, it's him. All the classmates kept talking, huh? Jiangjing was completely stunned. In his impression, although Yi Yang was handsome, he was good at studying. But it's not suitable for the workplace at all. His personality, although easygoing, is full of arrogance. He would never flatter or lick the boss just to get promoted. He probably wouldn't bother to use any dirty tricks to gain benefits for himself. Such a person, once in the workplace, is just an ordinary person. Even if his handsome face is appreciated by the beautiful boss, he should be a team leader at most, although the salary in Shanghai is high. But a monthly salary of 30,000 is probably the maximum for him. And he drove back in a Maserati. This is not a net worth at all. He frowned. Could it be that Yi Yang is not the same as he expected? Let's go in. We have contacted the teachers. After the meeting, we can also invite the teachers to have a meal at noon. The student council said. Okay. Before Zhang Shou could ask clearly, everyone entered the teaching building. The Chinese teacher, math teacher, English teacher, biology teacher, physics teacher, chemistry teacher and other teachers who had taught their class had already gathered together under the contact of the student council. Seeing these students I taught coming over, I was also quite moved. After the students I taught left the campus to work, they could come back to see their teachers. They all felt very accomplished. Teacher, these are the gifts and flowers we sent. I wish you eternal youth. The student committee took the lead and gave the gifts, bought with the funds raised to several teachers. It's good that you can come back to see us. Why do you bring so many gifts? That's right, you just graduated this year, right? You don't have much money, don't spend so much. The head teacher and several teachers said again and again. Second update. Teacher, you're welcome. Seeing the teachers accepting the gifts while being polite, the students all had kind smiles on their faces. Yi Yang shrugged, there's no way, it's Chinese characteristics. When dealing with favors, always be polite and courteous. Why didn't the PE teacher come? Someone asked in confusion. The physical education teacher treated them well. Yi Yang was also the high school sports committee member before, so he looked at the class teacher with concern. Your physical education teacher is sick, the head teacher said very skillfully. The academic committee member gave a bitter smile. Teacher, we have all graduated from college. Don't fool us, right? Ahem, although I used to fool you a lot when I was at school, he has really been sick recently. The head teacher explained dumbfounded. What disease? Is it serious? The students asked again and again. Orthopedic disease. The head teacher pondered for a moment and said. Ah. The classmates all thought of something strange. I keep looking at it, but I never see it well. The head teacher didn't understand orthopedics. So he continued, I heard that I have to contact the hospital in Beijing recently, but I have been trying to make connections and can't get in touch at all. All the students nodded in agreement. As ordinary people, especially college students who have just entered society, I feel this especially deeply. When something happens, it doesn't matter, it's really very uncomfortable. For example, in Liren Hospital, the registration number is normal, but the expert number is unknown until the year of the monkey and the horse. It doesn't matter. I'm afraid many diseases will get worse and I won't be able to see a specialist. There is nothing that can be done about it. After all, there are only a handful of excellent doctors, but there are a huge number of patients. Rich people don't care about money, and they want experts to treat even minor illnesses. This has resulted in uneven distribution, leaving many people in real need. Unable to qualify. Various reasons come together to make it difficult to see a doctor. Let's use the relationship. When it came to having a relationship, everyone looked at Jiangjing subconsciously and involuntarily. After all, Jiangjing is definitely number one in the class when it comes to maneuvering and tricking. Now Jiangjing has come back in a Maserati and claims to be an executive of a financial company in Beijing. He must know many big shots. He should have the contact information of experts from a tertiary hospital in Beijing, right? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Jiangjing raised his chest and raised his head, feeling extremely helpful. He immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry. Isn't it just a top 3 expert account in Beijing? Not only can I get an expert account, but I can also get an orthopedic exam. Excellent Liren Hospital." Hiss, that hospital that is known as the top 3 private hospitals? Except for those hospitals sponsored by the state, this one is the strongest. Hiss, Jiangjing, you are really awesome. Aren't you? Many students were amazed. Even the teachers on the side were amazed. I didn't expect that the best gangster in our class would be this kid. Absolutely incredible. Brother Yi, you. Some people want to complain about Yi Yang. Yi Yang is now a person that Yang Delin respects. He is a top figure in Spring City. No matter how you think about it, it won't be much worse than this Shou. Hey, student, Yi just has some connections in Spring City, but that is the imperial capital. It cannot be compared to a remote place like ours. How can a small official with a small position in the capital be no more honorable than a high-ranking official? Here? Don't worship blindly, Lin Danning said angrily. Now that Lu Yao is following Yi Yang, and since she was slapped in the face by Yi Yang last time, of course she must now side with Jiangjing, and use Jiangjing to squeeze Yi Yang out of her heart. After hearing this, Jiangjing felt very comfortable. He took out his mobile phone and laughed and said, "Don't worry, I can solve this problem with just one phone call." Wow, as expected of Jiangjing. It's different when you drive a Maserati. Some students looked at Jiangjing with different colors in their eyes. Jiangjing waved his hand, "I'll make a call right now." After saying that, he called his boss. Beijing, Sharp Investment. Ruili Investment was originally a subsidiary of Gao Ling Capital. Now Gao Ling Capital has been integrated into a part of Huaya Group. At best, it is a subsidiary of Huaya Investment Group. To be honest, it is the subsidiary company of Huaya Investment Group. Sun Buqing, the boss of Ruili Investment, picked up the phone and raised his eyebrows when he saw it was Jiangjing. This guy was good at getting things done and had a tricky mind. He would do all the dirty work that he couldn't do. On the surface, he still valued such a capable confidant. Didn't this kid go home to celebrate the new year? Sun Buqing raised his eyebrows, and after answering the phone and understanding, his face fell. Is it related to Liren Hospital? Yes, boss, is there any problem? Jiangjing kept saying that he only heard Sun Buqing boast about his relationship with Yuliren at the dinner table, so he just blew it out. Sun Buqing sighed. It seems that Ruili Investment has an investment capital of 300 to 400 million renminbi and a valuation of over 200 million renminbi. It is quite a big company. But to say that there is a relationship with Rihito, it is too forced. That day at the wine table, it was really just bragging. However, he has always maintained an omnipotent image in front of Jiangjing, and he cannot lose face in this matter. Otherwise, How can he control his subordinates? Okay, I'll help. You think of a way, and I'll notify you when it's done. Sun Buqing hesitated for a moment and hung up the phone. Number 1 Middle School. Zhang Zhua was overjoyed and said to the teachers, "Don't worry, my company, Ruili Investment, is a super financial company with a valuation of 10 billion. Our boss Sun Buqing personally promised to help me contact people. There is absolutely no problem." Wow. I didn't realize that you were so handsome when I was in school, Zhang Zhua. It's so powerful. It was really solved with just one phone call. The teachers and classmates were all very surprised and praised. At this moment, Ruili Investment headquarters. Sun Buqing rubbed his hands, looked at the name on the phone screen, hesitated for a long time, and finally made up his mind and clicked to dial. Because Shou Qingxian accompanied Yi Yang today. So the secretary's phone used to contact Yi Yang was with her. She picked up the phone and asked directly, "Who is it?" Sun Buqing's heart trembled. This is the secretary of the controller of Ruhui Company. In terms of seniority, she is his own grandmother. How dare he speak loudly? He said respectfully, "I am Sun Buqing, the chairman of Jiangjing Real Investment." Ah, Ruili Investment is a subsidiary of Huaya Investment controlled by Director Yi. Yes, it originally belonged to Jiangjing Capital, which was integrated by Huaya. Shou Qingxian raised her eyebrows and looked at Zhang Zhua, who was smug on the side with interest. If it was Yumomo, she might consider the occasion, but with her personality, she had long been fed up with Zhang Zhua, and cleared her throat at this time. She deliberately raised her voice and said to Yi Yang, "Boss, there is a chairman of Jiangjing Real Investment named Sun Buqing, looking for you." First update. What's the situation? The attention of all the teachers and classmates who had been praising Zhang Zhua were attracted to him. What did she just say? Sharp Capital? Chairman Sun Buqing. Hiss. It seemed just now. Everyone looked at each other, and they were all stunned. The person Zhang Zhua introduced with a proud look on his face just now was none other than Sun Buqing, the chairman of Sharp Capital. What is going on? Zhang Zhua's expression also changed. He was stunned for a moment, and then his brows darkened. My boss and Yi Yang have a completely unrelated relationship. Why should my boss call him if nothing happens? If you want to show off and step on others, there is no need to do so. Too low level. Apparently he thought that Yi Yang couldn't save his face and was just cooperating with the secretary's clumsy lie. Lin Danning sneered, "Let me tell you, Yi Yang, your secretary is unreliable. You actually came up with such a lie that can be exposed immediately to show off. It's really funny." Some of the classmates and teachers in the class also looked at Yi Yang suspiciously. However, most teachers and classmates have great confidence in Yi Yang's character and believe that he will not do such outrageous things for such a trivial matter. But these teachers were also very confused. Yi Yang often chatted with them in high school. They should be ordinary families. Why do the classmates say that he seems to be similar to Zhang Zhua, who drives a luxury car now? Could it be that something happened just when everyone is looking at me and I looking at you, not knowing how to deal with this matter? Shou Qingxian raised the corner of her mouth, turned on the speakerphone, and turned the volume to the maximum. Hey! Is this boss? Yi. Sun Buqing's humble voice came from inside. The moment the voice came out, Zhang Zhua turned to stone and stood stiffly on the spot. It's over, everything is over. At this time, this was the only thought left in his mind. You. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded, rubbed Shou Qingxuan's forehead lovingly, and then took the call. Humph. Shou Qingxian snorted and bared her little tiger teeth at him proudly. I'm Yi Yang. Yi Yang replied. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Sun Buqing, the person in charge of Ruili Investment. Even if they just heard this voice, everyone present could automatically picture Sun Buqing's flattering expression and posture over there. Sharp investment? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What? Does Ruili Investment want from me? Ahem, Director Yi, you are so noble and forgetful. Didn't your company just acquire my parent company, Dowling Capital? I am now the person in charge of a subsidiary under your company's name. Sun Buqing kept saying. I'll go, here. What a sharp investment. Isn't it claimed to be worth tens of billions? How could such a terrifying big boss? When all the classmates and teachers saw the pale look on Sun Buqing's face, they knew that the person on the phone probably did not lie about his identity. This man is the big boss in Beijing who invests sharply. Someone secretly checked and found that although Ruili is not as awesome as Jiangjing boasted, it is still valued at more than 2 billion, and it is a company located in the capital. At this moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Yang. It seems that Yi Yang's influence is not limited to Spring City, as Lin Danning said. This is obviously as high as the sky. A subsidiary company under its name is the sharp parent company. And it's still in a place like Beijing. If you look at it this way, then Yi Yang is the boss of Sun Buqing's boss, and even more so the boss of Jiangju's boss. Although they didn't want to do nesting dolls, but after reasoning like this shocking feeling really made their hearts tremble. Ah! Yi Yang groaned. Yumomo's secretarial team was doing all the liaison matters. He really didn't know that he had such a subsidiary company under his name. He couldn't remember either. Huaya owns 3 large companies and has invested in tens of thousands of subsidiaries. Just the list of these subsidiaries would take a normal person several days to look at, let alone write down. Sun Buqing smiled flatteringly. Mr. Yi, you are a dragon in the sky. You should forget about a small insect like me on the ground. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. He is indeed a guy who can collude with Zhang Shuakong. He has a similar temperament. When he sees his superior boss, he will lick him like crazy. As humble as your posture should be as humble as possible. Tell me, what do you need from me? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and got straight to the point. Mainly, as your little brother, Boss Yi, I want to celebrate your great achievements, and also wish you a happy new year. After that, Sun Buqing talked for a long time, mainly paying New Year greetings and praising himself. An ordinary person would have been dizzy long ago under the bragging of an epic flatterer like Sun Buqing. But Yi Yang has been blown away by too many people in the past year, using various methods, postures, and techniques. I have been through many battles for a long time, and I didn't have too many ripples in my heart. To him it was nothing but flattery. Listening to the teachers and classmates nearby, it was completely different. Every time he said it, the shock in their hearts became more real. Lastly, I have encountered some troubles. I would like to ask, Director Lin, if you have any connections with Liren Hospital. Sun Buqing had been praising him for a long time, giving gifts and New Year greeting cards, and finally inadvertently revealed his fox tail. If it was an ordinary situation, it would be considered a good concealment. But here Zhang Zhugang was begging for a relationship with his boss, and here his boss came to beg Yi Yang. The intention was too obvious and deliberate. This boss has no ability to contact Li Ren. He needs to ask Yi Yang. Well, I'll give you the phone number of the director of orthopedics later and just tell me my name. Yi Yang replied with a faint smile. Ah. How did you know you wanted orthopedics? Sun Buqing was confused and had some bad premonitions in his heart. Well, let's ask that reliable good employee of yours. After Yi Yang finished speaking, he turned off the phone. At Ruili Investment Headquarters, Sun Buqing was pacing back and forth in the chairman's office, puzzled. This chairman Yi is really unpredictable. It's scary to think about. Is it possible that he is a god? He can predict everything in the world? Second update. Ren Sunqing couldn't figure out what was going on. After all, the facts were too outrageous. He needed to think out of thin air that one of his employees and his super boss were actually classmates. It happened that they went back to school at the same time to see the teacher. It happened that the teacher was sick. It happened that he pretended to be in front of his classmates and said that he wanted to have a relationship with Li Ren. Finally, it just so happened that he approached Yi Yang to establish a relationship. From a third-party perspective, it is almost impossible to connect these things. Sun Buqing sighed, shook his head and said, forget it, I'm afraid I won't be able to understand the mental ability of that kind of big man until my death. I'd better let Zhang Zhua handle the matter first. After all, he saw the text message sent to him by Yi Yang's secretary machine. After memorizing the number, I dialed Zhang Zhua's number. Zhang Zhua looked at the call from his boss and laughed harder than crying. However, his boss was still very kind to him. For the things he asked him to do, he still wanted to have a relationship with his big chairman on his old face. The only reason he ended up in this embarrassing situation was because he wanted to show off too much and wanted to step on this old classmate who was good at studying and quite handsome. Now it seems that this old classmate is a person in heaven. It's not like he deserves to be offended in the slightest. After humming and answering the phone and praising Sun Buqing for a while, he wilted like an eggplant beaten by frost. But it was obvious that no one was paying attention to him now, and all the attention was focused on Yi Yang. Yi Yang, you've been doing so well lately. You're actually so strong. I have taught less than 1,800 students in my life, and you are the best among them. You make the teacher extremely proud. Yes. The teachers were extremely emotional. Haha, okay, it's almost noon, it's time to find a place to eat. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. And said, All the classmates and teachers nodded. Where did you say you were going to eat? Someone asked. Didn't Feng Jing say he would make arrangements for us? Where are the others? Huh? I didn't come. I obviously promised you before. Forget it, leave him alone, let's go out first and make arrangements. With that said, everyone walked outside the teaching building. As soon as they walked out, they saw an Audi RS7 parked in front of them. Another awesome car. If I saw them on the street normally, I would probably scream awesome, but I just saw a Maserati and a stretched Bentley today, so I don't feel shocked at all, someone muttered. Stretch Bentley? What stretch? Bentley. The classmates who came later obviously didn't see Yi Yang's car, and they also asked in confusion at this time. Our brother Ye's car. Didn't you miss it? Then you're in for a big loss. Brother Ye's car is an extended-length Bentley. It's so awesome. Isn't this more expensive than that Maserati? A girl asked. Haha, 10 zhangzhuokais. Maseratis can probably compete with Brother Ye's Super Bentley. The car-savvy emperor in the class sneered and said repeatedly. Ah. The girls all opened their mouths and looked at Yi Yang eagerly. This is too scary. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yang's custom-made Supreme Extended Bentley costs tens of millions? A car worth tens of millions. They gathered around Yi Yang and expressed that they wanted to broaden their horizons and experience things. The young man, in a suit and ties, who got off the Audi RS7, was stunned on the spot. His aura that he thought was the return of the king was turned into cold cabbage before he could explode. Hey! This is the Audi RS7. Why don't you take a look at it? He screamed with great desolation in his heart. Finally someone noticed him. Hey! Isn't this Feng Jing? He's finally here. If you hadn't said that I hadn't noticed yet. Haha. Feng Jing is the richest member of the family in high school. He usually doesn't bother to play with his classmates because he feels he loses face. Now that he has returned from overseas studies, he thinks he is an elite. He just wants to come back and show his elite status to his classmates. Before the show, I suffered a big loss. But soon, he understood why no one was surprised to see his car costing more than 2 million yuan. In the garage, there's a fucking Maserati worth 3 to 4 million lying on its side, and a stretched Bentley that looks to be worth more than $40 million lying across it. Oh shit. His face turned dark, and he felt ashen for a moment. Brother Feng seems to be doing well. It's a pity. Compared to the two elder brothers in front. Lin Danning stood by with ill intentions and stirred up trouble. Haha. It's so boring for all of us to get together as classmates and compete for money or something. Feng Jing said stiffly and spread his hands. If these two luxury cars hadn't disrupted his original plan, he was actually planning to launch a money offensive to make everyone look at him differently. However, now it seems that this is obviously impossible to do. That's right, comparison is a no-no. Zhang Zhua on the side also pretended to be a good person afterwards and said with a smile. Everyone had smiles on their faces and rolled their eyes in their hearts. You were the one who was the most serious comparison just now, okay? Didn't you say before that you wanted to take us to a great place that we didn't even know about? Yeah, where is it? All the classmates asked. In confusion. The unknown is always the most attractive. Feng Jing finally found a little bit of the pleasure of being noticed by the elites who returned from overseas. We have just opened a noble restaurant in Chengqing recently. It is a pure French meal. In addition to eating, there are many things to play. There are also very high-end sports. Today I will take you to see what noble life is. Oh, this. Is there such a high-end place in Chengqing? After that, Feng Jing also sent the location to the group. I will treat you to dinner today. Everyone can gather at this Blacka restaurant. After that, he kidnapped a few female classmates and drove away in an Audi RS7. This guy, I don't know what medicine he sells in the gourd. Zhang Zhua narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Jing, who was going away. He knew this old classmate very well. He was arrogant and looked down on his classmates in high school. How come he suddenly felt guilty and wanted to treat everyone to Dinner after graduation. It's so funny. There must be some plot. But the purpose can only be known after arriving at this black restaurant. Anyway, there is a free meal, and everyone is obviously in high spirits. Students who don't have a car are ready to call a Didi car, and some of the opposite sex are thinking about whether they can ride in the car of a few classmates who have cars after graduation. Although many people want to come and use Jiangjing's super luxury car worth tens of millions, after thinking about it, they gave up. They still have some self-knowledge. Jiangjing is not pretentious. He warmly welcomes students and teachers to get in the car, because the interior space of the modified custom-made Supreme Bentley is very large, which can be regarded as a rectangular KTV room. After loading a car with people, he started to drive towards Blacka restaurant. First update. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Blacka restaurant. Students and teachers filed out. Jiangjing stretched. Just walked into the restaurant that Fengjing booked. This is a long table restaurant. The teachers sit at the main table and the students sit on both sides. The restaurant has elegant music and European and American style decoration. The chefs are busy preparing meals. Fengjing raised his eyebrows, seeming to enjoy this feeling. This is what it feels like to be a noble. Fengjing sighed, noblesse understand, right? This time I studied abroad, I have seen that in Europe and America, people only pay attention to noble blood and etiquette, and they don't care about money at all. There is no point in comparing money, that kind of upstarts, people look down upon it. After saying that, he glanced at Jiangjing and Zhang, and there was a subtle arc in the corner of his mouth. What do you mean? Zhang frowned and shouted angrily. Why is classmate Zhang so excited? I didn't mention anyone by name. Fengjing took a sip of red wine and pretended to enjoy it for a long time. Look at classmate Jiangjing, he is very calm. Jiangjing glanced at Fengjing, took a casual sip of the red wine in front of him, and frowned slightly. Is this what foreign nobles drink? Fengjing raised his eyebrows and said, of course. Jiangjing laughed and shook his head. I don't think so-called nobles would drink such a mediocre red wine. This is Spain's Elegido red wine. A bottle costs about 800 Chinese coins. Fengjing said angrily. I have met a few so-called nobles, and they all drink Lafite 1571. Jiangjing raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, what nonsense. Aristocratic etiquette are just the rules of the circle set by these rich people. I can't see the essence clearly. After walking around abroad, I really thought I was the one who got a little bit of seawater. Seafood, you. Fengjing didn't expect that Jiangjing could be so strong, and he was completely stunned. Then he frowned and said, you are ridiculous. You are so rude in speaking. You are like this. No matter what, you can't learn from other people in Europe and America. Noble connotation. Jiangjing laughed, people don't live in this world to imitate others. What you see are all superficial things, which just proves that you have never been in contact with real nobles. The private lives of those so-called European aristocrats are in such chaos. I'm still giving people a high hat here. From the bottom of his heart, he looked down on such idiots who clearly knew little and still pretended to be bosses. His temper is not tactful. If you don't like it, just criticize it directly, without so much nonsense. You. Haha, you spoke so grandly, as if you knew it very well? Fengjing gritted his teeth and refused. Yi Yang shrugged noncommittally. The so-called aristocracy in Europe and the United States is a group of people with the highest wealth and the highest power who gather together and set complicated and useless rules. The most fundamental purpose is to distinguish the rich from those at the bottom who have no money. On the contrary, this kind of rubbish rule has been mythologized and touted by many people. It is really superficial and ignorant. I think you just don't understand and pretend to understand. Feng Jing chuckled. I'm afraid you don't know how to do aristocratic sports such as horse riding, golf, and fencing, right? Just talk. Nonsense here. Shou Qian on the side couldn't help but shook her head in confusion after hearing this. This is simply self-inflicted, and you can't live with it. What a coincidence, our boss really knows what you said. Shou Qian said calmly. You only know a little bit about it. Haha, if you really understand the true meaning, how could you not understand the spirit of the nobility? Don't pursue such rules. Feng Jing sneered. If you want to rely on these things to show off, just say so. Why bother to find useless topics here? I will be embarrassed for you. Jiangjing on the side was connoted by Feng Jing, and at this time he also spoke out. In a strange way. You are so vulgar. After his thoughts were revealed, Feng's face turned red and his eyes darkened. The true purpose and essence of noble etiquette. He may not be clear about it, but in fact, he doesn't believe in these things in his heart. However, as long as this thing can give him a sense of superiority, it is enough. The reason why he chose to have dinner here today was because he thought he could make everyone's jaws drop with these things, and then show off his coolness. As a result, before he even started to pretend, he was beaten to death by Yi Yang. Before he could argue, the fig leaf was pierced by Jiangjing. What a joke. He looked at Yi Yang angrily. Don't talk about those useless things. If you are a man, just compare with me. What if I make you cry for a while and then go home and complain to your mother? Yi Yang shook his head lightly and said seriously. Seeing Yi Yang speaking such mocking words so seriously, many people were amused. God tells parents. We still don't know who is torturing whom. Feng was so angry that his veins popped out. Just tell me whether you dare or not. Yi Yang was speechless. He reminded the other party with such good intentions, but the other party actually came to harass him. His face said, if I don't torture myself to death today, do I still want to leave? Look. He sighed, you asked for this, don't blame me for not warning you before. So you agree? Feng Jing's eyes lit up. He was confident that as long as Yi Yang entered the arena of these noble sports, he would definitely be beaten into pieces by him, and then his goal would be achieved. In the same way, his face was saved. Yi Yang moved his wrist. I haven't exercised for a long time, just treat it as an exercise after dinner. You. Seeing Yi Yang look down on him so much, Feng Jing felt extremely ashamed and angry. In order to mix with those noble ladies in foreign countries, he had worked hard to study these things, especially royal fencing, which was at a very high level. He was confident that not to mention ordinary people, even those who knew a little bit, would only be stabbed by him. Don't just talk tough, there is a fencing room in this manor, dare to follow me. He regained his confidence, thinking about the scene of Yi Yang being stabbed by him and running around. He couldn't help laughing. Whatever. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders. It didn't matter where he was beaten. Since the other party had chosen the place to be beaten, then he would go there. Second update. Although he was full of confidence, when he saw Shou Qingshuan's half-smiling, even sympathetic look, Feng Jing suddenly felt a little unsure. That was a smile that was certain that he would be defeated, and that his defeat would be extremely tragic. Damn it, I don't believe he can be better than me. Feng Jing cheered himself up in his heart and regained his confidence. Soon, the classmates and teachers all finished their big meal, and followed Yi Yang and Feng Jing towards the fencing room with a novel and curious mood. Braca restaurant is built according to high-end consumption places in Europe and America. In addition to dining, there are many aristocratic sports and rest areas to choose from. It is a high-end entertainment place. Fencing, equestrian, bowling, golf, and skydiving are known as the aristocratic pentathlon in the sports world. What they have in common is that the cost of learning is very expensive, and ordinary poor players simply cannot afford to play. These sports can just separate the petty bourgeoisie from ordinary people. Although I have seen it on the broadcast of the Olympic Games, this is my first time to see a fencing competition in real life. Isn't it very exciting? I have seen the scene, it was quite exciting. It was so exciting. So exciting? What you are watching is fencing. Is it serious? All the students are looking forward to it, especially the rotten boys and girls in the class, who have evil smiles on their faces. Soon, they arrived at the fencing room. That's it, are you ready to get stabbed? Feng Jing sneered. Yi Yang shrugged, I'll cover the venue fees. Just don't ask me to pay for medical expenses later. Do you know anything about fencing? After hearing this, Feng Jing chuckled. Fencing requires professional protective gear. Even if it hurts a little, it won't be enough to cover medical expenses. Is it? Yi Yang looked at Feng Jing with interest. For some reason, Feng felt chilled all over. Soon, the two of them put on their armor and picked up their fencing equipment. Foil, saber, or épée, which one should you choose? Feng Jing asked. Épée. Yi Yang casually said that the épée is the final type among the three fencing sword types, and it is also the most painful to hit. After the two met the ceremony and set the rules. Just ready to start. The épée needs to hit the opponent twice in a very short period of time to count, and the force each time is greater than the rules. Oh, are you ready to kneel down and beg for mercy? Feng Jing shouted angrily. But before he could finish taunting him, Yi Yang's sword turned into an afterimage in his eyes, blinding him. Before he could react, a huge force came from him. Then, there was only one word left in his consciousness: it hurts. Hiss. The moment I realized the pain in my body, the pain was like thunder, coming in crazy waves one after another. Aha! He groaned in pain. The green light flashed crazily, representing Yi Yang's successful scoring. Almost in the middle of a violent storm, he hit 15 swords, reaching the standard of victory. Yi Yang finished in one breath, sheathed his sword, and turned around. Feng Jing was left curled up on the ground in pain, no longer as arrogant as before. Generally speaking, protective equipment is very reliable, and ordinary blows will not cause too much pain. However, Yi Yang's speed and strength are simply too powerful. The tip of the sword penetrated the armor. If he hadn't gathered some strength, the armor would have been penetrated. Under such a huge impact, even if the protection is very good, the pressure and impact caused by the impact are enough to make people feel suffocated in pain. Feng Jing could not imagine at all that he was completely defeated and had no power to fight back. This is too outrageous. That speed, that power. Those techniques that were completely incomprehensible to him were simply unheard of and unseen. He now somewhat understood why Shou Qingxian looked at him so strangely just now. Not only can they do it, but they can do it very well. He is simply humiliating himself, putting his face up to give someone a slap. Oh. Shit. He groaned and regretted at the same time. His only thought now was to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. He lost the money game, and he lost the aristocratic movement that he thought he would win. The only feeling I feel now is regret, extremely regret. But it's obviously too late. This man's face has been completely disgraced. Yi Yang took off his protective gear and looked at the classmates on the side who had their mouths open but had not yet closed them in surprise. He shook his head and smiled, making a fuss. Even if he doesn't have the ability to be an all-around athlete, just because of his super physical fitness. At the level of the captain of China, the speed and power generated during the thrust are not something ordinary people can avoid and withstand. This result is almost inevitable. Therefore, there was no disturbance in his heart. Didn't Feng Jing brag very well just now? It seemed like he didn't swing a single sword just now. In less than 10 seconds, he fell to the ground and lost. Yeah. I really don't know how this technology is designed to be blown out of the mouth. Maybe it's because Yi Yang is too powerful. Maybe. Brother Yi is still awesome. After all, the game just now was electric, and it could be called an example of ending before it even started. But the shorter the time, the more profound the impression and the greater the impact. Many female classmates looked at Yi Yang with starry eyes. Yi Yang, who was already very handsome, had an extra halo in their eyes. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded my eyes. Feng Jing was beaten so hard that he couldn't get up for a while. However, he didn't have a good relationship with the class. But because he had just treated everyone to a meal, everyone still called 120 to send him to the hospital. Afterwards, Yi Yang also took his classmates and teachers to experience other projects in the manor. Everyone had a lot of fun. Afterwards, after sending the teacher back to school, the classmates also left reluctantly. In the Bentley, Jingxian said with a beaming face, "Boss, you are so handsome today. Haha. I will crush any pretentious guy to death. It makes my blood boil." Especially. At the end, Feng Jing was stabbed to the ground in a few seconds. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, your choice of words. Ahem, the two sisters-in-law are still in the car, so I'd better not talk nonsense. Jingxian muttered. Yi Yang's forehead went dark. It's not that I shouldn't talk nonsense, I think I'd better not talk. However, unlike what he expected, the two girls in the front row didn't react at all, but looked very happy. Before he was about to get home, he also received a New Year's greeting call from the director of Huabua Film and Television Company. Happy New Year, Mr. Yi. From the phone call, Yi Yang also knew that the kung fu movie he participated in and shot by Huabua was finally going to be released. First update. Will it be released on New Year's Day? Yi Yang nodded slightly. Tomorrow is Chinese New Year, so it will be released the day after tomorrow. After sending Jingxian home, Yi Yang took Lin Shuer to the entertainment place to sit for a while, have a deep exchange, and vent all the emotions and longings that he had not seen recently. After both of them felt extremely comfortable, Yi Yang took Lin Shuer back to her home and paid New Year's greetings to her uncle and aunt. The next day, in Xinhuang Mansion, the Chinese New Year atmosphere in Spring City was still very strong. The sound of fireworks and firecrackers made everyone feel very lively. Amid the red celebration, Yi Yang also spent a happy day in the Star Emperor's mansion. The New Year's Eve dinner is also very sumptuous. Xiaoyang, have you collected all the red envelopes from Douyin? My parents asked again and again. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Every year, various apps launch Chinese New Year activities. There are various ways to collect red envelopes, such as collecting 5 blessings by paying only with treasure. TikTok apparently has similar activity. Yi Yang looked at the 2 elders dumbfounded. That thing only costs 80 renminbi cents at most. What's the point of collecting it? It's fun. That's right. It makes it feel more ritualistic. Yi Xianting and Su Shirley are obviously quite enthusiastic about this kind of thing. Yi Yang thought about it for a moment, and the sense of ritual seemed to be true. The sense of ritual can increase people's feeling of happiness. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily require much money. As long as there is such a thing, it will make people feel like a festival. With this in mind, he was also prepared to spend a little money to add a sense of ritual to his fans. With that said, he started broadcasting directly. I thought everyone was watching the Spring Festival Gala, but as soon as the live broadcast started, hundreds of thousands of people poured in, and they are still pouring in. Wow. Yi Shenhao started a live broadcast. I was worried that it would be boring. I just happened to come over to watch Yi Shenhao's live broadcast. This spring festival gala is getting more and more boring. Yi Shenhao has a great new year. Yi Shenhao finally remembered his account again. Hey, isn't this our dad? Countless New Year greetings flashed across the screen in an instant. Yi Yang also smiled and said, Happy New Year to everyone. Why did Yi Shenhao suddenly remember that the show was on? Do you think the Spring Festival Gala is too boring? Every year during the Chinese New Year, countless people complain about the Spring Festival Gala. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. This is not the Chinese New Year. I thought I would give out some red envelopes to everyone when the show starts. It's fun. I'll go. There's really a red envelope. I will ask my father, my mother, my grandfather, my grandmother, my grandpa, my third aunt and my 7th uncle to all download TikTok. They are always keen on grabbing red envelopes. Ah ha ha. Fans were extremely excited when they heard about the red envelope. Who doesn't know Yi Shenhao's generosity and skill? It's the time of the Chinese New Year, and everyone is very free at home. They all ask their relatives to log on Douyin and follow Yi Shenhao. In an instant, the number of downloads of Douyin surged by tens of millions. It's more expensive than advertising Douyin during the Spring Festival Gala. The CEO of Douyin was having a swimming pool party with a beautiful girl at home. Before he could stretch in the water, he was pulled out of the swimming pool by his assistant. He was stunned when he saw the huge increase in data reports. That year, I invited the Spring Festival Gala to advertise and frantically promoted my New Year Red Envelope event, but it didn't increase so many users. After all, there are already enough downloads of Douyin nowadays. It would be extremely difficult to add more users on this basis. Only the appeal of Yi Yang's huge red envelope could have such an impact. This increase quickly spread to all live broadcast platforms, and all platforms were shocked. Kuaijiao, this data is fake. Douhu, I'm going to tell you what's going on. The bosses of various platforms have been busy for a year. And were planning to have a good time on this New Year's Eve, but they were all spoiled by Douyin's crazy increase in downloads. They got up from bed or in various strange environments. Abandoning the girl beneath him, he urged his subordinates to find out the reason. Soon, the reason was discovered. Douyin's download soared just because Yi Shenhao wanted to give out red envelopes. I'll go, this is too scary. That's awesome. Yi Shenhao sounds so familiar. He seems to be just an internet celebrity, right? He actually has such influence? It's so powerful. If our platform can recruit this person, he will probably rise. Many platforms are extremely greedy. They don't know Yi Yang's background, they only know that he is a very awesome internet celebrity, and they are secretly trying to recruit Yi Yang to their short video platform. This is a money tree. The new president of Douyin was wearing a bath towel. When he saw the reason, he burst out laughing. It turns out that it's Director Yi who is spending money to do activities for Douyin. These idiots in the same industry want to poach our word-stepping controllers and give them to them make money. It makes me laugh. The director of Douhu platform also wiped his cold sweat and trembled at the immature idea just now. I'll go, isn't this Mr. Yi Yang, the controlling director of my parent company Tingshuan? His brother-in-law Ling Shen was personally given a ban order by Mark Jin because he offended Yi Yang. He still had this incident fresh in his mind, but he didn't dare to provoke Yi Yang again. His previous expectation was also directly cancelled by him. Except for these two, most of the other platforms still don't know Yi Yang's identity, and they are all rubbing their hands and starting to contact Yi Yang for his contact information. Yi Yang naturally didn't know about the undercurrents of each platform, but just watched the news of his fans increasing wildly in the background. Every second it refreshes, hundreds of thousands of them are jumping up. He looked at those names with a smile. User Lifelong Peace followed you, user A Touch of Sunset Red followed you, user Your Beauty Gentles whose pupils followed you, user Family Happiness followed you. It seems that this wave directly gained a lot of grandfather fans, grandmothers, uncles, and aunts fans. His number of followers soon exceeded 80 million. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Yang recharged and sent 3 red envelopes for Happy New Year and Happy. Each red envelope has 500 million. A total of 1.5 billion. There are more than 10 million people in the live broadcast room, and each person can get an average of 150 yuan. The least you can get is a few dozen yuan. The most you can get is millions. You will become rich overnight. I love lollipops, wow. Awesome. 30,000 yuan. Twice as much as my dad gave me as a New Year's gift. Thanks, Daddy. Gaia. Oh my god, 80 yuan, this is more than the total amount of New Year's red envelopes I received from all platforms such as Zhifu Bao, Qian, Du, Douyin, etc. in the past 10 years. No more to say, Yi Shenhao, awesome. Second update. Too strong. Fans are extremely active. This is a super New Year's Eve red envelope worth 1.5 billion. Compared to this, super big companies like Douyin and Chengdu only pay 1.8 billion to the whole country for holding activities during the New Year. They are too petty. Yeah, who says it's not? My Yi Shenhao is still awesome. One person is more awesome than those super big companies. Maybe those super big companies are owned by others? The truth is revealed upstairs. Fans were discussing it enthusiastically, And it was obvious that everyone got red envelopes, which made them extremely happy. In the future, many ordinary people will take the hundreds of thousands of red envelopes snatched from Yi Yang as the first pot of gold in their lives, completely changing their originally mediocre and ordinary lives. The normal carnival lasted for a long time until Yi Yang went off the air, and fans directly put this matter on the hot search again. You see, shocking, Yi Shenhao alone defeated the two super companies Chengdu and Douyin. He lost his mind. What is it like to grab a 1.5 billion red envelope? What to watch on QQ, God's comment, I completed a lifetime of struggle in just 1 second. The super big red envelope made netizens call me an expert. Various platforms are flooded with such titles, and making complaints about the Spring Festival Gala have become the two most popular topics on the internet during this year's New Year's Eve. However, Yi Yang was really used to it being on trending searches. He was no longer surprised. He yawned, turned off the live broadcast, and watched the Spring Festival Gala with his parents for a while. The Spring Festival Gala was still ugly as always. He shook his head and sighed, then went directly to the bedroom with his girl in his arms, accompanied by the drumbeat of fireworks. Outside, it started its own rhythm. On the New Year's Eve night, the fireworks continued, and rhythmic music played throughout the night. At dawn the next day, Yi Yang woke up from his nap in high spirits. The girl next to me was so tired that she fell asleep. He twisted his neck, and with his hearing, he could easily sense the commotion around him. Xinhuang Mansion is built in a high-end villa area. High-end villa areas are generally relatively quiet. Although it has been noisy these days due to the New Year fireworks, the noise this morning is obviously not due to fireworks, but caused by the flow of people. When he walked out of the main mansion, he saw the butler of the Star Emperor Mansion waiting at the door. What's going on outside? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. Many dignitaries from all walks of life in Chengqing and even Ji province have come to give you gifts, the steward kept saying. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This was his first New Year after becoming rich. No one rushed to give him gifts during the previous New Year's. He couldn't help but smile and nodded. Why? Didn't you come in and call me? They all said that they can wait until the master wakes up before letting you know. They are waiting outside, the steward kept saying. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Let them all come in. It wasn't until he opened the door that Yi Yang really felt what the butler meant by many people from all walks of life. Among this group of people, most of the big shots in Ji province, including politics, business, music and art, police, media, and medicine, are all gathered here. Originally, the housekeeper had reported to him that after the New Year, there would be people like this who wanted to visit him to pay New Year greetings. However, he was too lazy to listen to the list at that time, and he did not expect that this group of people would be waiting outside the door this early in the morning. It seems that Wu Dakong and the Yang family have made good arrangements for themselves in all walks of life. I am afraid that it will not be easy for them to encounter the descendants of some big shots in Spring City who do not have the foresight to provoke them. Thinking of this, he also laughed. It seems that since he became rich, he is used to being offended without opening his eyes. At this time, he suddenly felt that Chengqing might not encounter this kind of situation in the future, but he was not used to it. However, when people came to greet him with a smile and give him gifts, he couldn't bear to treat them coldly. He originally wanted to go to the cinema to see his premiere, but he ended up having to receive these people from all walks of life for a long time, and there was a warehouse full of gifts. If you give gifts like this, even if the Star Emperor's mansion is big enough, I'm afraid it won't be able to accommodate it in a few years. Yi Yang sighed. It's not easy to be a powerful person. It seems that in a few years I may have to buy a few more villas to hold these gifts. After seeing off people from all walks of life, Yi Yang stretched his waist. I saw Umo and the others walking out of the house sleepily, obviously still a little tired. Why? After learning about what happened in the morning, Umomo blamed himself. As a secretary, this is my fault. Haha, it's okay. Didn't you do your duty last night? Yi Yang patted Umomo's little head and said with a smile. Humph, it's the boss's fault anyway, last night was really too violent. Umo said coquettishly. Haha. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Let's go to the nearby cinema and watch our premiere. If it's too late, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch it. If I remember correctly, the premiere starts on the afternoon of New Year's Day. Umomo nodded his lower lip and said. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. In the past 2 years, according to the holiday regulations, the first day of the Lunar New Year is a public holiday, and the earliest cinemas must open at noon on the first day of the Lunar New Year is not in violation of the regulations. You explained silently. Oh. Yi Yang felt relieved. After having the first meal of the New Year with his parents, he took the girls and drove a Mercedes-Benz towards the cinema. Movies usually have a premiere ceremony. It is an event organized by the crew and the leading actors in cooperation with the distributor. And many fans will come to support. The 2 largest cinemas in Chengchun are Yida and Ginza. As Yi Yang's industry, Yida Cinema naturally reached a broadcast agreement with Huabao Films. As for Ginza, it reached an agreement with Yina. The 2 cinemas are right across from each other. One is Huabao's premiere of Yi Wen and the other is Yina's premiere of Kung Fu Queen. The reason why the 2 premieres are so tit-for-tat is that Enmi heard that Yi Yang's first premiere was going to be held here, so she chose this place, just to use the number and momentum of her massive number of brainless fans, to suppress Yi Yang's edge. In the Alpha Nanny car, Enmi confidently crossed her legs and cracked melon seeds, knowing that this traffic queen is holding the premiere here. You dare not change the place for the premiere. Haha, I'm afraid I can't find my way when I see the difference in our fans. Ahem. This Yi Yang seems to have a lot of fans. Yesterday, his fans pushed him to the top of the hot search. It feels like he is building momentum for this movie. This influence cannot be underestimated. The director of Yina next to him also said with a guilty conscience. Haha, no matter how many fans he has, can he have more than the hundreds of millions of fans on my Weibo? He has more hot searches, or I have more hot searches. Do you look down on me? Who gave you the courage? Then Enmi turned her face and slapped the director of Yina in the face. First update. The director looked aggrieved, but the movie was supported by this so-called traffic queen. Although he wanted to scold her, he didn't dare to speak. Humph. Enmi complained for a while, before she vented her anger a little. Thinking of how she would shock Yi Yang and make him look extremely surprised, she suddenly felt happy. When she thought of Yi Yang, she gritted her teeth. Since she met him, she had encountered unprecedented setbacks and humiliation. First, she was asked to apologize in public. Then, she asked the old drama Bone to open a traffic account, hoping to surpass her in traffic. Finally, she held a grand closing party to make the crew envy Yi Yang and secretly scold her and me. This was a naked provocation to her. Although when Yi Yang was doing this, he didn't even think that there was such a big name as her. Haha. I'll let you know the consequences of going against me in a while. And me sneered. She had been in the traffic entertainment circle for a long time and knew the things in it too well. Although those fans are brain dead, they are crazy enough. Although those old actors and high-quality actors have many fans, most of them have normal values. Most of them are struggling for their own lives and their daily lives. They have no intention and energy to really chase stars. Only those brain-dead fans who are easily brainwashed and fooled are likely to really spend huge energy and money to chase traffic stars. Normal people have a hard time living, so where do they get so much time and money to waste on people who have nothing to do with them? The fanatical brain-dead fans of inferior stars either have mental problems or their families are too rich. However, Yi Yang believes that even if the family is rich, these rich parents do not make money to let some people burn money for the little white faces they chase. However, in the business circle where commercial value is supreme, the fanatical fans of traffic inferior stars are much more valuable than the rational fans of high-quality stars. Because rational fans understand the truth of rational star chasing, at most they regard their idols as role models and strive for them. It is very difficult to cut their leaks by the concept of star chasing. But the brainless fans of inferior stars are different. Simply put, it is easier to cheat money from them. So they are more valuable. And those who can spend money to chase stars at the premiere ceremony are basically these fans. After all, before a movie is rated, who knows whether it is good or not? The first wave of people who eat crabs basically rely on native fans. But obviously, he ignored that it is the first day of the new year, and most people are free now, not only brainless fans, but also rational fans. Going for the influence of Yi Yang and those high-quality actors, today's result is destined not to be what she expected. But now she is arrogant, and obviously has not realized this. A street of entertainment in Shenzhen. Yida Film and Television City and Yina Film and Television City stand opposite each other. Today, there are crowds of people around the two major film and television cities. The audience who finally got the premiere tickets crowded the streets, waiting to enter the cinema to watch the event. The Alpha Nanny car stopped in front of the square. Mi got out of the car, raised her chin, and prepared to welcome the expected cheers. However, for a long time, there was no cheering. She frowned, feeling something was wrong, then she opened her eyes and looked at the many people queuing in front of her, and found that these people were still doing their own things, and they didn't even have the interest to look at her. It would be fine if there was no enthusiastic kneeling and licking welcome, but they were so cold, as if they didn't know her. Her mind was blank, because this scene was too different from what she expected. It doesn't make sense. How could no one come to welcome her? She is the traffic queen. Her fanatical brainless fans should have blocked this place long ago. When she got off the car, they cheered for her and came to kneel down and lick her feet like worshipping a goddess? What on earth is going on? After a long time, someone finally found her. This seems to be some popular star, right? What's her name? Meng. No, Zhang. Forget it, I can't remember. I forgot. Too, I just look familiar, but now all these popular internet celebrities who have plastic surgery look the same. Who can remember her name? Haha, so right. Those who occasionally spotted in me were chatting casually, and it was obvious that no one cared about in me's appearance. Me. And me didn't have a gun in her hand, otherwise she would have wanted her men to kill all those who dared to ignore her. These rubbish. How dare they ignore her, a superstar? Just when she was about to roar and scold those who didn't know her. True facius a goddess. A luxury car turned into a dragon and drove into the venue. This is the Rolls-Royce Gintama. A super luxury car worth more than 90 million. Is Yi Shenhao here? He's finally here. Before the car completely stopped, the crowd that had no reaction just now became excited. The square suddenly became lively, the atmosphere was very active, and everyone's eyes were focused on the Rolls-Royce Gintama. The contrast between the two was like heaven and earth, which made in Mi's eyes bloodshot. She stood there, trembling all over. She had never been treated so coldly before. In her opinion, this was simply a naked humiliation. She looked at the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul with great anger. She was used to being praised by the brainless fans. She had completely forgotten the awe and felt that she was the most awesome queen in the world. She made up her mind that no matter who was in the car, if they dared to humiliate her today, they would humiliate her tenfold in the future. Click. The car door opened. Yi Yang brought 3 girls, handsome men and beautiful women, and instantly set off the whole audience. Yi Shenhao is awesome. Goddess Shou is here too. I envy Yi Shenhao so much. Any of the 3 beauties around him is more beautiful than the female star with plastic surgery just now. Hearing this, me almost fainted on the spot. If it weren't for Yina's director supporting him from behind, he would have fainted from anger on the spot. Finally I met Yi Shenhao in real life. Finally I have a chance to repay. Yi Shenhao. I got your 100 yuan red envelope yesterday. Hee, although I spent 1,000 yuan to get the ticket. For this premiere, it's worth it to meet Yi Shenhao. The fans in the venue were extremely excited, and their eyes were focused on Yi Yang. Yi Yang also smiled and waved to the fans. Second update. You actually waved to me. I'm so happy. Husband Yi Yang, I love you. The scene was very lively. Nah. And me stood stupidly in the crowd and looked at this scene in disbelief. All of this should belong to him. Originally, in her expectation, she should be the one who was welcomed by everyone, and the one who was extremely embarrassed and envious of her on the side should be Yi Yang. I was thinking so well. Just now in the car. Now in the blink of an eye, reality slapped her hard. A direct 2-level reversal. She felt as embarrassed as she felt now and felt as uncomfortable as she felt just when she was teetering and about to lose her strength. Another Alpha Nanny car drove up from behind. This kind of car is usually like to be driven by celebrities when traveling to attend events. The car has a lot of space and all the facilities. It feels like a small RV. And it looks very high-end and classy. And you can buy it for less than 2 million, which is economical and affordable. Click. The car door opened, and a man who looked neither male nor female got out. If you look closely, you can see that he is a boy wearing heavy makeup. Sister Me, you are such a passionate fan. The man walked over with a smile. Kai Xiaofan. Are you blind? Na and Me shouted angrily. Kai Xiaofan frowned slightly. He is also a top-notch man among popular male Celebrities, his weight is higher than that of Lu Zhangquan. He was always extremely proud, but he did not dare to quarrel with me in public. After all, his fans are generally Weibo toilet fans. Most of these fans are female pastoral girls. If he sees himself scolding a girl in public, he will immediately lose his followers, regardless of whether it is the girl's fault or not. First, after suppressing his anger, Kai Xiaofan turned around and looked at the situation on the field, and then said in great astonishment, "Who is this person? Why is he so popular? I don't even welcome you, sister. Haha, you are such a fool. We don't even know our biggest competitor." This time, Na and me chuckled. Kai Xiaofan was furious in his heart, but he still smiled and said angrily, "Sister, you are right. Is this the Yiyang? It seems that he is more popular than you." These words penetrated into Enmi's body like a gun, sending a shock to his heart. If Enmi wanted to curse again, Kai Xiaofan had already walked inside first. He was also very angry, and when he got off the bus, there were no idiotic fans shouting to give him a baby and sending him money at the same time. The person named Yiyang stole all the limelight. As a person who lives by traffic, how can I not be angry? Sister, don't be so angry. Yiyang is our common enemy now. We have to take care of ourselves. The entertainment industry values peace and does not want to fight among each other. You are not qualified to teach me a lesson. And me curled his lips, but realized that Kai Xiaofan was actually right. So he said, "Let's go in." With that said, they pushed aside the crowd and squeezed inside. Yiyang also walked towards Yida Cinema City with a few girls. He had just reached the halfway point when he heard countless screams rising into the sky that were too sharp to sound like human voices. What the hell is this? Damn. Ghost scream. Yiyang and some fans who came here because of their admiration for the old drama all turned their heads. It turned out that it wasn't the fans of Enmi and Kai Xiaofan who didn't come. Instead, these fans were surrounded by Yiyang's huge fans. The fans of these two traffic stars who came today were already very objective, but unfortunately, there were even more fans of Yiyang and those veteran actors. It wasn't until they walked near Yina that the two traffic stars discovered their fans. These fans are generally relatively young, and there seem to be many primary school students. In addition, there are also adults who seem to have some personality problems at first glance, or some problems with their brains. However, when it comes to chasing popular celebrities, women still make up the majority. After all, the fan pool of most popular celebrities is on Weibo. Weibo has now almost become a gathering place for the star-chasing circle and the pastoral female dog circle. These two groups are a bunch of stinky things. Needless to say, the vast majority of fans of Enmi and Kai Xiaofan are naturally of this nature. Ah, brother is so handsome. I ovulated directly on the spot. Your Majesty, the Queen is great. You only speak for yourself. As a woman, you have to be selfish. Don't care about anyone else, just live your life. I was immediately attracted by your words. That's right, that's right. Kai Xiaofan. Aren't you and Lu Zhangquan going to form a CP? Why don't you two act in this movie together? I can't wait to see Kunkan and Xiaofan kiss together. Together with brother, how can you be so handsome? Today I stole all the money me mother earned from working for a year to buy flowers for you. Haha, my stupid mother also hid the money secretly. Isn't it natural for me to spend money? Actually not, give me. Just like I couldn't find it. I found it all by my own strength. My brother is right, women have to rely on themselves and rely on their own hard work. I am an independent woman in the new era. Praise me. Ho ho. These idiotic fans screamed, and as soon as they appeared on the scene, all kinds of ghosts, and snakes, with bull heads and horse faces were all exposed. The foul smell rose to the sky. Yi Yang and the old actor's rational fans instantly pinched their noses and frowned deeply. For normal people like them, it seems that they rarely see such extreme brain-dead people in their daily lives, as if such brain-dead people do not exist at all. Now there is a large gathering place of brain-dead people behind them, which directly opened their eyes. It turns out that there are idiots in the world, but I just haven't met them. Damn. There are really such people in the world. Do these people have brains? They can say such things. I've learned a lot. I always thought that those who post these stupid words on Weibo are all robots, so scary. Who said there are no such idiots in the world? My cousin is like this. A few days ago, that Lu Zhangkuan or something released an electronic song album that was completely plagiarized from others, and sold it for 3 yuan per copy. As a result, my cousin, who is still in the first grade of junior high school, borrowed 300 yuan from me to buy 100 electronic albums. When I didn't give it to her, she scolded me directly and said she would break off relations with me. Alas. A crowd shook their heads, and many people in the crowd complained. However, me and Kai Xiaofan were very happy. This was the scene they were familiar with. Confidence returned to their bodies instantly. Many real experiences. The story of my cousin buying an album was adapted from the experience of a classmate of mine. It was too miserable. First update. Yi Yang shook his head. He also couldn't stand this kind of idiot. But after all, he was not the father of these idiots. He didn't have the time to educate them. He just wanted to go in and start the premiere ceremony with his rational fans. Unexpectedly, the big screen over there lit up directly. And me and Kai Xiaofan both walked onto the big stage and started their performances. What's going on? Yi Yang's fans also raised their eyebrows and looked over. Dear fans, I'm your queen, and me. I'm the star Kai Xiaofan. Today we are holding a movie premiere ceremony here. Come and light up the stars on the screen, help us, and start the ceremony. After that, there was a page on the screen. It was obviously the official event page of the Douyin movie Kung Fu Queen. There were many stars on the page, and there was also some star power value on the page. The way to light up the stars is to help us recharge the star power. $1 is 10 star power. Come and help us charge the stars. And me and Kai Xiaofan said repeatedly. Yi Yang laughed. This traffic star circle really can't change its bad routes. Before entering the door, they are going to cut leaks. What does this mean? This is obviously that if they don't recharge the star power for them, they don't even have the qualifications to enter the door. These fans have already bought tickets at a high price. They bought tickets, but were not allowed to enter the door. When they arrived at the door, they were treated as idiots and cut leaks. They paid money without thinking. What else can be done except idiots? Is this something that carbon-based creatures can do? Whether it is the planner who proposed this activity form or these brainless people who were cut, none of them are normal. Yi Yang sneered before he turned around. Then and me took the microphone and taunted, all of you, vote for me. Let the stupid movie Yi Wen on the other side see who is the real queen. Those actors on the other side also opened accounts on Douyin to prove that they can beat me in traffic. Can you agree to it? Of course I can't agree to it. I have seen this Yi Shenhao, and he has also scolded women. She is only more than 300 pounds, and I think it's rare to ask for a dowry of 5 million. It's really giving these men face. He actually said that sister is stupid. In the street. Haha, this kind of male is so disgusting. And this thing? Then we must teach them a lesson. Let's all give money to the queen. Let him see our power. Yi Yang almost burst out laughing when listening to the remarks of these brainless women. These people have been brainwashed and don't even have the most basic logic. Want to scold me? The way is to give money to and me? Let alone what the fuck is the relationship between these two things. He didn't hold any corresponding activities today. How can he connect scolding me with charging money? These idiots are not stupid, they simply have no brains at all. Damn it. We can't let these rural bitches get so arrogant. That's right, we are usually afraid of being attacked by these bitches online, so we dare not say anything on Weibo, but today we encountered this incident, we must not just stand by and watch. Yi Shenhao, you also start this event. I will be the first to vote for you. I can't stand it anymore. Yi Shenhao, start the event quickly. I want to use practical actions to slap these stupid and brain-dead fans in the face. The fans obviously have been resentful for a long time. They are usually very angry about these toxic chicken soup girls on the internet. At this time, they were aroused by the scene, and Yi Shenhao, whom they respected, was ridiculed, and they simply couldn't bear it anymore. Yi Yang felt that it was unnecessary. The dog bites us, and we can't bite the dog in return. There is no need. At worst, we can find professionals to directly kill this mad dog later. He sneered in his heart and added, Yi Shenhao, give us a chance to prove that there are still many normal people in this world. Yes. We also want everyone to know that brain-dead fans are not worth mentioning at all and are vulnerable. There are still many normal people and good people in this world. Yi Shenhao, to be honest, we have snatched so many red envelopes from you before, at least give us a reason to repay you. I am embarrassed to snatch them. Haha, yes, yes. The fans kept arguing with Yi Yang, wanting Yi Yang to hold a similar event and let them charge money to help hit the charts. Yi Yang didn't care. How much money could fans spend? At most a few $100 million. And the live broadcast room would send another wave of red envelopes to thank them afterwards. Since the fans all want to do this, then do it. He also couldn't stand these garbage brain-dead people. After making up his mind, he also nodded slightly to Yumomo. Yumomo's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood and called Douyin directly. Douyin's response speed was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, everything was ready. The event page appeared on the official homepage of Yi Wen. On the big screen, the event page appeared. Without Yi Yang saying anything, all the fans present spontaneously entered the event page. Both pages are for fans all over the country and the entire internet. 10 minutes later, and Mi star power was close to 100 million, and the momentum was huge. Many of her fans borrowed money from everywhere, and even snatched money from their parents to help in me and Kai Xiaofan vote for the charts. It's more than 10 million so soon. And me and Kai Xiaofan looked at each other, both very excited, and they were obviously very satisfied with this result. It was beyond imagination. Especially after the fans found out that Yi Yang dared to confront the toxic chicken soup girl who wanted 5 million betrothal gifts in the street. The toxic chicken soup girl fans of me and Kai Xiaofan were even more crazy, and they wanted to punish the stinky man who dared not treat girls as gods and did not respect women. In the eyes of these rural female dogs, men in front of women, as long as they don't want to be slaves, are ordinary men, and they just need to be defeated. Yi Yang is just a steel straight man, who specializes in confronting toxic chicken soup girls. Of course, they will regard him as a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh, and they are all excited to join in at this moment. The momentum of me suddenly became spectacular. Haha, the knife is not sharp and the horse is too thin, what can you use to fight me? And me suddenly remembered the rustic and pretentious lines, and looked at Yi Yang with a sneer. But in an instant, her smile disappeared. She saw a scene that shocked her for 3 lifetimes on the big screen of Yida. Second update, everyone, happy 5/21. Did anything happen with the one you liked yesterday on 5/20? I understand, don't worry if you don't have a partner. Jiuyang is here to accompany you. Van, hiya hiya hiya.